Section 13 of Joan and Peter. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Joan and Peter by H.G. Wells. Chapter the 9th, Oswald Takes Control, Part 2. 5. But it is high time that Joan and Peter came back into this narrative, for this is their story. It bears their names on its covers and on its back and on its title page and at the head of each left-hand page. It has been necessary to show the state of mind, the mental condition, the outlook of their sole guardian when their affairs came into his hands. This done, they now return by telephone. Oswald had not been back in the comfortable sitting room at the Climax Club for 10 minutes before he was rung up by Mr. Sycamore and reminded of his duty to his young charges. A club page called Mr. Sydenham to the receiver in his bedroom. In those days, the telephone was still far from perfection. It had not been in general use for a decade. Mr. Sycamore was audible as a still, small voice. "Mr. Sydenham, Sycamore speaking." "No need to be," said Oswald. "You haven't been speaking to me." "Who am I speaking to? I want Mr. Sydenham, Sycamore speaking." "I'm Mr. Sydenham. Who are you? No need to be sick of your speaking, so far as I'm concerned. I've only just been called to the telephone." "Your solicitor, Sycamore, Sycamore. "Oh, righto. How are you, Mr. Sycamore? I'm Sydenham. How are those children?" "Hope you're well, Mr. Sydenham." "Gaudy, in a way. How are you?" "I've been with Lady Charlotte today. I don't know if you've heard anything of—" Silence. After a little difficulty, communication with Mr. Sycamore was partially restored. I say partially because his voice had now become very small and remote indeed. "I was saying I don't know if you understand anything of the present state of affairs." "Nothing," said Oswald. "Fire ahead." "Can you hear me distinctly? I find you almost inaudible." Remonstrances with the exchange led after a time to slightly improved communications. You were saying something about a fire," said Mr. Sycamore. "I said nothing about a fire. You were saying something about the children." Well, things are in a very confused state, Mr. Sydenham. I hope you mean to take hold of their education. These children are not being educated, they are being fought over." "Who's thinking over them?" "No one. But the Mrs. Stubland and Lady Charlotte are fighting over them. Fighting. I want you to think over them. You, yes, think, yes. Both clever children, great waste if they are not properly educated. Matters are really urgent. I have been with Lady Charlotte today. You know she kidnapped them." "Kidnapped?" A bright girlish voice, an essentially happy voice, cut into the conversation at this point. 3 minutes up," it said. Empire-building language fell from Oswald. In some obscure way this feminine intervention was swept aside, and talk was resumed with Mr. Sycamore. It continued to be a fragmentary talk, and for a time the burthen of some unknown lady complaining to an unknown friend about the behavior of a third unknown, named George, stated to lack gumption, interwove with the main theme. But Mr. Sycamore did succeed in conveying to Oswald a sense of urgency about the welfare of his two charges. Immediate attention was demanded. They were being neglected. The girl was ill. "I would like to talk it over with you as soon as possible," said Mr. Sycamore. "Can you come and breakfast here at 8?" said the man from the tropics. 9:30, said the Londoner, and the talk closed. The talk ended, but for a time the bell of Oswald's telephone remained in an agitated state, giving little nervous rings at intervals. When he answered these, the exchange said, "Number, please," and when he said, "You rang me," the exchange said, "Oh, no, we didn't." "An empire," whispered Oswald, sitting on the edge of his bed, "which cannot even run a telephone service efficiently. Education." He tried to recall his last speech at the club. Had he ranted? What had they thought of it? What precisely had he said? While they sat and talked muck, his memory was unpleasantly insistent upon that muck. The sands ran out of the hourglass. A new generation grew up. Had he said that? That was the point of it all, about the new generation. A new generation was growing up, and we were doing nothing to make it wiser, more efficient, to give it a broader outlook than the generation that had blundered into and blundered through the Boer War. Had he said that? That was what he ought to have said. 6. For a long time he sat on his bed, blank-minded and too tired to finish undressing. He got to bed at last, but not to sleep. He found that the talk in the club had disturbed his mind almost unendurably. It had pointed and endorsed everything that he had been trying not to think about the old country. Now, too weary and too excited to sleep, he turned over and over again, unprofitably and unprogressively, the tangled impressions of his return to England. How many millions of such hours of restless questioning must have been spent by wakeful Englishmen in the dozen years between the Boer War and the Great War? How many nocturnally scheming brains must have explored the complicated maze of national dangers, national ambitions, and national ineptitude? If Wake Up England sowed no great harvest of change in the daylight, it did at any rate produce large phantom crops at night. He argued with Walsall over and over again, sometimes wide awake and close to the point, sometimes drowsily, with the discussion becoming vague and strangely misshapen and incoherent. Was Walsall right? Was it impossible to change the nature and quality of a people? Must we English always be laggards in peace and blunderers in war? Were our achievements accidents and our failures essential? Was slackness in our blood? Surely a great effort might accomplish much. A great effort to reorganize political life, to improve national education, to make the press a better instrument of public thought and criticism, to which Walsall answered again with, "How can a democratic community take an intelligent interest in its destinies unless it is educated? And how can it educate itself unless it takes an intelligent interest in its destinies?" Oswald groaned and turned over in bed. Thought passed by insensible degrees into dreaming, and dreaming shallowed again to wakefulness. Always he seemed to be arguing with Walsall and the bishop for education and effort. Nevertheless, now vaguely apprehended as an atmospheric background, now real and close, the black forest of his African nightmare was about him. Always he was struggling on, and always he was hoping to see down some vista the warm gleam of daylight, the promise of the open. And Walsall, a vast forest owl with enormous spectacles, kept getting in the way, flapping hands that were really great wings at him, and assuring him that there was no way out. None. "This forest is life. This forest will always be life. There is no other life. After all, it isn't such a very bad forest." Other figures, too, came and went. A gigantic bishop sitting back in an easy-chair blocked one hopeful vista, declaring that book learning only made the lower classes discontented and mischievous. And then a stupidly contented fat man smoking a fat cigar drove in a gig athwart the line of march. He said nothing. He just drove his gig. Then somehow an automobile came in, a most hopeful means of escape, except that it had broken down, and Oswald was trying to repair it in spite of the jeering of an elderly gentleman in a white waistcoat. Suddenly, the whole forest swarmed with children. There were countless children. There were just 2 children. Instead of a multitudinous expedition, Oswald found himself alone in the black jungle with just 2 children, 2 white and stunted children, who were dying for the air and light. No one had cared for them. One was ill, seriously ill. Unless the way out was found, they could not live. They were Dolly's children, his wards, but what was he to do for them? Then, far ahead, he saw the light of the great conflagration, that light that promised to be daylight and became a fire. "Black coffee," said Oswald during one of the wide-awake intervals. "Cigars, talk, overexcited. I ought to be more careful. I forget how flimsy I am still. I must get my mind off these things. I'll talk to old Sycamore tomorrow and see about this little Master Peter Stubland and his foster sister. I'll go into the matter thoroughly. I haven't thought of them before. I wonder if the boy still takes after Dolly. After all," he said, rolling over, "it's true. Education is the big neglected duty of the time. It's fundamental. And what am I doing? It's just England all over, to let that boy be dragged up. I ought to see about him now. I'll go down there. I'll go and stay with Aunt Charlotte for a day or so. I'll send her a wire tomorrow." 7. The quiet but observant life of old Cashel at Shastlands was greatly enlivened by the advent of Oswald. Signs of a grave and increasing agitation in the mind of Cashel's mistress became evident immediately after the departure of Mr. Sycamore. Manifestly, whatever that gentleman had said or done, old Cashel had been able to catch very little, had been of a highly stimulating nature. So soon as he was out of the house, Lady Charlotte abandoned her sofa and table, upsetting her tonic as she did so, and still wearing her dressing gown and cap, proceeded to direct a hasty packing for Italy. Unwin became much agitated, and a housemaid being addressed as a perfect fool became a sniffing fount of tears. There was a running to and fro with trunks and tea baskets, a ringing of bells, and minor orders were issued and countermanded. The carriage was summoned twice for an afternoon drive, and twice dismissed. When at last the lace peignoir was changed for a more suitable costume in which to take tea, Lady Charlotte came so near to actual physical violence that Unwin abruptly abandoned her quest of a perfect pose for wig and cap, and her ladyship surprised and delighted Cashel with a blonde curl cocked waggishly over one eye. She did not have tea until 5:30. She talked to herself with her hard blue eyes fixed on vacancy. "I will not stay here to be insulted," she said. "Rampageous," whispered Cashel on the landing. "Rumbustious, what's it all about?" "Cashel," she said sharply as he was taking away the tea things. "Milady." "Telephone to Mr. Grimes and ask him to take tickets as usual for myself and Unwin to Pallanza for tomorrow." It was terrible but pleasing to have to tell her that Mr. Grimes would now certainly have gone home from his office. "See that it is done tomorrow. Tomorrow I must catch the 11:47 for Charing Cross. I shall take lunch with me in the train. A wing of chicken, a drop of claret, perhaps a sandwich, gentleman's relish or shrimp paste, and a grape or so, a mere mouthful. I shall expect you to be in attendance to help with the luggage as far as Charing Cross." So she was going, after all. "Like a flight," mused Cashel. "What's after the old girl?" He grasped the situation a little more firmly next day. The preparations for assembling Lady Charlotte in the hall before departure were well forward at 11 o'clock, although there was no need to start for the station until the half-hour. A brief telegram from Oswald, received about 10:30, had greatly stimulated these activities. Unwin, very white in the face, she always had a bilious headache when traveling was forward, and dressed in the peculiar speckled black dress and black hat that she considered most deterrent to foreign depravity, was already sitting stiffly in the hall with Lady Charlotte's purple-colored dressing-bag beside her, and Cashel, having seen to the roll of rugs, was now just glancing through the tea-basket to make sure that it was in order, when suddenly there was the flapping, rustling sound of a large woman in rapid movement upon the landing above, and Lady Charlotte appeared at the head of the stairs, all hatted, veiled, and wrapped for traveling. Her face was bright white with excitement. "Unwin, I want you," she cried. "Cashel, say I'm in bed. Say I'm ill and must not be disturbed. Say I've been taken ill." She vanished with the agility of a girl of 20, except that the landing was of a different opinion. The two servants heard her scuttle into her room and slam the door. There was a great moment of silence. "Oh, Lord!" Unwin rose with the sigh of a martyr, and taking the dressing-bag with her, the fittings alone were worth £40, and pressing her handkerchief to her aching brow, marched upstairs. Cashel, agape, was roused by the ringing of the front door bell. He opened to discover Mr. Oswald Sydenham, with one arm in a sling and a rug upon the other. "Hello, Cashel," he said. "I suppose my room isn't occupied. My telegram here? How's Lady Charlotte?" "Very poorly, sir," said Cashel. "She's had to take in her bed, sir." "Pity. Anything serious?" "A sudden attack, sir." "Well, tell her I'm going to inflict myself upon her for a day or so. Just take my traps in, and I'll go on with this fly to Limpsfield. Say I'll be back to dinner." "Certainly, sir." The old man bustled out to get in the valise and Gladstone bag that constituted Oswald's luggage. When he came into the hall again, he found the visitor scrutinizing the tea-basket and the roll of rugs with his one penetrating eye in a manner that made him dread a question. But Oswald never questioned servants. On this occasion only, he winked at one. "Nothing wrong with the arm, sir?" asked old Cashel. "Nothing," said Oswald, still looking markedly at the symptoms of imminent travel. He went out to the fly, stood ready to enter it, and then swiveled round very quickly and looked up at his aunt's bedroom window in time to catch an instant impression of a large, anxious face regarding him. "Ah," said Oswald, and returned smiling grimly into the hall. "Cashel," he called. "Sir?" "Her ladyship is up. Tell her I have a few words to say to her before she goes." "Beg pardon, sir." "Look here, Cashel, you do what I tell you." "I'll tell Miss Unwin, sir." He went upstairs, leaving Oswald still thinking over the rugs. Yes, she was off. She had got everything: pointed alpine sticks, tea-basket, traveling-camp stool. It must be Switzerland or Italy for the winter at least. A great yearning to see his aunt with his own eye came upon Oswald. He followed Cashel upstairs quietly but swiftly, and found him in a hasty whispered consultation with Unwin on the second landing. "Oh, my head'll burst, bang," Unwin was saying. "Her ladyship, sir," she began at the sight of Oswald. "Shh," he said to her, and held her and Cashel silent with an uplifted forefinger, while he listened to the sounds of a large, powerful woman going to bed swiftly and violently in her clothes. "I must go in to her, sir," said Unwin, breaking the silence. "Poor dear, it's a very sudden attack." The door opened and closed upon Unwin. "Lock the door on him, you idiot!" they heard Lady Charlotte shout, too late. The hated and dreaded visage of Oswald appeared, looking round the corner of the door into the great lady's bedroom. Her hat had been flung aside. She was tying on an unconvincing nightcap over her great blonde travelling wig. Her hastily assumed nightgown betrayed the agate brooch at her neck. "How dare you, sir?" she cried at the sight of him. "You're not ill? You're going to cut off to Italy this afternoon. What have you done to my wards?" "A lady's sick room, sacred, sir. Have you no sense of decency?" "Is it measles, Auntie?" "Go away." "I daren't. If I leave you alone in this country for a year or two, you're bound to get into trouble. What am I to do with you?" "Unbecoming intrusion." "You ought to be stopped by the Foreign Office. You'll lead to a war with Italy." "Go for a doctor, Cashel," she cried aloud in her great voice. "Go for the doctor." "Lady," very faintly from the landing. "And countermand the station cab, Cashel," said Oswald. "If you do anything of the sort, Cashel," she cried, and sitting up in bed clutched the sheets with such violence that a large spring-sided boot became visible at the foot of the bed. The great lady had gone to bed in her boots. Aunt and nephew both glared at this revelation in an astonished silence. "How can you, Auntie?" said Oswald. "If I choose," said Lady Charlotte. "If I choose. Oh, go away." "Back to dinner," said Oswald sweetly, and withdrew. He was still pensive upon the landing when Unwin appeared to make sure that the station cab was not countermanded. Under the circumstances, he was not surprised to find, on his return from the Inglenook, that he was now the only occupant of Chastelain's. Aunt Charlotte had fled, leaving behind a note that had evidently been written before his arrival. "My dear nephew, I am sorry that my arrangements for going abroad this winter, already made, prevent my welcoming you home for this uninvited and totally unexpected visit. I am sure Cashel and the other servants will take good care of you. You seem to know the way to their good graces. There are many things I should have liked to talk over with you if you had given me due and proper notice of your return, as you ought to have done, instead of leaving it to a solicitor to break the glad tidings to me, followed by a sixpenny telegram. As it is, I shall just miss you. I have to go, and I cannot wait. All my arrangements are made. I suppose it is idle to expect civility from you, ever, or the slightest attention to the convenances. The Sydenhams have never shown in manners. Well, I hope you will take those two poor children quite out of the hands of those smoking, blaspheming, nightgown-wearing Limpsfield women. They are utterly unfit for such a responsibility. Utterly. I would not trust a pauper brat in their hands. The children require firm treatment, the girl especially, or they will be utterly spoilt. She is deceitful and dishonest, as one might expect. She gave Mrs. Pybus a very trying time indeed, catching measles deliberately, and so converting the poor woman's house into a regular hospital. I fear for her later. I have done my best for them both. No doubt you will find it all spun into a fine tale, but I trust your penetration to see through a tissue of lies, however plausible it may seem at the first blush. I am glad to think you are now to relieve me of a serious responsibility, though how a single man not related to her in the slightest degree can possibly bring up a young girl, even though illegitimate, without grave scandal, passes my poor comprehension. No doubt I am an old-fashioned old fool nowadays. Thank God, I beg to be excused. Your affectionate aunt, Charlotte. Towards the end of this note, her ladyship's highly angular handwriting betrayed, by an enhanced size and considerable irregularity, a deflection from her customary calm. 8. Oswald knocked for some time at the open green door of the Inglenook before attracting anyone's attention. Then a small, but apparently only, servant appeared, a little round-faced creature who looked up hard into Oswald's living eye, as though she didn't quite like the other. She explained that Miss Phyllis was not at home, and that Miss Phoebe mustn't be disturbed. Miss Phoebe was working. Miss Phyllis had gone away with Mary. "Who's Mary?" said Oswald. "Well, sir, it's Mary who always has been here, sir," to Windsor to be with Miss Joan. "And it's orders no one's allowed to upset Miss Phoebe when she's writing, not even Lady Charlotte Sydenham, sir. I dursn't give your name, sir, even. I dursn't." Except, she added reverentially, it's death or a fire. You aren't the piano, perhaps? She asked. Oswald had to confess he wasn't. The little servant looked sorry for him. And that was in truth the inexorable law now of the Inglenook. Aunt Phoebe was taking herself very seriously, as became a thinker whose stitchwoman papers, deep, high, and occasionally broad in thought, were running into a sale of tens of thousands. So she sat hard and close at her writing table from 9:30 to 12 every morning, secluded and defended from all the world, correcting, musing deeply over, and occasionally reading aloud the proofs of the third series of stitchwoman papers. Old Groombridge, the occasional gardener, used to listen outside in awe and admiration. "My word, but she do give it to him," old Groombridge used to say. Oswald perceived that there was nothing to do but wait. "I'll wait," he said, "downstairs." "I suppose I ought to let you in," said the little servant, evidently seeking advice. "Oh, decidedly," said Oswald, and entered the room in which he had parted from Dolly 6 years ago. The door closed behind the little servant, and Oswald found himself in a house far more heavily charged with memories than he could have expected. The furniture had been but little altered. It was the morning time again. The shadow masses fell in the same places. It had just the same atmosphere of quiet expectation it had had on that memorable day before the door beyond had opened, and Dolly had appeared, subdued and ashamed, to tell him of the act that severed them forever. How living she seemed here by virtue of those inanimate things. Had that door opened now, he would have expected to see her standing there again, and he was alive still, strong and active, altered just a little by a touch of fever and 6 short years of experience, but the same thing of impulse and desire and anger, and she had gone beyond time and space, beyond hunger or desire. He had walked between this window and this fireplace on these same bricks on which he was pacing now, spitting abuse at her, a man mad with shame and thwarted desire. Never had he forgiven her, or stayed his mind to think what life had been for her until she was dead. That outbreak, with gesticulating hands and an angry, grimacing face, had been her last memory of him. What a broken image he had made of himself in her mind. And now he could never set things right with her, never tell her of his belated understanding and pity. "I was a weak thing, confused and torn between my motives. Why did you who were my lover, why did you not help me after I had stumbled?" So the still phantom in that room reproached him, a phantom of his own creation, for Dolly had never reproached him. To the end, she had had no reproaches in her heart for anyone but herself because of their disaster. "Hold tight to love, little people," he whispered. "Hold tight to love. But we don't. We don't." Never before had Oswald so felt the tremendous pitifulness of life. He felt that if he stayed longer in this room, he must cry out. He walked to the garden door and stood looking at the empty flagstone path between the dahlias and sunflowers. It was all as if he had but left it yesterday, except for the heartache that now mingled with the sunshine. Pat, whack, pat, whack. He scarcely heeded that rhythmic noise. Peter had gone out of his head altogether. He walked slowly along the pathway toward the little arbor that overhung the weald. Then, turning, he discovered Peter with a bat in his hand, regarding him. Directly Oswald saw Peter, he marveled that he had not been eager to see him before. The boy was absurdly like Dolly. He had exactly the same smile, and directly he saw the gaunt figure of his one-eyed guardian, he cried out, "It's Nobby!" with a voice that might have been hers. There was a squeak of genuine delight in his voice. He wasn't at all the sturdy little thing in a pinafore that Oswald remembered. He seemed indeed, at the first glance, just a thin, flat-chested little Dolly in gray flannel trousers. He had obviously been bored before this happy arrival of Oswald. He had been banging a rubber ball against the scullery with a cricket bat and counting hits and misses. It is a poor entertainment. Oswald did not realize how green his memory had been kept by the Bungo Peter saga, and Peter's prompt recognition after 6 years flattered him. The two approached one another slowly, taking each other in. "You remember me?" said Oswald superfluously. "Don't I just? You promised me a lion's skin." "So I did." He could not bear to begin this new relationship as a defaulter. "It's on its way to you," he equivocated, making secret plans. Peter, tucking his bat under his arm and burying his hands in his trouser pockets, drew still nearer. At a distance of 4 feet or thereabouts, he stopped short, and Oswald stopped short. Peter regarded this still incredible homecomer with his head a little on one side. It was you used to tell me stories." "You don't remember my telling you stories?" "I do. About the Baganda who live in Uganda. Don't you remember how you used to put out my Zulus and my elephants and lions on the floor and say it was Africa? You taught us roaring like lions, Joan and me. Don't you remember?" Oswald remembered. He remembered himself on all fours with the children on the floor of the sunny playroom upstairs, and someone sometimes standing, sometimes sitting above the game, someone who listened as keenly as the children, someone at whom he talked about that world of lakes as large as seas, and of trackless, sunless forests, and of park-like glades and wildernesses of flowers, and about strings of loaded porters, and of encounters with marveling people who had never before set eyes on a European. 9. The idea that the guardianship of Peter was just a little duty to be seen to vanished at the sight of him in favor of the realization of a living relationship. There are moments when small boys of 10 in perfect health and condition can look the smallest, flimsiest, and most pathetic of created things, and, at the same time, preternaturally valiant and intelligent. They take on a likeness to sacred flames that may at any moment flicker out. More particularly does this unconscious camouflage of delicacy occur in the presence of parents and guardians already in a state of self-reproach and emotional disorder. Mr. Grimes, with an eye to growth, had procured a gray flannel suit a little too large for Peter. But it never occurred to Oswald that the misfit could be due to anything but a swift and ominous shrinkage of the boy. He wanted to carry him off forthwith to beer and cream and sea-bathing. But these were feelings he knew he must not betray. "I must tell you some more stories," he said. "I've come back to England to live." "Here?" brightly. "Well, near here, but I shall see a lot of you now, Peter." "I'll like that," said Peter. "I've often thought of you." A pause. "You broken your arm?" said Peter. "Not so bad as that. I've got to have some bits of shell taken out." "That Egyptian shell, when you got the V.C." "I never told you of the Egyptian shell?" asked Oswald. "Mummy did, once, long ago." Another pause. "This garden's not so greatly altered, Peter," said Oswald. "There's a friendship's garden up that end," said Peter, indicating the end by a movement of his head. "But it isn't much. Aunt Phoebe started it and forgot it. Everyone who came was to plant something. And me and Joan have gardens, but they've got all weedy now." "Let's have a look at it all," said Oswald, and guardian and ward strolled towards the steep. "The dahlias are splendid this year," Oswald remarked, "and these Japanese roses are covered with berries. Splendid, aren't they? One can make a jelly of them, quite a good jelly. And let me see, wasn't there a little summer house at the end of this path where one looked over the Weald? Here it is, hardly changed at all." He sat down. Here he had talked with Dolly and taken her hand. He bestirred himself to talk. "And exactly how old are you now, Peter?" 10 years and 2 months, said Peter. "We'll have to find a school for you." "Have you been in Africa since I saw you?" Peter asked, avoiding the topic. "Since you saw me going off," said Oswald, and the man glanced at the boy, and the boy glanced at the man, and each was wondering what the other remembered. "I've been in Uganda all the time. There's been fighting and working. Some day you must go to Uganda and see all that has been done. We've made a good railway and good roads and telegraphs. We've put down robbers and cruelty." "And shot a lot of lions?" "Plenty. The lions were pretty awful for a bit, about Nairobi and along the line." "Shot 'em when they were coming at you?" "One was coming straight at me." "That's my skin," said Peter. Oswald made no answer. "I'd like to go to Africa," said Peter. "You shall." He decided to begin at once upon his neglected task of making an imperial citizen, according to the ideas that prevailed before the advent of the new imperialism. "That sort of thing," he said, "is what we Englishmen are for, you know, Peter, what our sort of Englishman is for, anyhow. We have to go about the world and make roads and keep the peace and see fair play. We've got to kill big beasts and climb hard mountains. That's the job of the Englishman. He's a sort of policeman, a sort of working guardian. Not a nosy slave driver trying to get rich. He chases off slave drivers. All the world's his beat. India, Africa, China, and the East. All the seas of the world. This little fat green country, all trim and tidy and set with houses and gardens, isn't much of a land for a man, you know, unless he's an invalid. It's a good land to grow up in and come back to die in, or rest in. But in between, no." "No," said Peter. "No." "But you haven't come back to die, Uncle Nobby." "No fear. But I've had to come back. I'm resting. This old arm, you know, and all that sort of thing. Just for a time. And besides, I want to see a lot of you. Yes. You have to grow up here and learn all you can, science and all sorts of things, so that you can be a useful man wherever you have to go. Africa, said Peter. Africa, perhaps. And that's why one has to go to school and college and learn all about it. They haven't taught me much about it yet, said Peter. Well, you haven't been to much in the way of schools, said Oswald. Are there better schools? No end. We're going to find one, said Oswald. I wish school was over, said Peter. Why, you've got no end to learn yet. I want to begin, said Peter, looking out across the tumbled gentleness of the Weald. Begin school? No, begin. Africa, India, doing things. School first, said Oswald. Are there schools where you learn about guns and animals and mountains and foreign people? Said Peter. There must be, said Oswald. We'll find something. Where you don't do Latin and parsing and extraction to the square root? Oh, those things have their place. Did you have to do them, Uncle Nobby? Rather. Were they useful to you? At times, in a way. Of course, those things are good as training, you know, awfully good. Harden up the mental muscles, Peter. Peter made no reply to that. Presently, Peter said, Shall I learn about machines? When you've done some mathematics, Peter. I'd like to fly, said Peter. That's far away yet. There was a boy at that school. His father was an engineer, and he said that flying machines were coming quite soon. This was beyond Oswald's range. The French have got a balloon that steers about, he said. That's as near as we're likely to come to flying for a long time yet. And this boy said that he meant a real flying machine, not a balloon. It was to be heavier than air. It would fly like a kite or a bird. I doubt if we'll see that in my lifetime, said Oswald, or yours, blind to the fate that had marked Peter for its own. Said Peter, with a shadow falling upon one of his brightest dreams. Nobby ought to know these things. His word ought surely to be final. Still, after all, this chap's father was an engineer. I'd love to fly, said Peter. 10. Something with the decorative effect of a broad processional banner in a very high church indeed appeared upon the flagstone path. It was Aunt Phoebe. She had come out into the garden half an hour before her usual time, but indeed from the moment when she had heard Oswald and Peter talking in the garden below, she had been unable to write more. After some futile attempts to pick up the lost thread of her discourse, she had gone to her bedroom and revised her toilet, which was often careless in the morning, so as to be more expressive of her personality. She was wearing a long jiba-like garment with a richly embroidered yoke. She had sandals over her brown stockings, and rather by way of symbol of authorship than for any immediate use, she bore a big leather portfolio. There was, moreover, now a gold-mounted fountain pen amidst the other ingredients of the cheerful chatelaine that had once delighted Peter's babyhood. She seemed a fuller, more confident person than Oswald remembered. She came eloquent with apologies. I have to make an inexorable rule, she said, against disturbances, as if I were a man-writer instead of a mere woman. Between 9 and 1, I am a woman enclosed, cloistered, refused, sacred hours of self-completeness, unspeakably precious to me. Visitors are not even announced. It is a law inflexible. We must all respect our work, said Oswald. It's over now, said Aunt Phoebe, smiling like the sun after clouds. It's over now for the day. I am just human, until tomorrow again. You are writing a book? Oswald asked, rather ineptly. The Stitch Woman, Series 3. Much is expected, much must be given. I am the slave now of a following. Aunt Phoebe went to the wall and stood with her fine profile raised up over the view. She was a little breathless and twitching slightly, but very magnificent. Most of her hair was tidy. Our old Weald, does it look the same? She asked. Quite the same, said Oswald, standing up beside her. But not to me, she said. Indeed, not to me. To me, every day, it is different. Always wide, always wonderful, but different, always different. I know it so well. Oswald felt she had worked a catch on him. He was faintly nettled. Still, he said, fundamentally one must recognize that it's the same Weald. I wonder, said Aunt Phoebe suddenly, looking at him very intently, and then, as if she tasted the word, fundamentally. I don't know, she added. Oswald was too much annoyed to reply. And what do you think of your new charge? She asked. I don't know whether Peter quite understands that yet. The young squire goes to the men. He casts aside childish things, and rides out in his little caparison to join the ranks. Do you know that, Peter? Mr. Sydenham is now your sole guardian." Peter looked at Oswald and smiled shyly, and his cheeks flushed. "I think we shall get on together," said Oswald. "Would that it ended there. You take the girl, too?" "It is not my doing," said Oswald. Aunt Phoebe addressed the wailed. "Poor Dolly! So it is that the mother soul cheats itself. Through the ages, always self-abnegation for the woman." She turned to Oswald. "If she had had time to think, I am certain she would not have excluded women from this trust. Certain. What have men to do with education? With the education of a woman more particularly, the greater from the less. But the thing is done. It has been a great experiment, a wonderful experiment. Teaching. I learnt, but I doubt if you will understand that." There was a slight pause. "What exactly was the nature of the experiment?" asked Oswald modestly. "Feminine influence, dominant." Oswald considered. "I don't know if you include Lady Charlotte," he threw out. "Oh," said Aunt Phoebe. "But she has played her part, I gather." "Feminine, no. She is completely a man-made woman, quintessentially the pampered squaw, holding her position by her former charms, a sex residuum, relict. This last outrage, an incident merely. Her course of action was dictated for her. A man, a mere solicitor, one Grimes, the flimsiest creature, an aspen leaf, but male. Stern thoughts kept Aunt Phoebe silent for a time. Then she remarked very quietly, "I shook him well." "I hope still to have the benefit of your advice," said Oswald gravely. "Nay," she said, but she was pleased. "A shy comment, perhaps, but the difference will be essential. Don't expect me to guide you as you would wish to be guided. That phase is over between men and women. We hand the children over, since the law will have it so. Take them." And then, addressing the Weald, Aunt Phoebe in vibrating accents uttered a word that was to be the keynote of a decade of feminine activities. "The vote," said Aunt Phoebe, getting a wonderful emotional buzz into her voice. "The vote." 11. So it was that Oswald found himself fully invested with his responsibilities. There was a terrifying suggestion in Aunt Phoebe's manner that he would presently have to clap Peter's hat on, make up a small bundle of Peter's possessions, and fare forth with him into the wide world, picking up the convalescent at Windsor on the way, but that was a misapprehension of Aunt Phoebe's intentions, and, after all, it was Peter's house and garden, if it came to that. For a time, at least, things could go on as they were, but the task of direction was now fully his. Whether these two young people were properly educated or not, whether they too became slackers and inadequate, or worthy citizens of this great empire, rested now entirely in his hands. "They must have the best," he said. The best was not immediately apparent. From Chastelain's and his 2 rooms at the Climax Club, Oswald conducted his opening researches for the educational best, and whenever he was at Chastelain's, he came over nearly every day to the Inglenook on his bicycle. It was a well-remembered road. Scarcely was there a turn in it that did not recall some thought of the former time when he had ridden over daily for a sight of Dolly. He would leave his bicycle in a clump of gorse by the high road that was surely an outgrown fragment of the old bush in which he had been wont to leave it 6 years before. He would walk down the same rusty path, and his heart would quicken as it used to quicken at the thought of seeing Dolly. But presently Peter began to oust Dolly from his thoughts. Sometimes Peter would be standing waiting for him by the high road. Sometimes Peter, mounted on a little outgrown bicycle, would meet him on the purple common halfway. A man and a boy of 10 are perhaps better company than a man and a boy of 15. There's so much less egotism between them. At any rate, Peter and Oswald talked of education and travel and politics and philosophy with unembarrassed freedom. Oswald, like most childless people, had had no suspicion of what the gray matter of a bright little boy's brain can hold. He was amazed at Peter's views and curiosities. It was Oswald's instinct never to talk down to man, woman, or child. He had never thought about it, but if you had questioned him, he would have told you that that was the sort of thing one didn't do. And this instinct gave him a wide range of available companionship. Peter had never conceived such good company as Oswald. You could listen to Oswald for hours. They discoursed upon every topic out of dreamland, and sometimes they came very close even to that dreamland where Bungo Peter adventured immortally. Oswald would feel a transfiguring presence, a touch of fantasy, and half suspect their glorious companion. Much of their talk was a kind of storytelling. "How should we go to the Congo forest?" Peter would ask. "Would one go by Nairobi?" "No, that's the other way. We'd have to go..." And forthwith Nobby and Peter were getting their stuff together and counting how many porters they would need. "One day, perhaps, we'd come upon a place fested with crocodiles," Peter would say. "We would. You would be pushing rather ahead of the party, with your guns, looking for anything there might be, pushing through tall reeds far above your head," Oswald would oblige. "You'd be with me," insisted Peter. It was really storytelling. It was Peter's habit in those days, when he was alone, to meditate on paper. He would cover sheet after sheet with rapidly drawn scenes of adventure. One day Oswald found himself figuring in one of these dream pictures. He and Peter were leading an army in battle. Capture of 10 war elephants was the legend thereon. But he realized how clearly the small boy saw him. Nothing was spared of the darkened, browless side of his face, with its asymmetrical glass eye. The figure of him was very long and lean and bent, with its arm still in its old sling, and it was drawn manifestly with the utmost confidence and admiration and love. Peter's hostility to schools was removed very slowly. The lessons at High Cross had scarred him badly, and about Miss Mills clung associations of the utmost dreariness. Still, it was Oswald's instinct to consult the young man on his destiny. "There's a lot you don't know yet," said Oswald. "Can't I read it out of books?" asked Peter. "You can't read everything out of books," said Oswald. "There's things you ought to see and handle, and things you can only learn by doing." Oswald wanted Peter to plan his own school. Peter considered. "I'd like lessons about the insides of animals, and about the people in foreign countries, and how engines work, and all that sort of thing." "Then we must find a school for you where they teach all that sort of thing," said Oswald, as though it was merely a question of ordering goods from the civil service stores. He had much to learn yet about education. 12. But Oswald was still only face to face with the half of his responsibility. One morning he found Peter at the schoolroom table very busy cutting big letters out of white paper. Beside him was a long strip of turkey twill from the dressing-up box that the Inglenook had plagiarized from the Sheldricks. "I'm getting ready for Joan," said Peter. "I'm going to put welcome on this for over the garden gate, and there's to be a triumphal arch." Hitherto, Peter had scarcely betrayed any interest in Joan at all. Now he seemed able to think of no one else, and Oswald found himself reduced abruptly from the position of center of Peter's universe to a mere helper in the decorations. But he was beginning to understand the small boy by this time, and he took the withdrawal of the limelight philosophically. When Aunt Phyllis and Joan arrived, they found the flagged path from the welcome gate festooned with chains of colored paper, bought with Peter's own pocket money and made by him and Oswald, with some slight assistance and much moral support from Aunt Phoebe in the evening, to the door. The triumphal arch had been achieved rather in the Gothic style by putting the movable badminton net posts into a sort of trousering of assorted oriental cloths from the dressing-up chest, and crossing 2 heads of giant Heracleum between them. Peter stood at the door, in the white satin suit his innocent vanity loved. Among other roles, it had served for Bassanio, Prince Hal, and Antony over the body of Caesar, with a face of extraordinary solemnity. Behind him stood Uncle Nobby. Joan wasn't quite the Joan that Peter expected. She was still wan from her illness, and she had grown several inches. She was as tall as he. And she was white-faced, so that her hair seemed blacker than ever, and her eyes were big and lustrous. She came walking slowly down the path with her eyes wide open. There was a difference, he felt, in her movement as she came forward, though he could not have said what it was. There was more grace in Joan now, and less vigor. But it was the same Joan's voice that cried, "Oh, Peter, it's lovely!" She stood before him for a moment, and then threw her arms about him. She hugged him and kissed him, and Uncle Nobby knew that it was the smear of High Cross School that made him wriggle out of her embrace and not return her kisses. But immediately he took her by the hand. "It's better in the playroom, Joan," he said. "All right, Joan, go on with him," said Oswald, and came forward to meet Aunt Phyllis. Aunt Phoebe was on the staircase a little aloof from these things, as became a woman of intellect, and behind Aunt Phyllis came Mary, and behind Mary came the Limpsfield cabman with Aunt Phyllis's trunk upon his shoulder and demolished the triumphal arch. But Peter did not learn of that disaster until later, and then he did not mind. It had served its purpose. The playroom, it was the old nursery rechristened, was indeed better. It was all glorious with paper chains of green and white festooned from corner to corner. On the floor, to the right under the window, was every toy soldier that Peter possessed, drawn up in review array, a gorgeous new Scots grey band in the front that Oswald had given him. But that was nothing. The big armchair had been drawn out into the middle of the room, and on it was Peter's own lion skin. And a piece of red stair carpet had been put for Joan to go up to the throne upon, and beside the throne was a little table, and on the table was a tinsel robe from Clarkson's, and a wonderful gilt crown and a scepter. Oswald had brought them along that morning. "The crown is for you, Joan," said Peter. "The scepter was bought for you." Little white-faced Joan stood stockishly with the crown in one hand and the scepter in the other. "Put the crown on, Joan," said Peter. "It's yours. It's a restoration ceremony." But she didn't put it on. "It's lovely, whispered Joan in a sort of rapture, and stared about her incredulously with her big dark eyes. It was home again, home, and Mrs. Pybus had passed like an evil dream in the night. She had never really believed it possible before that Mrs. Pybus could pass away. Even while Aunt Phyllis and Mary had been nursing her, Mrs. Pybus had hovered in the background, like something more enduring, waiting for them to pass away as inexplicably as they had come. Joan had heard the whining voice upon the stairs every day, and always while she was ill, and once Mrs. Pybus had come and stood by her bedside, and remarked like one who maintains an argument, "She'll be happy enough here when she's better again." No more Mrs. Pybus, no more whining scoldings, no more unexpected slaps and having to go to bed supperless, no more measles and uneasy misery in a bed with gray sheets, no more dark, dreadful sayings that lurked in the mind like jungle beasts. She was home with Peter, out of that darkness. And yet, outside was the darkness still. "Joan," said Peter, trying to rouse her, "there's a cake, like a birthday for tea." When Oswald came in, she was still holding the gilt crown in her hand. She let Peter take it from her and put it on her head, still staring incredulously about her. She took the scepter limply. Peter was almost gentle with this strange, staring Joan. 13. For some days, Oswald regarded Joan as a grave and thoughtful child. She seemed to be what country people call old-fashioned. She might have been a changeling. He did not hear her laugh once, and she followed Peter about as if she was his shadow. Then, one day, as he cycled over from Chastlan's, he heard a strange tumult proceeding from a little field on Master's farm, a marvelous mixture of familiar and unfamiliar sounds, an uproar, wonderful as though a tinker's van had met a school treat and the twain had got drunk together. The source of this row was hidden from him by a little coppice, and he dismounted and went through the wood to investigate. Joan and Peter had discovered a disused cowshed with a sloping roof of corrugated iron, and they had also happened upon an abandoned kettle and 2 or 3 tin cans. They were now engaged in hurling these latter objects onto the resonant roof, down which they rolled thunderously, only to be immediately returned. Joan was no longer a slip of pensive dignity. Peter was no longer a marvel of intellectual curiosities. They were both shrieking their maximum. Oswald had never before suspected Joan of an exceptionally full voice, nor Peter of so vast a wealth of gurgling laughter. "Keep the pot a-boilin'!" yelled Joan. "Keep the pot a-boilin'!" "Hoo!" cried Peter. "Hoo! Go it, Joan! Wow!" And then, to crown the glory, the kettle burst. It came into 2 pieces. That was too perfect. The 2 children staggered back. Each seized a half of the kettle and kicked it deliberately. Then they rolled away and fell on their stomachs amidst the grass, kicking their legs in the air. But the spirit of rowdyism grows with what it feeds upon. "Oh, let's do something really awful," cried Joan. "Let's do something really awful, Peter." Peter's legs became still and stiff with interrogation. "Oh, Peter," said Joan, "if I could only smash a window. Throw a brick for a real window, a big glass window, just one glass window." "Where's a window?" said Peter, evidently in a highly receptive condition, from which pitch of depravity Oswald roused him by a prod in the back. 14. But after that, Joan changed rapidly. Color crept back into her skin, and a faintly rollicking quality into her bearing. She became shorter again, and visibly sturdier, and her hair frizzed more and stuck out more. Her laugh and her comments upon the world became an increasingly frequent embroidery upon the quiet of the ingle-nook. She seemed to have a delusion that Peter was just within earshot, but only just. Oswald wondered how far her recent experiences had vanished from her mind. He thought they might have done so altogether, until one day Joan took him into her confidence quite startlingly. He was smoking in the little arbor, and she came and stood beside him so noiselessly that he did not know she was there until she spoke. She was holding her hands behind her, and she was regarding the South Downs with a pensive frown. She was paying him the most beautiful compliment. She had come to consult him. "Mrs. Pybus said," she remarked, "that everyone who doesn't believe there's a God goes straight to hell." "I don't believe there's a God," said Joan, "and Peter knows there isn't." For a moment Oswald was a little taken aback by this simple theology. Then he said, "Do you think Peter's looked everywhere, Joan?" Then he saw the real point at issue. "One thing you may be sure about, Joan," he said, "and that is that there isn't a hell, which is rather a pity in its way, because it would be nice to think of this Mrs. Pybus of yours going there, but there's no hell at all. There's nothing more dreadful than the dreadful things in life. There's no need to worry about hell." That, he thought, was fairly conclusive. But Joan remained pensive, with her eyes still on the distant hills. Then she asked one of those unanswerable children's questions that are all implication, imputation, assumption, misunderstanding, and elision. "But if there isn't a hell," said Joan, "what does God do?" 15. It was after Joan had drifted away again from these theological investigations that Oswald, after sitting some time in silence, said aloud and with intense conviction, "I love these children." He was no longer a stranger in England. He had a living anchorage. He looked out over the autumnal glories of the Weald, dreaming intentions. These children must be educated. They must be educated splendidly. Oswald wanted to see Peter serving the Empire. The boy would have pluck. He had already the loveliest brain, and a sense of fun. And Joan? Oswald was perhaps not quite so keen in those days upon educating Joan. That was to come later. After all, the Empire, indeed the whole world of mankind, is made up of Joans and Peters. What the Empire is, what mankind becomes, is nothing but the sum of what we have made of the Joans and Peters. End of section 13. Read by Eli Bishop, San Francisco, December 3, 2021.
Section 14 of Joan and Peter. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Joan and Peter by H.G. Wells. A Searching of Schoolmasters, Part 1. So it was that a systematic intention took hold of the lives of Joan and Peter. They had been snatched apart adventurously and disastrously out of the hands of an aimless and impulsive modernism, and dragged off into dusty and decaying corners of the Anglican system. Now they were to be rescued by this empire worshipper, this disfigured and suffering educational fanatic, and taught. What was there in Oswald's mind? His intentions were still sentimental and cloudy, but they were beginning to assume a firm and definite form. Just as the Uganda children were being made into civilized men and women according to the lights and means of the protectorate government, so these two children had to be made fit rulers and servants of the greatest empire in the world. They had to know all that a ruling race should know. They had to think and act as befitted a leading people. All this seemed to him the simple and obvious necessity of the case. But he was a sick man, fatigued much more readily than most men, given to moods of bitter irritability. He had little knowledge of how he might set about this task. He did not know what help was available and what was impossible. He made inquiries, and some were very absurd inquiries. He sought advice and talked to all sorts of people, and meanwhile Joan and Peter spent a very sunny and pleasant November running wild about Limpsfield. Until one day Oswald noted as much, and packed them off for the rest of the term to Miss Murgatroyd again. The school of St. George and the Venerable Bede was concentrating upon a Christmas production of Alice in Wonderland. There could not be very much bad teaching anyhow, and there would be plenty of fun. How is one to learn where one's children may be educated? This story has its comic aspects. Oswald went first to the education department. He thought that if one had two rather clever and hopeful children, upon whom one was prepared to lavish time and money, an imperial education department would be able to tell an anxious guardian what schools existed for them and the respective claims and merits and interrelationships of such schools. But he found that the government, which published a 6-inch map of the British Isles on which even the meanest outhouse is marked, had no information for the inquiring parent or guardian at all in this matter of schools. An educational map had still to become a part of the equipment of the civilized state. As it was inconceivable that party capital could be made out of the production of such a map, it was likely to remain a desideratum in Great Britain for many years to come. In an interview that remained dignified, on one side at least, until the last, Oswald was referred to the advertisement columns of The Times and the religious and educational papers, and to a class of educational agents, said the official with extreme detachment. Usually, of course, people hear of schools. So it was that England still referred back to the happy days of the 18th century, when our world was small enough for everybody to know and trust and consult everybody, and tell in a safe and confidential manner everything that mattered. "Oh my God!" groaned Oswald suddenly, giving way to his internal enemies. "My God! Here are two children, brilliant children, with plenty of money to be spent on them. Doesn't the Empire care a tuppenny damn what becomes of them?" "There is an association of private schoolmasters, I believe," said the official, staring at him. "But I don't know if it's any good." End of section 14.
Section 15 of Joan and Peter. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. This is read by Noel O'Kelly in Dublin, Ireland, in March 2021. Joan and Peter by H.G. Wells, Section 15, Part Number 6. Perhaps there was a sort of necessity in the educational stagnation of England during those crucial years before the Great War. All the influential and important people of the country were having a thoroughly good time, and if there was a growing quarrel between worker and employer, no one saw any reason in that for sticking a goad into the teacher. The disposition of the mass of men is always on the side of custom against innovation. The clear-headed effort of yesterday tends always to become the unintelligent routine of tomorrow. So long as we get along, we go along. In the less exacting days of good Queen Victoria, the educational processes of Great Britain had served well enough. They still went on because the necessity for a more thorough, coherent and lucid education had still to be made glaringly manifest. Few people understood the discontent of a Ray Lancaster, the fretfulness of a Kipling. Foresight dies when the imagination slumbers. Only catastrophe can convince the mass of people of the possibility of catastrophe. The system had the inertia of a spinning top. The most thoroughly and completely mistaught of one generation became the misteachers of the next. Learn, obey, create nothing, initiate nothing, have no troublesome doubts, ran the rules of a scholarly discretion. Prize boy, scholar, fellow, don, pedagogue, prize boy, scholar, fellow, don, so spun the circle of the schools. Into that relentless circle, the bright, curious little Peters who wanted to know about the insides of animals, and the way of machines and what was happening were drawn. The little Joans, too, were being drawn. The best escaped complete deadening. They found a use for themselves, but life usually kept them too busy and used them too hard for them ever to return to teach in college or school of the realities they had experienced. And so, as Joan and Peter grew up, Oswald became more and more tolerant of a certain rabble-rout of inky outsiders who, without authority and dignity, were at least putting living ideas of social function and relationship in the way of adolescent inquiry. It became manifest to Oswald that the real work of higher education, the discussion of God, of the state, and of sex, of all the great issues in life, while it was being elaborately evaded in the formal education of the country, was to a certain extent being done thinly, unsatisfactorily, pervertedly even, by the talk of boys and girls among themselves, by the casual suggestions of tutors, friends, and chance acquaintances, and more particularly by a number of irresponsible journalists and literary men. For example, though the higher education of the country afforded no comprehensive view of social interrelationship at all, the propaganda of the socialists did give a scheme, Oswald thought it was a mistaken and wrong-headed scheme, of economic interdependence. If the school showed nothing to their children of the empire but a few tiresome maps, Kipling's stories, for all his jingo violence, did at least breathe something of its living spirit. As Joan and Peter grew up, they ferreted out and brought to their guardian's knowledge a school of irresponsible contemporary teachers, Shaw, Wells, and the other Fabian Society pamphleteers, the Belloc-Chesterton group, Cunningham-Graham, Edward Carpenter, Orage of the New Age, Galsworthy, Cannon, the suffragettes, and the like. If the formal teachers lacked boldness, these strange self-appointed instructors seemed to be nothing if not bold. The free woman, which died to rise again as the new free woman, existed, it seemed, chiefly to mention everything that a young lady should never dream of mentioning. Aunt Phoebe's monthly Wayleaves, in its green and purple cover, made a gallant effort to outdo that valiant weekly. Aunt Phoebe was a bright and irresponsible assistant in the education of Oswald's wards. She sowed the house with strange books whenever she came to stay with them. Oswald found Joan reading Oscar Wilde when she was 17. He did not interrupt her reading, for he could not imagine how to set about the interruption. Later on he discovered a most extraordinary volume by Havelock Ellis lying in the library, an impossible volume. He read in it a little and then put it down. Afterwards he could not believe that book existed. He thought he must have dreamt about it, or dreamt the contents into it. It seemed incredible that Aunt Phoebe, he was never quite sure, when he went to look for it again, it had vanished, and he did not like to ask for it. More and more did this outside supplement of education in England press upon Oswald's reluctant attention. Most of these irregulars he disliked by nature and tradition. None of them had the dignity and restraint of the great Victorians, the Corinthian elegance of Ruskin, the Teutonic hammer-blows of Carlyle. Shaw, he understood, was a lean, red-haired pantaloon, terribly garrulous and vain. Belloc and Chesterton thrust a shameless obesity upon the public attention. The social origins of most of the crew were appalling. Bennett was a solicitor's clerk from the Potteries, Wells a counter-jumper, Orage came from Leeds. Oswald had seen a picture of Wells by Max that confirmed his worst suspicions about these people. A heavy bang of hair assisted a cascade moustache to veil a pasty face that was broad rather than long, and with a sly, conceited expression. The creature still wore a long and crumpled frock coat, acquired, no doubt, during his commercial phase, and rubbed together two large, clammy, white, misshapen hands. Except for Cunningham Graham, there was not a gentleman, as Oswald understood the word, among them all. But these writers got hold of the intelligent young because they did at least write freely where the university teacher feared to tread. They wrote, he thought, without any decent restraint. They seasoned even wholesome suggestions with a flavour of scandalous excitement. It remained an open question in his mind whether they did more good by making young people think or more harm by making them think wrong. Progressive dons, he found, maintained the former opinion. With that support, Oswald was able to follow his natural disposition and leave the reading of his two wards unrestrained. And they read and thought to such purpose as will be presently told. End of section 15. Section 16 of Joan and Peter. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Noel O'Kelly. Joan and Peter by H.G. Wells. Section 16, Chapter 10, Part 7. But here justice demands an interlude. Before we go on to tell how Joan and Peter grew up to adolescence in these schools that Oswald, assisted by Aunt Phyllis in the case of Joan, found for them, Mr. Mackinder must have his say, and make the apology of the schoolmaster. He made it to Oswald when first Oswald visited him and chose his school out of all the other preparatory schools to be Peter's. He appeared as a little brown man with a hedgehog's nose and much of the hedgehog's indignant note in his voice. He came, shy and hostile, into the drawing-room in which Oswald awaited him. It was, by the by, the most drawing-room-like drawing-room that Oswald had ever been in. It was as if some one had said to a furniture dealer, "People expect me to have a drawing-room. Please let me have exactly the sort of drawing-room that people expect." It displayed a grand piano towards the French window, a large standard lamp with an enormous shade, a pale silk sofa, an ottoman, a big fern in an ornate pot, and watercolours of Venetian lagoons. In the midst of it all stood Mr. Mackinder, in a highly contracted state, mutely radiating an interrogative, "Well?" "I'm looking for a school for my nephew," said Oswald. "You want him here? Well, do you mind if first of all I see something of the school?" "We're always open to investigation," said Mr. Mackinder bitterly. "I want to do the very best I can for this boy. I feel very strongly that it's my duty to him and to the country to turn him out as well as a boy can be turned out." Mr. Mackinder nodded his head and continued to listen. This was something new in private schoolmasters. For the most part, they had opened themselves out to Oswald like sunflowers, like the receptive throats of nestlings. They had embraced and silenced him by the wealth of their assurances. "I have two little wards," he said, "a boy and a girl. I want to make all I can of them. They ought to belong to the elite. The strength of a country, of an empire, depends ultimately almost entirely on its elite. This empire isn't overwhelmed with intelligence, and most of the talk we hear about the tradition of statesmanship—" Mr. Mackinder made a short, snorting noise through his nose that seemed to indicate his opinion of contemporary statesmanship. "You see, I take this schooling business very solemnly. These upper-class schools, I say, these schools for the sons of prosperous people and scholarship winners, are really elite-making machines. They really make, or fail to make, the empire. That makes me go about asking schoolmasters a string of questions. Some of them don't like my questions, Perhaps they are too elementary. I ask, what is this education of yours up to? What is the design of the whole? What is this preparation of yours for? This is called a preparatory school. You lay the foundations. What is the design of the building for which these foundations are laid? He paused, determined to make Mr. Mackinder say something before he discoursed further. "It isn't so simple as that," was wrung from Mr. Mackinder. "Suppose we just walk around the school, suppose we just see the sort of place it is, and what we are doing here. Then, perhaps, you'll be able to see better what we contribute in the way of making a citizen." The inspection was an unusually satisfactory one. White Court was one of the few private schools Oswald had seen that had been built expressly for its purpose. Its classrooms were well lit and well arranged. Its little science museum seemed good and well arranged and well provided with diagrams. Its gymnasium was businesslike, its wall blackboards unusually abundant and generously used, and everything was tidy. Nevertheless, the catechism for schoolmasters was not spared. "Now," said Oswald, "now for the curriculum." "We live in the same world with most other English schools," Mr. Mackinder sulked. "This is a preparatory school." "What are called English subjects?" "Yes." "How do you teach geography?" "With books and maps." Oswald spoke of lantern slides and museum visits. The cinema had yet to become an educational possibility. "I do what I can," said Mr. Mackinder. "I'm not a millionaire." "Do you do classics?" "We do Latin. Clever boys do a little Greek, in preparation for the public schools." "Grammar, of course. What else?" "French, German, Latin, Greek, bits of mathematics, botany, geography, bits of history, bookkeeping, music lessons, some watercolour painting. It's very mixed," said Oswald. "It's miscellaneous." Mr. Mackinder roused himself to a word of defence. "The boys don't specialise." "But this is a diet of scraps," said Oswald, reviving one of the most controversial topics of the catechism. "Nothing can be done thoroughly." "We are necessarily elementary." "It's rather like the White Knight in Alice in Wonderland packing his luggage for nowhere." "We have to teach what is required of us," said Mr. Mackinder. "But what is education up to?" asked Oswald. As Mr. Mackinder offered no answer to that riddle, Oswald went on. "What is education in England up to, anyhow? In Uganda, we knew what we were doing. There was an idea in it. The old native tradition was breaking up. We taught them to count and reckon English fashion, to read and write. We gave them books and the Christian elements so that they could join on to our civilization and play a part in the great world that was breaking up their little world. We didn't teach them anything that didn't serve mind or soul or body. We saw the end of what we were doing. But half this school teaching of yours is like teaching in a dream. You don't teach the boy what he wants to know and needs to know. You spend half his time on calculations he has no use for, mere formal calculations, and on this dead language stuff. It's like trying to graft mummy steak on living flesh. It's like boiling fossils for soup." Mr. Mackinder said nothing. "And damn it," said Oswald petulantly, "your school is about as good a school as I've seen or am likely to see." "I had an idea," he went on, "of just getting the very best out of those two youngsters, the boy especially, of making every hour of his schoolwork a gift of so much power or skill or subtlety, of opening the world to him like a magic book. The boy's tugging at the magic covers." He stopped short. "There are no such schools," said Mr. Mackinder compactly. "This is as good a school as you will find." And there he left the matter for the time. But in the evening he dined with Oswald at his hotel, and it may be that iced champagne had something to do with a certain relaxation from his afternoon restraint. Oswald had already arranged about Peter, but he wanted the little man to talk more. So he set him an example. He talked of his own life. He represented it as a life of disappointment and futility. "I envy you your life of steadfast usefulness." He spoke of his truncated naval career and his disfigurement, of the years of uncertainty that had followed. He talked of the ambitions and achievements of other men, of the large hopes and ambitions of youth. "I too," said Mr. Mackinder, warming for a moment, and then left his sentence unfinished. Oswald continued to generalize. "All life, I suppose, is disappointment, is anyhow largely disappointment," said Mr. Mackinder presently. "We get something done, 5%, 10% of what we meant to do." The schoolmaster reflected. Oswald refilled his glass for him. "To begin with, I thought, none of these other fellows really know how to run a school. I will, I said, make a nest of young paragons. I will take a bunch of boys and get the best out of them, the best possible, watch them, study them, foster them, and make a sort of boy that the White Court brand shall be looked for and recognized." He sipped his faintly seething wine and put down the glass. 5%, he said, 10% perhaps. He touched his lips with his dinner napkin. "I have turned out some creditable boys." "Did you make any experiments in the subjects you taught?" "At first. But one of the things we discover in life as we grow past the first flush of beginning is just how severely we are conditioned. We are conditioned. We seem to be free, and we are in a net. You have criticized my curriculum today pretty severely, Mr. Sydenham. Much that you say is absolutely right. It is wasteful, discursive, ineffective. Yes, but in my place, I doubt if you could have made it much other than it is. One or two things I do. Latin grammar here is taught on lines strictly parallel with the English and French and German. That is to say, we teach languages comparatively. It was troublesome to arrange, but it makes a difference mentally. And I take a class in formal logic. English teaching is imperfect, expression is slovenly, without that. The boys write English verse. The mathematical teaching, too, is as modern as the examining boards will let it be. Small things, perhaps, but you do not know the obstacles. Mr. Sydenham, your talk today has reminded me of all the magnificent things I set out to do at White Court when I sank my capital in building White Court 26 years ago. When I found that I couldn't control the choice of subjects, when I found that in that matter I was ruled by the sort of schools and colleges the boys had to go on to, and by the preposterous examinations that they would have to pass, then I told myself, at least I can cultivate their characters and develop something like a soul in them, instead of crushing out individuality and imagination as most schools do. Well, I think I have a house of clean-minded and cheerful and willing boys, and I think they all tell the truth. I don't know what I am to do with the religious teaching of these two youngsters of mine, said Oswald abruptly. Practically, they're godless. Mr. Mackinder did not speak for a little while. Then he said, "It is almost unavoidable, under existing conditions, that the religious teaching in a school should be formal and orthodox. For my own part, I am liberal," said Mr. Mackinder, and added, "very liberal. Let me tell you, Mr. Sydenham, exactly how I see things." He paused for a moment, as if to collect his views. If a little boy has grown up in a home, in the sort of home which one might describe as God-fearing, if he has not only heard of God, but seen God as a living influence upon the people about him, then, I admit, you have something real. He will believe in God. He will know God. God, simply because of the faith about him, will be a knowable reality. God is a faith in men. Such a boy's world will fall into shape about the idea of God. He will take God as a matter of course. Such a boy can be religious from childhood, yes, but there are very few such homes. Less, probably, than there used to be? Mr. Mackinder disavowed an answer by a gesture of hands and shoulders. He went on, frowning slightly as he talked. He wanted to say exactly what he thought. For all other boys, Mr. Sydenham, God, for all practical purposes, does not exist. Their worlds have been made without him. They do not think in terms of him. And if he is to come into their lives at all, he must come in from the outside, a discovery like a mighty rushing wind, by what is called conversion at adolescence. Until that happens, you must build the soul on pride, on honour, on the decent instincts. It is all you have, and the less they hear about God, the better. They will not understand. It will be a cant to them, a kind of indelicacy. The two greatest things in the world have been the most vulgarized, God and sex. If I had my own way, I would have no religious services for my boys at all. Instead of which, Mr. Mackinder paused impressively before replying, the local curate is preparing 2 of my elder boys for confirmation at the present time. He gazed gloomily at the tablecloth. If one could do as one liked, he said. If only one could do as one liked. But now Oswald was realizing for the first time the eternal tragedy of the teacher, that sower of unseen harvests, that reaper of thistles and the wind, that serf of custom, that subjugated rebel, that feeble, persistent antagonist of the triumphant things that rule him. And behind that immediate tragedy, Oswald was now apprehending for the first time something more universally tragic, an incessantly recurring story of high hopes and a grey ending. The story of boys and girls, clean and sweet-minded, growing up into life, and of the victory of world inertia, of custom drift and the tarnishing years. Mr. Mackinder spoke of his own youth. Quite early in life had come physical humiliations, the realization that his slender and delicate physique debarred him from most active occupations, and his resolve to be of use in some field where his weak and undersized body would be at no great disadvantage. I made up my mind that teaching would be my religion, he said. He told of the difficulties he had encountered in his attempts to get any pedagogic science or training. This is the most difficult profession in the world, he said, and the most important. Yet it is not studied. It has no established practice. It is not endowed. Buildings are endowed, and institutions, but not teachers. And in Great Britain, in the schools of the classes that will own and rule the country, 99% of the work was done by unskilled workmen, by low-grade genteel women and young men. In America, the teachers were nearly all women. How can we expect to raise a nation nearly as good as we might do under such a handicap? He had read and learnt what he could about teaching. He had served for small salaries in schools that seemed living and efficient. Finally, he had built his own school with his own money. He had had the direst difficulties in getting his staff together. What can one expect, he said. We pay them hardly better than shop assistants, less than bank clerks. You see the relative importance of things in the British mind. What hope or pride was there to inspire an assistant schoolmaster to do good work? I thought I could make a school different from all other schools, and I found I had to make a school like most other fairly good schools. I had to work for what the parents required of me, and the ideas of the parents had been shaped by their schools. I had never dreamt of the immensity of the resistance these would offer to constructive change. In this world there are incessant changes, but most of them are landslides or epidemics. I tried to get away from stereotyping examinations. I couldn't. I tried to get away from formal soul-destroying religion. I couldn't. I tried to get a staff of real assistants. I couldn't. I had to take what came. I had to be what was required of me. One works against time always, over against the parents. It is not only the boys one must educate, but the parents, let alone oneself. The parents demand impossible things. I have been asked for Greek and for bookkeeping by double entry by the same parent. I had to leave the matter as if I thought such things were possible. After all, the parent is master. One can't run a school without boys. You'd get some boys, said Oswald. Not enough. I'm up against time. The school has to pay. Can't you hold out for a time? Run the school on a handful of oatmeal? It's running it on an overdraft I don't fancy. You're not a married man, Mr. Sydenham, with sons to consider. No, said Oswald shortly, but I have these wards, and after all, there's not only today, but tomorrow. If the world is going wrong for want of education, if you don't give it, your sons will suffer. Tomorrow, perhaps, but today comes first. I'm up against time. Oh, I'm up against time. He sat with his hands held supine on the table before him. I started my school 27 years ago next Hillary, and it seems like yesterday. When I started it, I meant to be something memorable in schools. I jumped into it. I thought I should swim about. It was like jumping into the rapids of Niagara. I was seized. I was rushed along. Aye, aye. Time's against us all, said Oswald. I suppose the next glacial age will overtake us long before we're ready to fight out our destiny. If you want to feel the generations rushing to waste, said Mr. Mackinder, like rapids, you must put your heart and life into a private school. End of section 16.
Section 17 of Joan and Peter. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Joan and Peter by H.G. Wells. Chapter the 11th, Adolescence, Part 1. 1. The generations rushing to waste like rapids, like rapids. 10 years later, Oswald found himself repeating the words of the little private schoolmaster. He was in the gravest perplexity. Joan was now 19 and a half, and Peter almost of age, and they had had a violent quarrel. They would not live in the same house together any longer, they declared. Peter had gone back overnight to Cambridge on his motor bicycle. Joan's was out of order, an embittering addition to her distress, and she had cycled on her push bicycle over the hills that morning to Bishop Stortford to catch the Cambridge train, and Oswald was left to think over the situation and all that had led to it. He sat alone in the May sunshine, in the little arbor that overlooked his rose garden at Pelham Ford, trying to grasp all that had happened to these stormy young people since he had so boldly taken the care of their lives into his hands. He found himself trying to retrace the phases of their upbringing, and his thoughts went wide and far over the problem of human training. Suddenly, he had discovered his charge's adult. Joan had stood before him, amazingly grown up, a woman, young, beautiful, indignant. Who could have foretold 10 years ago that Joan would have been declaring with tears in her voice but much stiffness in her manner that she had stood enough from Peter and calling him weak? "He insults all my friends, Nobby," she had said, "and as for he's like that puppy we had who dug up rotten bones we had never suspected all over the garden. Oh, his women are horrible," Joan had cried. 2. Oswald's choice of a permanent home at Pelham Ford had been largely determined by the educational requirements of Joan and Peter. While Peter had been at Whitecourt and Joan at High Morton School 12 miles away, Oswald had occupied a not very well furnished house at Margate. When Peter, after an inquisition by Oswald into English public schools, had been awarded at last as a sort of prize, with reservations, to Caxton, Oswald, convinced by now by his doctors and his own disagreeable experiences that he must live in England for the rest of his life if he was to hope for any comfort or activity, decided to set up a permanent home with a garden and buildings that would be helpful through days of dullness in some position reasonably accessible from London, Caxton, and Margate, and later on from Cambridge, to which they were both predestined. After some search, he found the house he needed in the pretty little valley of the Rash that runs northeastward from Ware. The Stubland aunts still remained as tenants of the Inglenook, and made it a sort of alternative home for the youngsters. The country to the north and east of Ware is a country of miniature gorges with frequent water splashes. The stream widens and crosses the road in a broad, pebbly shallow of ripples just at the end of Pelham Ford. There is a causeway with a white handrail for bicycles and foot passengers beside the ford, and beyond it is an inn and the post office and such thatched, whitewashed homes as constitute the village. Then beyond comes a row of big trees and the high red wall and iron gates of this house Oswald had taken. The church of Pelham Ford is a little humped, spireless building up the hill to the left. The stream brawls along for a time beside the road. Through the gates of the house one looks across a lawn barred by the shadows of big trees, at a blazing flower garden that goes up a series of terraces to the little red-tiled summer house that commands the view of the valley. The house is to the right and near the road, a square, comfortable 18th-century red brick house with ivy on its shadowed side and fig trees and rose trees towards the sun. It has a classical portico and a grave but friendly expression. The Margate house had been a camp, but this was furnished with some deliberation. Oswald had left a miscellany of possessions behind him in Uganda, which Moore had packed and sent on after him when it was settled that there could be no return to Africa. The hall befitted the home of a member of the Plantain Club. African spoils adorned it, 3 lions' heads, a white rhinoceros head, elephants' feet, spears, gourds, tusks. In the midst, a large table took the visitor's hat and stick and bore a large box for the post. Out of this hall opened a little close study Oswald rarely used, except when Joan and Peter and their friends were at home, and a passage led to a sunny golden-brown library possessing 3 large southward windows on the garden, a room it had pleased him greatly to furnish, and in which he did most of his writing. It had a parquet floor and oriental rugs like sunlit flower beds. Across the hall, opposite the study, was a sort of sitting-room, living-room, which was given over to Joan and Peter. It had been called the schoolroom in the days when their holiday visits had been mitigated by the presence of some temporary governess or tutor. And now that those disciplined days were over, their 2 developing personalities still jostled in the one apartment. A large pleasant drawing-room and a dining-room completed the tale of rooms on the ground floor. In this room across the hall, there was much that would have repaid research on the part of Oswald. The room was a joint room only when Joan and Peter were without guests in the house. Whenever there were guests, whether they were women or men, Joan turned out, and the room became a refuge or rendezvous for Peter. It was therefore rather Peter's than Joan's. Here, as in most things, it was Peter's habit to prevail over Joan. But she had her rights. She had had a voice in the room's decoration, a share in its disorder. The upper bookshelves to the right of the fireplace were hers, and the wall next to that. Against this stood her bureau, locked and secure, over and against Peter's bureau. Oswald had given them these writing desks 3 Christmases ago. But the mess on the table under the window was Peter's, and Peter had more than his fair share of the walls. The stuffed birds and animals and a row of skulls were the result of a, quote, museum, unquote, phase of Peter's when he was 14. The watercolor pictures were Peter's. The hearth rug was the lion skin that Peter still believed had been brought for him from Nairobi by Oswald. Peter could caricature, and his best efforts were framed here. His style was a deliberate compliment to the incomparable Max. He had been very successful twice in bringing out the latent fierceness of Joan. One not ungraceful effort was called the Scalp Dance. The other, less pleasing to its subject, represented Joan in full face, with her hands behind her back and her feet apart, quote, telling the whole truth. Joan, alas, had no corresponding skill for a retort, but she had framed an enlargement of a happy snapshot of Peter on the garden wall. She had stood below and held her camera up so that Peter's boots and legs were immense and his head dwindled to nothing in perspective. So seen, he became an embodiment of masculine brutality. The legend was, quote, the camera can detect what our eyes cannot. One corner of this room was occupied by a pianola piano and a large untidy collection of classical music rolls. Right and left of the fireplace, the bookshelves bore an assortment of such literature as appealed in those days to animated youth, classics of every period from Plato to Shaw, and such moderns as Compton Mackenzie, Masefield, Gilbert Cannon, and Ezra Pound. Back numbers of The Free Woman, The New Age, The New Statesman, and The Poetry Review mingled on the lowest shelf. There was a neat row of philosophical textbooks in the Joan section. Joan, for no particular reason, was taking the moral science tripos, and a microscope stood on Peter's table, for he was biological. 3. Oswald's domestic arrangements had at first been a grave perplexity. In Uganda, he had kept house very well with a Swahili overman and a number of boys. In Margate, this sort of service was difficult to obtain, and the holiday needs of the children seemed to demand a feminine influence of the governess companion type, a lady. A succession of refined feminine personalities had intersected these years of Oswald's life. They were all ladies by birth and profession. They all wore collars supported by whalebone about their necks, and they all developed and betrayed a tenderness for Oswald that led to a series of flights to the Climax Club and firm but generous dismissals. Oswald's ideas of matrimony were crude and commonplace. He could imagine himself marrying no one but a buxom young woman of 23, and he could not imagine any buxom young woman of 23 taking a healthy interest in a man over 40 with only half a face and fits of fever and fretfulness. When these ladies one after another threw out their gentle intimations, he had the ingratitude to ascribe their courage to a sense of his own depreciated matrimonial value. This caused just enough indignation to nerve him to the act of dismissal. But on each occasion he spent the best part of a morning and made serious inroads upon the club notepaper before the letter of dismissal was framed, and he always fell back upon the stock lie that he was going abroad to a Kur Ort and was going to lock up the house. On each occasion the house was locked up for 3 or 4 weeks, and Oswald lived a nomadic existence until a fresh lady could be found. Finally, God sent him Mrs. Moxton. She came in at Margate during an interregnum while Aunt Phyllis was in control. Aunt Phyllis, after a reflective interview, passed her on to Oswald. She was more like Britannia than one could have imagined possible. Her face was perhaps a little longer and calmer, and her pink chins rather more numerous. "I understand," she said, seating herself against Oswald's desk, "that you are in need of someone to take charge of your household." "Did you hear?" began Oswald. "It's the talk of Margate," she said calmly. "So I understand that you are prepared to be the lady—" "I am not a lady," said Mrs. Moxton, with a faint asperity. "I beg your pardon," said Oswald. "I am a housekeeper," she said, as who should say, "At least give me credit for that. I have had experience with a single gentleman." There seemed to be an idea in it. "I was housekeeper to the late Mr. Justice Benleys for some years until he died, and then, unhappily, being in receipt of a small pension from him, I took to keeping a boarding house, Winnipeg House, on the Marine Parade, a most unpleasant and anxious experience." Her note of indignation returned, and the clear pink of her complexion deepened by a shade. "A torrent of common people." "Exactly," said Oswald. "I have seen them walking about the town, beastly new yellow boots, and fast, squeaky little girls in those new floppy white hats. You think you could dispose of the boarding-house?" Mrs. Moxton compressed her chins slightly in assent. "It's a saleable concern." "There are those," said Mrs. Moxton, with a faint sense of the marvels of God's universe in her voice, "who would be glad of it." He rested his face on his hand and regarded her profile very earnestly with his one red-brown eye. From the beginning to the end of the interview, Mrs. Moxton never once looked straight at him. He perceived that she was incapable of tenderness, dissimulation, or any personal relationship. A woman in profile, a woman with a pride in her work, a woman to be trusted. "You'll do," he said. "Of course, sir, you will take up my references first. They are a little old, but I think you will find them satisfactory." "I have no doubts about your references, Mrs. Moxton, but they shall be taken up nevertheless, duly and in order." "Thank you, sir," said Mrs. Moxton, giving him a 3/4 face and almost looking at him in her pleasure. And thereafter Mrs. Moxton ruled the household of Oswald according to the laws and habits of the late Mr. Justice Benleys, who had evidently been a very wise, comfortable, and intelligent man. When she came on from the uncongenial furniture at Margate to the comfort and beauty of Pelham Ford, she betrayed a certain approval by expanding an inch or so in every direction and letting out 2 new chins, but otherwise she made no remark. She radiated decorum and a faint smell of lavender. She had, it seemed, always possessed a black-watered silk dress and a gold chain. Even Lady Charlotte approved of her. For some years, Mrs. Moxton enabled Oswald to disregard the social difficulties that are supposed to surround feminine adolescence. Joan and Peter got along very well with Pelham Ford as their home, and no other feminine control except an occasional visit from the Stubland aunts. Then Aunt Charlotte became tiresome because Joan was growing up. "How can the gal grow up properly," she asked, "even considering what she is, in a house in which there isn't a lady at the head?" Oswald reflected upon the problem. He summoned Mrs. Moxton to his presence. "Mrs. Moxton," he said, "when Miss Joan is here, I've been thinking, don't you think she ought to be, so to speak, mistress of the place?" "I have been wondering when you would make the change, Mr. Sydenham," said Mrs. Moxton. "I shall be very pleased to take my orders from Miss Joan." And after that, Mrs. Moxton used to come to Joan whenever Joan was at Pelham Ford, and tell her what orders she had to give for the day. And when Joan had visitors, Mrs. Moxton told Joan just exactly what arrangements Joan was to order Mrs. Moxton to make. In all things that mattered, Mrs. Moxton ruled Joan with an obedience of iron. Her curtsies, slow, deliberate, and firm, insisted that Joan was a lady and had got to be one. She took to calling Joan ma'am. Joan had to live up to it, and did. Visitors increased after the young people were at Cambridge. Junior dons from Newnham and Girton would come and chaperone their hostess, and Peter treated Oswald to a variety of samples of the younger male generation. Some of the samples Oswald liked more than others, and he concealed very carefully from Aunt Charlotte how mixed these young gatherings were, how light was the Cambridge standard of chaperonage, and how very junior were some of the junior dons from the women's colleges. 4. When children are small, we elders in charge are apt to suppose them altogether plastic. There are resistances, it is true, but these express themselves at first only in tantrums, in apparently quite meaningless outbreaks. We impose our phrases and values so completely that such spasmodic opposition seems to signify nothing. We impose our names for things, our classifications with their thousand implications, our interpretations. The child is imitative and obedient by instinct, its personality for the most part latent, warily hidden. That is hand, we dictate. That is hat. That is pussycat. That is pretty. That is good. That is nasty. That is ugly, ugh. That again is fearsome, run away. There is no discussion. If we know our parental business, we are able to establish all sorts of habits, readinesses, dispositions in these entirely plastic days. "Time for Peter to go to bed," uttered with gusto, becomes the signal for an interesting ritual upon which he embarks with dignity, until some idiot visitor remarks loudly, "Doesn't he hate going to bed? I always hated going to bed," whereupon, in that matter, the seeds of reflection and dissent are sown in the little mind. And so with most other matters. For a few years of advantage, the new mind is clay, and we have it to ourselves. And then, still clay, it becomes perceptibly resistant, perceptibly disposed to recover some former shape we have given it, or to take an outline of its own. It discovers we are not divine, and that even Dada cannot recall the sunset. It is not only that other minds are coming in to modify and contradict our decisions, we contradict ourselves, and it notes the contradiction. And old nature begins to take an increasing share in the accumulating personality. Apart from what we give and those others give, things bubble up inside it, desires, imaginations, creative dreams. By imperceptible degrees, the growing mind slips away from us. A little while ago it seemed like some open vessel into which we could pour whatever we chose. Now suddenly it is closed and locked, hiding a fermentation. Perhaps things have always been more or less so between elders and young, but in the old days of slower change, what fathers and mothers had to tell the child, priest and master re-echoed, laws and institutions confirmed, the practice of everyone, good or evil, endorsed in black or white. But from the breakup of the Catholic culture in England onward, there has been an unceasing conflict between more and more divergent stories about life, and in the last half-century that clash has enormously intensified. What began as a war of ideals became at last a chaos. Adolescence was once either an obedience or a rebellion. At the opening of the 20th century, it had become an interrogation and an experiment. One heard very much of the right of the parent to bring up children in his own religion, his own ideas, but no one ever bothered to explain how that right was to be preserved. In Ireland, one found near Dublin educational establishments surrounded by 10-foot walls topped with broken glass, protecting a Catholic atmosphere for a few precious and privileged specimens of the Ursa nation. Mr. James Joyce, in his Portrait of the Artist as a Young Man, had bottled a specimen of that Catholic atmosphere for the astonishment of posterity. The rest of the youth of the changing world lay open to every wind of suggestion that blew. The parent or guardian found himself a mere competitor for the attention and convictions of his charges. 5. Through childhood and boyhood and girlhood, Peter's sex and seniority alike had conspired to give him a leadership over Joan. His seemed the richer, livelier mind. He told most of the stories and initiated most of the games. Joan was the follower. That masculine ascendancy lasted until Peter was leaving Caxton, in spite of various emancipating forces at High Morton. Then, in less than a year, Joan took possession of herself. Reserve is a necessary grace in all younger brothers and sisters. Peter spread his reveries as a peacock spreads its tail, but Joan kept her dreams discreetly private. All youth lives much in reverie. Thereby the stronger minds anticipate and rehearse themselves for life in 1,000 imaginations, the weaker ones escape from it. Against that early predominance of Peter, Joan maintained her self-respect by extensive secret supplements of the Bungo Peter saga. For example, she was Bungo Peter's dearest beloved. Peter never suspected how Bungo Peter and she cuddled up at the campfires and were very close and warm every night until she went off to sleep. When she was about 14, Joan's imagination passed out of the phase of myth and saga into the world of romance. The real world drew closer to her. Bungo Peter vanished. Nobby shrank down to a real Uncle Nobby. Her childish reveries had disregarded possibility. Now the story had to be plausible. It had to join on to High Morton and the Inglenook and Pelham Ford. Its heroine had to be conceivable as the real Joan. And with the coming of reality came moods. There were times when she felt dull, and the world looked on her with a gray and stupid face, and other times, to compensate her for these dull phases, seasons of unwanted exaltation. It was as if her being sometimes drew itself together in order presently to leap and extend itself. In these new phases of expansion, she had the most perfect conviction that life, and particularly her life, was wonderful and beautiful and destined to be more and more so. She began to experience a strange new happiness in mere existence, a happiness that came with an effect of revelation. It is hard to convey the peculiar delight that invaded her during these phases. It was almost as if the earth had just been created for her and given to her as a present. There were moments when the world was a crystal globe of loveliness about her, moments of ecstatic realization of a universal beauty. The slightest things would suffice to release this sunshine in her soul. She would discover the intensest delight in little hitherto disregarded details, in the color of a leaf held up to the light, or the rhythms of ripples on a pond, or the touch of a bird's feather. There were moments when she wanted to kiss the sunset, and times when she would clamber over the end wall of the garden at Pelham Ford, in order to lie hidden and still, with every sense awake, in the big clump of bracken in the corner by the wood beyond. The smell of crushed bracken delighted her intensely. She wanted to be a nymph then, and not a girl in clothes. And shining summer streams and lakes roused in her a passionate desire to swim, to abandon herself wholly to the comprehensive sweet silvery caress of the waters. In the days of the saga story, the time of the story had always been now and never. But in the drama of adolescence, the time of all Joan's reveries was tomorrow. What she dreamt of now were things that were to be real experiences in quite a little time, when she had grown just a year or so older, when she was a little taller, when she had left school, when she was really as beautiful as she hoped to be. The world about her, by example and precept, by plays and stories and poems and histories, was supplying her with a rich confusion of material for these anticipatory sketches. One main history emerged in her 15th year. It went on for many months. Joan of Arc was in the making of it, and Jane Shore and Nell Gwynn. At first she was the Lady Joan, and then she became just Joan Stubland, but always she was the king's mistress. From the very beginning, Joan had found something splendid and attractive in the word mistress. It had come to her first in a history lesson, and then, more brightly clad, in a costume novel, but it was a very glorious and noble kind of mistress that Joan had in view. Her ideas of the authority and duties of a mistress were vague, but she knew that a mistress rules by beauty. That she ruled, Joan never doubted, or why should she be called mistress? And she prevailed over queens, so French history had instructed her. She made war and peace. Joan of Arc was inextricably mixed in with the vision. She was a beautiful girl, and she told the King of France what to do. At need, she led armies. What else but a mistress could you call her? Mistress of France, magnificent phrase. Of such ideas was Joan Stubland woven. The king perhaps would do injustice or neglect a meritorious case, then Joan Stubland would appear, watchful and dignified. No, she would say, that must not be. I am the king's mistress. And she wore a kind of light armor, without skirts, never with skirts. Joan at 14 already saw long skirts ahead of her and hated them, as a man might hate a swamp that he must presently cross knee-deep. Where the king went, Joan went, but he was not the current king, nor his destined successor. She had studied these monarchs in the illustrated papers and in the news. She did not think much of them. They stood down out of Joan's dream, in favor of a younger autocrat. After all, was there not also a young prince, her contemporary, who would someday be king? But in her imagination he was not like his published portraits. Instead, and this is curious, he was rather like Peter. He was as much like Peter as anyone. This was all of Peter that ever got into her reveries, for there was a curious bar in her mind to Peter being thought of either as her lover or as anyone not her lover. Something obscure in her composition barred any such direct imaginations about Peter. So, contrariwise to all established morality, and to everything which her properly constituted teachers were trying to shape her, a chance phrase in a history book filled the imagination of Joan with this dream of a different sort of woman's life altogether, in which one went side by side with a man in a manly way, sharing his power, being dear and beautiful to him. Compared with such a lot, who would be one of these wives? Who would stay at home and, as a consequence apparently of the religious ceremony of matrimony, have babies? The King's Mistress story was Joan's dominant reverie, but it was not her only one. It was, so to speak, her serial. It was always to be continued in our next. But her busy mind, whenever her attention was not fully occupied, was continually spinning romance. Beside the serial story, there were endless incidental ones. Almost always, they were love stories. They were violent and adventurous in substance, full of chases, fights, and confrontations, but Joan did not stint herself of kissing and embraces. There were times when she liked tremendously to think of herself kissing. Most little girls of 13 and 14 are thinking with the keenest interest and curiosity about this lover business and its mysteries, and Joan was no exception. She was deeply interested to find she was almost as old as Juliet. Inspired by Shakespeare, Joan thought quite a lot about balconies and ladders and Romeo. Some of her school contemporaries jested about these things, and were very arch and sly, but she was as shy of talking about love as she was prone to love reveries. She talked of flowers and poetry and music and scenery and beautiful things as though they were things in themselves, but in her heart she was convinced that all the loveliness that shone upon her in the world was only so much intimation of the coming loveliness of love. The outward and visible disposition of Highmorton School was all against the spirit of such dreams. The disposition of Highmorton was towards a scorn of males. What Joan knew surely to be lovely, Highmorton denounced as soppy. Soppy was a terrible word in boys' schools and girls' schools alike, a flail for all romance. But in the girls' schools it was used more particularly against tender thoughts of men. Highmorton taught the revolt of women from the love of men, in favor of the love of women. The school resounded always with the achievements of the one important sex, hitherto held back by man-made laws from demonstrating an all-round superiority. The staff at Highmorton had all a common hardness of demeanor. They were without exception suffragettes, and most of them militant suffragettes. They played hockey with great violence, and let the elder girls hear them say damn. The ones who had any beauty aspired to sub-virile effects. They impressed small adorers as if they were sexless angels. There was Miss Oriana Frobisher, science, with the glorious wave in her golden hair and the flash of lightning in her glasses. She had done great feats with love, it was said. She had refused a professor of botany and a fabulously rich widower, and the mathematical master was gone on her. There was Miss Kellaway, dark and pensive, known to her worshippers as Queen of the Night, fragile and yet a swift and nimble forward. Aunt Phoebe also had become a leading militant, and Aunt Phyllis, who wavered on the verge of militancy, continued the Highmorton teaching in the holidays. Absolute equality between the sexes was their demand. Their moderate demand, seeing what men were. Joan would have been more than human not to take the color of so universal a teaching, and yet in her reveries there was always one man exempt from that doom of general masculine inferiority. She had no use for a dream lover unless he was dying of consumption, or Tristram fashion, of love-caused wounds, who could not outrun, outfence, outwrestle, and outthink her, or for a situation of asserted equality which could not dissolve into caressing devotion. 6. And of these preoccupations with the empire, and the duties and destinies of the empire, and the collective affairs of mankind, which to Oswald were the very gist and purpose of education, High Morton taught Joan practically nothing. Miss Jevons, the head, would speak now and then of loyalty to the crown in a rather distant way. Miss Murgatroyd had been wont to do the same thing, and for the rest left politics alone, except that there was one thing, one supreme thing, the vote. When first little Joan heard of the vote at Limpsfield, she was inclined to think it was a flattened red round thing, rather like the venerable bead at the top of the flagstaff. She learned little better at High Morton. She gathered that women were going to, quote, get the vote, and then they were to vote. They were going to vote somehow against the men, and it would make the world better, but there was very little more to it than that. The ideas remained strictly personal, strictly dramatic. Wicked men like Mr. Asquith, who opposed the vote, were to be cast down. One of the dazzling Pankhurst family, or perhaps Miss Oriana Frobisher, was to take his place. Profound skepticisms about this vote, in her heart of hearts she called it the old vote, were hidden by Joan from the general observation of the school. She had only the slightest attacks of that common schoolgirl affliction, schoolmistress love. She never idolized Miss Jevons or Miss Frobisher or Miss Kellaway. Their enthusiasm for the vote, therefore, prevented hers. Later on, it was to be different. She was to find in the vote a symbol of personal freedom, and an excellent excuse for undergraduate misbehavior. It is true, High Morton School presented a certain amount of history and geography to Joan's mind, but in no way as a process in which she was concerned. She grew up to believe that in England we were out of history, out of geography, eternally blessed in a constitution that we could not better, under a crown which was henceforth, forever, so to speak, the center of an everlasting social tea party, and that party politics in Parliament and the great vote struggle had taken the place of such real convulsions of human fortune as occurred in other countries and other times. Wars, famine, pestilence, the world had done with them. Nations, kings, and people, politics, were for Joan, throughout all her school days, no more than scenery for her unending private personal romance. But because much has been told here of Joan's reveries, it is not to be imagined that she was addicted to brooding. It was only when her mind was unoccupied that the internal storyteller got to work. Usually Joan was pretty actively occupied. The High Morton ideal of breezy activity took hold of her very early. One kept on the go. In school, she liked her work, even though her unworshipping disposition got her at times at loggerheads with her teachers. There was so much more in the lessons than there had been at Miss Murgatroyd's. Out of school, she became rather a disorderly influence. At first she missed Peter dreadfully. Then she began to imitate Peter, for the benefit of one or two small associates with less initiative than her own. Then she became authentically Peter-like. She tried a mild saga of her own in those junior days, and taught her friends to act a part in it, as Peter had taught her to be a companion of the great Bungo. She developed the same sort of disposition to go up ladders, climb over walls, try the fronts of cliffs, go through open doors and try closed ones, that used to make Peter such agreeable company. Once or twice, she and a friend or so even got lost by the mistress in charge of a school walk and came home by a different way through the outskirts of Broadstairs. But that led to an awe-inspiring fuss. Moreover, it took Joan some years to grasp the idea that the physical correction of one's friends is not ladylike. When it came to other girls, she perceived that Peter's way with a girl was really a very good way, better than either hauteur or pinching, holding down, for instance, or the wrist wrench. All the time that she was at High Morton, Joan found no friend as good as Peter. Tell Wymark with the freckles became important about Joan's 15th birthday as a good giggling associate, a person to sit with in the back seats of lectures and debates and tickle to death with dry comments on the forward proceedings. To turn on Tell quietly and slowly and do a gargoyle face at her was usually enough to set her off, or even to pull a straight face and sit as if you were about to gargoyle. Tell's own humor was by no means negligible, and she had a store of limericks, the first limericks Joan had encountered. Joan herself rarely giggled. On a few occasions she laughed loudly, but for most comic occasions her laughter was internal. And so this disintegration of Tell by merriment became a fascinating occupation. It was no doubt the contrast of her dark restraint, that subjected her to the passionate affection of Adela Murchison. That affair began a year or so before the friendship with Tell. Adela was an abundant white-fleshed creature, rather more than a year older than Joan. She came back from the Easter holidays, stage-struck, with her head full of Rosalind. She had seen Miss Lilla McCarthy as Rosalind in As You Like It, and had fallen violently in love with her. She went over the play with Joan, and Joan was much fascinated by the Rosalind masquerade. In such guise, Joan Stublin might well have met her king for the first time. Then Adela and Joan let their imaginations loose and played at Shakespearean love-making. They would get together upon walks and steal apart whenever an opportunity offered. Adela wanted to kiss a great deal, and once when she kissed Joan, she whispered, "It's not Rosalind I love, not Lilla or anyone else, just Joan." Joan kissed her in return, and then something twisted over in Joan's mind that drove her to austerity. Suddenly, she would have no more of this kissing. She herself could not have explained why or wherefore. It was the queerest recoil. "We're being too soppy," she said to Adela, but that did not in the least express it. Adela became a protesting and urgent lover. She wrote Joan notes. She tried to make scenes. She demanded, was there anyone else? "No," said Joan, "but I don't like all this rot." "You did," said Adela, with ready tears shining in her pretty eyes. "And I don't now," said Joan. Joan herself was puzzled, but she had no material in her mind by which she could test and analyze this revulsion. She hid a dark secret from all the world. She hid it almost from herself, that once before in the previous summer holidays, one afternoon while she was staying with her aunts at the Inglenook, she had walked over by the Cuspard house on the way to Miss Murgatroyd's, and she had met young Cuspard, grown tall and quaintly good-looking in white flannels. They had stopped to talk and sat down on a tree together, and suddenly he had kissed her. "You're lovely, Joan," he said. It was an incredible thing to remember. It was a memory so astounding as to be obscure, but she knew as a fact that she had kissed him again, and had liked this kissing, and then had had just this same feeling of terror, of enormity, as though something vast clutched at her. It was fantastically disagreeable, not like a real disagreeable thing, but like a dream disagreeable thing. She resolved that in fact it had not happened. She barred it back out of the current of her thoughts, and it shadowed her life for days. End of section 17. Read by Eli Bishop, San Francisco, March 27, 2021. Section 18 of Joan and Peter. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Joan and Peter by H.G. Wells. Chapter the 11th, Adolescence, Part 2. 7. The modern world tells the young a score of conflicting stories, more or less distinctly, about every essential thing. While men like Oswald dream of a culture telling the young plainly what they are supposed to be for, what this or that or the other is for, the current method of instruction about God and state and sex alike is a wrangle that never joins issue. For every youth and maiden who is not strictly secluded or very stupid, adolescence is a period of distressful perplexity, of hidden hypotheses, misunderstood hints, checked urgency, and wild stampedes of the imagination. Joan's opening mind was like some ill-defended country across which armies marched. Came the School of St. George and the Venerable Bede, led by Miss Murgatroyd and applauded by Aunt Phoebe, bearing its head and feet and knees, casting aside corsets, appealing to nature and simplicity, professing fearlessness, and telling the young a great deal less than it had the air of telling them. Came High Morton, a bracing wind after that relaxing atmosphere. But Limpsfield had at least a certain honesty in its limited initiation. High Morton was comparatively an imposture. With an effect of going right on beyond all established things to something finer and newer, High Morton was really restoring prudery in a brutalized form. It is no more vigorous to ban a topic by calling it soppy and waving a muddy hockey stick at it in a threatening manner, than it is to ban it by calling it improper and primly cutting it dead. There the topic remains. A third influence had made a contributory grab at Joan. Aunt Charlotte Sydenham's raid on the children's education was on behalf of all that was then most orthodox. Hers was indeed the essential English culture of the earlier Victorian age, a culture that, so far as sex went, was pure suppression, tempered by the broad hints and tittering chatter of servants and base people. Stuck away, shut in Joan's memory, Shut in and disregarded as bees will wax up and disregard the decaying body of some foul intruder, were certain passages with Mrs. Pybus. They carried an impression at once vague and enormous of a fascinating, unclean horror. They were inseparably mixed up with strange, incredulous thoughts of hell that were implanted during the same period. Such scenery as they needed was supplied with the dusty, faded furnishings of the little house in Windsor. They had the same faintly disagreeable, dusty smell of a home only cleansed by stray wipes with a duster and spiritless sweeping with tea leaves. That period had been a dark patch upon the sunlit fabric of Joan's life. Over it all brooded this Mrs. Pybus, frankly dirty while doing her house in the morning, then insincerely tidy in the afternoon. She talked continually to, at, and round about Joan. She was always talking. She was an untimely widow prone to brood upon the unpleasant but enormously importunate facts that married life had thrust upon her. She had an irresistible desire to communicate her experiences with an air of wisdom. She had a certain conceit of wisdom. She had no sense of the respect due to the ignorance of childhood. Like many women of her class and type, she was too egotistical to allow for childhood. Never before had Joan heard of diseases. Now she heard of all the diseases of these two profoundly clinical families, the Pybuses and the Unwins. The Pybus family specialized in cancers, tumors, and morbid growths generally. One, but he was rather remote and legendary, had had an insect in his head. The distinction of the Unwins, on the other hand, was in difficult parturitions. All this stuff was poured out in a whining monologue in Joan's presence as Mrs. Pybus busied herself in the slatternly details of her housework. 2 cases of cancer I've seen through from the very first pangs, Mrs. Pybus would begin, and then piously, God grant I never see a third. Whatever you do, Joan, one thing I say never do, the good though Pybus was and kind, never marry no one with internal cancer, however hard you may be drove. Indigestion, rheumatism, even a wooden leg, rather, better a man that drinks. I say it, and I know it doesn't make it any easier, Joan, to sit and see them suffer. You've got your troubles yet to come, young lady. I don't expect you understand half what I'm telling you, but you will some day. I sometimes think if I hadn't been kept in ignorance, things might have been better for me, all I've been called upon to go through. That was the style of thing. It was like pouring drainage over a rosebud. First Joan listened with curiosity, then with horror. Then, unavailingly, always overpowered by a grotesque fascination, she tried not to listen. Monstrous fragments got through to her cowering attention. Here were things for a little girl to carry off in her memory, material, as she sickened from measles, for the most terrifying and abominable of dreams. There's poor ladies that has to be reg'lar cut open. I had a dreadful time when I married Pybus. Often I said to him afterwards, you can't complain of me, Pybus, the things one lives through. His sister's husband didn't have no mercy on her. Don't you go outside this gate, Joan, ever. If one of these ear tramps should get hold of you, I've heard of a little girl. If a congenial gossip should happen to drop in, Joan would be told to sit by the window and look at the nice picture book. It was always that one old volume of the Illustrated London News, while a talk went on that insisted on being heard, now dropping to harsh whispers, now rising louder after the assurance of Mrs. Pybus, Lord, she won't understand a word you're saying. If by chance Mrs. Pybus and her friend drifted for a time from personal or consanguineous experiences, then they dealt with crimes. Difficulties in the disposal of the body fascinated these ladies even more than the pleasing details of the act, and they preferred murders of women by men. It seemed more natural to them. The world changed again. Through the tossing distress of the measles, Aunt Phyllis reappeared, and then came a journey, and the Inglenook, and dear Pita and Nobby. She was back in a world where Mrs. Pybus could not exist, where the things of which Mrs. Pybus talked could not happen. Yet there was this in Joan's mind, unformulated. There was a passionate stress against its formulation, that all the other things she thought about love and beauty were poetry and dreaming, but this alone of all the voices that had spoken over and about her told of something real. In the unknown beyond to which one got if one pressed on was something of that sort, something monstrous, painful, and dingy. Reality. Wax it over, little dream bees. Cover it up. Don't think of it. Back to reverie. Be a king's mistress, clad in armor, who sometimes grants a kiss. 8. It was in the nature of Mrs. Pybus to misconceive things. She never grasped the true relationship of Joan and Peter. Mr. Grimes had indeed been deliberately vague upon that point in the interests of the Sydenham family. The use of the Stublin surname for Joan had helped him. And so there dropped into Joan's ears a suggestion that was at the time merely perplexing, but which became gradually an established fact in her mind. "Oh, don't you know," said Mrs. Pybus to her friend. "Oh, no, she's—" Her voice sank to a whisper. For a time what they said was so confidential as to convey nothing to Joan but a sense of mystery. "How his mother ever stood her in the house passes my belief," said Mrs. Pybus, coming up to be audible again. "Why, I'd have killed her. But ladies and gentlemen don't seem to have no natural affections, not what I call affections. There she was, brought into the house and treated just as if she was the little chap's sister." "Well, she'd be—" said the friend, trying to grasp it. "Arf sister," said Mrs. Pybus, "of a sort. Neither here nor there, so to speak, not in the eyes of the law. And there they are, leastways, they was until Lady Charlotte Sydenham interfered." The friend nodded her head rapidly to indicate intelligent appreciation. "It isn't like being really brother and sister," said Mrs. Pybus, contemplating possibilities. "It's neither one thing nor another, and all wrapped up in mystery, as you might say. Why, who knows, they might go falling in love with each other." "Horrible," said Mrs. Pybus's friend. "It had to be put a stop to," said Mrs. Pybus. Confirmatory nodding, with a stern eye for the little figure that sat in a corner and pretended to be interested in the faded exploits of vanished royalties, recorded in that old volume of the Illustrated London News. That conversation sank down into the deeps of Joan's memory and remained there, obscured but exercising a dim influence upon her relations with Peter. One phrase sent up a bubble every now and then into her conscious thoughts: half-sister. It was years after that she began to piece together the hidden riddle of her birth. Mummy and Daddy were away. That had served as well for her as for Peter, far beyond the Limpsfield days. It isn't until children are in their teens that these things interest them keenly. It wasn't a thing to talk about, she knew, but it was a thing to puzzle over. Who was really her father? Who was her mother? If she was Peter's half-sister, then either his father was not hers or his mother. When people are all manifestly in a plot to keep one in the dark, one does not ask questions. 9. After the first violent rupture that Mr. Grimes had organized, Joan and Peter parted and met again in a series of separations and resumptions. They went off to totally dissimilar atmospheres, Joan to the bracing and roughening air of Highmorton, and Peter first to the brightness of White Court and then to the vigorous work and play of Caxton. And each time they returned for the holidays to Margate or Limpsfield or Pelham Ford, changed, novel, and yet profoundly familiar. Always at first, when holidays brought them together again, they were shy with each other and intensely egotistical, anxious to show off their new tricks and make the most of whatever small triumphs school life had given them. Then in a day or so they would be at their ease together, like a joint that has been dislocated and has slipped into place again. Cambridge at last brought them nearer together and ended this series of dislocations. After much grave weighing of the situation by Miss Fairchild, the principal of Newton Hall, Peter, when Joan came up, was given the status of a full brother. They grew irregularly, and that made some quaint variations of relationship. Peter, soon after he went to Caxton, fell to expanding enormously. He developed a chest, his limbs became great things. There was a summer bitten into Joan's memory when he regarded her as nothing more than a little teeny female tick, and descanted on the minuteness of her soul and body. But he had lost some of his lightness, if none of his dexterity and balance, as a climber, and Joan got her consolations among the lighter branches of various trees they explored. Next Christmas, Joan herself had done some serious growing, and the gap was not so wide, but it was only after her first term at Newnham that Joan passed from the subservience of a junior to the confidence of a senior. She did it at a bound. She met him one day in the narrow way between Sydney Street and Petty Curie. Her hair was up, and her eyes were steady. Most of her legs had vanished, and she had clothes like a real woman. We do not foregather, even with foster brothers, in the streets of Cambridge, but a passing hail is beyond the reach of discipline. "Hullo, Peter," she said. "What a gawky great thing you're getting." Peter, a man in his second year, was so taken aback he had no adequate reply. "You've grown too," he said, "if it comes to that." A flavorless reply, and there was admiration in his eyes. An encounter for subsequent regrets. He thought over it afterwards. The cheek of her, it made his blood boil. "So long, Peter," said Joan, carrying it off to the end. They were sterner than brother and sister with each other. There was never going to be anything soppy between them. At 14, when Peter passed into the Red Indian phase of a boy's development, when there can be no more blubbing, no more shirking, he carried Joan with him. She responded magnificently to the idea of pluck. Spartan ideals ruled them both, and a dark taciturnity. Joan would have died with shame if Peter had penetrated the secret romance of Joan Stubland, and the days of Peter's sagas were over forever. When Peter was 15, he was consumed by a craving for a gun, and Oswald gave him one. "But kill," said Oswald, "if you let anything get away wounded." Peter took Joan out into the wood at the back. He missed a pigeon, and then he got one. "Pick it up, Joan," he said, very calmly and grandly. Joan was white to the lips, but she picked up the blood-stained bird in silence. These things had to happen. Then, out of a heap of leaves in front darted a rabbit. Lop, lop, lop went its little white scut. Bang, and over it rolled. But it wasn't instantly killed. Horror came upon Joan. She was nearest. She ran to the wretched animal, which was lying on its side and kicking automatically, and stood over it. Its eyes were bright and wide with terror. "Oh, how am I to kill it?" she cried, with agony in her voice. "What am I to do?" She wrung her hands. She felt she was going to pieces, giving herself away, failing utterly. Peter would despise her and jeer at her. But the poor little beast, the poor beast, there is a limit to pride. She caught it up. "Peter!" she cried, quite pitifully, on the verge of a whimper. Peter had come up to her. He didn't look contemptuous. He was white-lipped, too. She had never seen him look scared before. He snatched the rabbit from her and killed it by 1, 2, 3, she counted, quick blows. She didn't see. But she had met his eyes, and they were as distressed as hers, just for a moment. Then he was a fifth-form boy again. He examined his victim with an affectation of calm. "Too far back," he said. "Bad shot. Mustn't do that again." The rabbit was quite still and limp now, dangling from Peter's hand. Its eye had glazed, blood dripped and clotted at its muzzle, but its rhythmic, desperate kicking was still beating in Joan's brain. Was this to go on? Could she go on? Peter's gun and the pigeon were lying some yards away. He regarded them, and then looked down at the rabbit he held. "Now I know I can shoot," he said, and left the sentence unfinished. "Bring the pigeon, Joan," he said, ending in indecision, and picked up his gun and led the way back towards the house. "We got a pigeon and a rabbit," Joan babbled at tea to Oswald. "Next time Peter's going to let me have the gun." Our tone was altogether sporting. But there was no next time. There were many unspoken things between Joan and Peter, and this was to be one of them. For all the rest of their lives, neither Joan nor Peter went shooting again. Men Peter was destined to slay, but no more beasts. Necessity never compelled them, and it would have demanded an urgent necessity before they would have faced the risk of seeing another little furry creature twist and wriggle, and of marking how a bright eye glazes over. But they were both very bitterly ashamed of this distressing weakness. They left further shooting for tomorrow, and it remained always tomorrow. They said nothing about their real feelings in the matter, and Peter cleaned and oiled his new gun very carefully, and hung it up conspicuously over the mantel shelf of their common room, ready to be taken down at any time, when animals cease to betray feeling. 10. Joan and Peter detested each other's friends from the beginning. The quarrel that culminated in that amazing speech of Joan's had been smoldering between them for a good 7 years. It went right back to the days when they were still boy and girl. To begin with, after their first separation, they had had no particular friends. They had had acquaintances and habits of association, but the mind still lacks the continuity necessary for friendship and Euclid until the early teens. The first rift came with Adela Murchison. Joan brought her for the summer holidays when Peter had been just a year at Caxton. That was the first summer at Pelham Ford. Aunt Phyllis was with them, but Aunt Phoebe was in great labor with her first and only novel, a fantasia on the theme of feminine genius, These Are My Children, or Mary on the Cross. It was afterwards greatly censored. Boots, the druggist librarian, would have none of it. She stayed alone, therefore, at the Inglenook, writing, revising, despairing, tearing up and beginning again, reciting her more powerful passages to the scarlet but listening ears of Groombridge and the little maid, and going more and more unkempt, unhooked, and unbuttoned. Oswald, instead of resorting to the Climax Club, as he was apt to do when Aunt Phoebe was imminent, abode happily in his new home. Adela was a month or so older than Peter, and, what annoyed him to begin with, rather more fully grown. She was, as she only too manifestly perceived, a woman of the world in comparison with both of her hosts. She was still deeply in love with Joan, but by no means indifferent to this dark boy who looked at her with so much of Joan's cool detachment. Joan's romantic dreams were Joan's inmost secret. Adela's romantic intentions were an efflorescence. She was already hoisting the signals for masculine surrender. She never failed to have a blue ribbon astray somewhere to mark and help the blueness of her large blue eyes. She insisted upon the flaxen waves over her ears and secretly assisted them to kink. She had a high color. She had no rouge yet in her possession, but there was rouge in her soul, and she would rub her cheeks with her hands before she came into a room. She discovered to Joan the incredible fact that Oswald was also a man. With her arm round Joan's waist or over her shoulder, she would look back at him across the lawn. "I say," she said, "he'd be frightfully good-looking if it wasn't for that." And one day, "I wonder if Mr. Sydenham's ever been in love." She lay in wait for Oswald's eye. She went after him to ask him unimportant things. Once or twice little things happened, the slightest things, but it might have seemed to Joan that Oswald was disposed to flirt with Adela, but that was surely impossible. The first effect of the young woman upon Peter was a considerable but indeterminate excitement. It was neither pleasurable nor unpleasurable, but it hung over the giddy verge of being unpleasant. It made him want to be very large, handsome, and impressive. It also made him acutely ashamed of wanting to be very large, handsome, and impressive. It turned him from a simple boy into a conflict of motives. He wanted to extort admiration from Adela, also he wanted to despise her utterly. These impulses worked out to no coherent system of remarks and gestures, and he became awkward and tongue-tied. Adela wanted to be shown all over the house and garden. She put her arm about Joan in a manner Peter thought offensive. Then she threw back her hair at him over her shoulder and said, shooting a glance at him, "You come too." Cheek? Still, she was a guest, and so a fellow had to follow, with his hands in his pockets, and watch his own private and particular Joan being ordered about, and, what was somehow so much more exasperating, pawed about. At what seemed to be the earliest opportunity, Peter excused himself and went off to the outhouse in which he had his tools and chemicals and things. He decided he would rig up everything ready to make sulphuretted hydrogen, although he knew quite well that this was neither a large, handsome, nor impressive thing to do, and then he would wait for them to come along and set the odor going. But neither of the girls came near his glory hole, and he was not going to invite them. He just hovered there unvisited, waiting with his preparations and whistling soft melancholy tunes. Finally, he made a lot of the gas, simply because he had got the stuff ready, and stank himself out of his glory hole into society again. At supper, which had become a sort of dinner that night, Adela insisted on talking like a rather languid, smart woman of the world to Nobby. Nobby took her quite seriously. It was perfectly sickening. "Do you hunt much?" said Adela. "Not in England," said Nobby. "There's too many hedges for me. I've a sailor's seat." "All my people hunt," said Adela. "It's rather a bore, don't you think, Mr. Sydenham?" Talk like that. 2 days passed, during which Peter was either being bored to death in the company of Adela and Joan, or also bored to death keeping aloof from them. He cycled to Ware with them, and Adela's cycle had a change speed arrangement with a high gear of 85 that made it difficult to keep ahead of her. Beast? And on the second evening she introduced a new card game, Demon Patience, a scrambling sort of game in which you piled on aces in the middle and cried stop as soon as your stack was out. It was one of those games, one of those inferior games at which boys in their teens are not nearly as quick as girls, Peter discovered. But presently Joan began to pull ahead and beat Adela and Peter. The two girls began to play against each other, as if his poor little spurts didn't amount to anything. They certainly didn't amount to very much. Adela began to play with a sprawling eagerness. Her color deepened, her manners deteriorated. She was tormented between ambition and admiration. When Joan had run her out for the third time, she cried, "Oh, Joan, you wonderful darling!" and clutched and kissed her. All the other things might have been bearable if it had not been for this perpetual confabulating with Joan, this going off to whisper with Joan, this putting of arms round Joan's neck, this whispering that was almost kissing Joan's ear. One couldn't have a moment with Joan. One couldn't use Joan for the slightest thing. It would have been better if one hadn't had a Joan. On the mill pond, there was a boat that Joan and Peter were allowed to use. On the morning of the 5th day, Joan found Peter hanging about in the hall. "Joan?" "Yes?" "Come and muck about in Baker's boat." "If Adela—" "Oh, leave Adela. We don't want her. She'd stash it all up." "But she's a visitor. Pretty rotten visitor. What did you bring her here for? She's rotten." "She's not. She's all right. You're being horrid rude to her. Every chance you get. I like her. Silly tick she is. She's taller than you, anyhow." "Nyar, nyar, nyar, nyar," said Peter. in a singularly ineffective mockery of Adela's manner. Adela appeared, descending the staircase. Peter turned away. "Peter wants to go in the boat on the mill pond," said Joan, as if with calculated wickedness. "Oh, I love boats," said Adela. What was a chap to do but go? But under a thin mask of playfulness, Peter splashed them both a lot, especially Adela, and in the evening he refused to play at demon patience, and went and sat by himself to draw. He tried various designs. He was rather good at drawing Mr. Henderson, and he did several studies of him. Then the girls, who found demon patience slow with only 2 players, came and sat beside him. He was inspired to begin an ugly caricature of Adela. He began at the eyes. Joan knew him better than Adela. She saw what was coming. Down came her little brown paw on the paper. "No, you don't, Peter," she said. Peter looked into her face, hot against his, and there was a red light in his eyes. "Lee go, Joan," he said. A struggle began, in which Adela took no share. The Sydenham blood is hot blood, and though it doesn't like hurting rabbits, it can be pretty rough with its first cousins. But Joan was still gripping the crumpled half of the offending sheet when Aunt Phyllis, summoned by a scared Adela, came in. The two were on the hearth-rug, panting, and Joan's teeth were deep in Peter's wrist. They parted and rose somewhat abashed. "My dears!" cried Aunt Phyllis. "We were playing," said Joan, flushed and breathless, but honorably tearless. "Yes," said Peter, holding his wrist tight. "We were playing." "Romping," said Aunt Phyllis. "Weren't you a little rough? Adela, you know, isn't used to your style." After that, Peter shunned further social intercourse. He affected a great concentration upon experimental chemistry and photography, and bicycled in lonely pride to Waltham Cross, Baldock, and Dunmow. He gave himself up to the roads of Hertfordshire. When at last Adela departed, it made no difference in his aloofness. Joan was henceforth as nothing to him. She was just a tick, a silly little female tick, an associate of things that went nyar, nyar, nyar. He hated her. At least, he would have hated her if there was anything that a self-respecting Caxtonian could hate in a being so utterly contemptible. Yet at the bottom of his heart he loved and respected her for biting his wrist so hard. Deprived of Adela, Joan became very lonely and forlorn. After some days there were signs of relenting on the part of Peter, and then came his visitor, Wilmington, a boy who had gone with him from Whitecourt to Caxton, and after that there was no need of Joan. With a grim resolution, Peter shut Joan out from all their pursuits. She was annihilated. The boys did experimental chemistry together, made the most disgusting stinks, blew up a small earthwork by means of a mine, and stained their hands bright yellow. They had long bicycle rides together. They did splorgems in the wood. They mucked about with Baker's boat. Joan by no effort could come into existence again. Once or twice as Peter was going off with Wilmington, Peter would glance back and feel a gleam of compunction at the little figure that watched him going. But she had her Adelas. She and Adela wrote letters to each other. She could go and write to her beastly Adela now. "Can't Joan come?" said Wilmington. "She's only a tick," said Peter. "She's not a bad sort of tick," said Wilmington. What business was it of his? Joan fell back on Nobby and went for walks with him in the afternoon. Then came a complication. Toward the end, Wilmington got quite soppy on Joan. It showed. Aunt Phyllis suggested charades for the evening hour after dinner. Wilmington and Peter played against each other, and either of them took out any people he wanted to act with him. Aunt Phyllis was a grave and dignified actress, and Nobby could do better than you might have expected. Peter did Salome, Sal-o-me, doing Sal Volatile for Sal. He sat as Herod, crowned and scornful with the false black beard, and Joan danced and afterwards brought the football in on a plate. Aunt Phyllis did pseudo-oriental music. But when Wilmington saw Joan dance, he knew what it was to be in love. He sat glowering passion. For a time he remained frozen rigid, and then broke into wild hand-clapping. His ears were bright red, and Aunt Phyllis looked at him curiously. It was with difficulty that his clouded mind could devise a charade that would give him a call upon Joan. But he thought at last of Milton, Mill-ton. "I want you," he said. "Won't Auntie do?" "No, you. It's got to be a girl." He held the door open for her and stumbled going out of the room. He was more breathless and jerky than ever outside. Joan heard his exposition with an unfriendly expression. "And what am I to do then?" she asked. "And then?" They did Mill and Ton pretty badly. Came Wilmington's last precious moments with her. He broke off in his description of Milton Blind and Joan as the amanuensis daughter. "Joan," he whispered, going hoarse with emotion. "Joan, you're lovely. I'd die for you." A light of evil triumph came into Joan's eyes. "Ugly thing," said Joan. "What did you come here for? You've spoilt my holidays. Let go of my hand. Let's go in and do our tableau." And afterwards, when Wilmington met Joan in the passage, she treated him to a grimace that was only too manifestly intended to represent his own expression of melancholy but undying devotion. In the presence of others, she was coolly polite to him. Peter read his friend like a book, but refrained from injurious comment, and Wilmington departed in a state of grave nervous disarray. A day passed. There was not much left now of the precious holidays. Came a glowing September morning. "Joan!" whooped Peter in the garden, in just the old note. "Peter!" answered Joan, full-voiced as ever, distant but drawing nearer. "Come and muck about in Baker's boat." "Right-o, Peter," said Joan, and approached with a slightly prancing gait. End of section 18. Read by Eli Bishop, San Francisco, April 17, 2021. Section 19 of Joan and Peter. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Joan and Peter by H.G. Wells. Chapter the 11th, Adolescence, Part 3. 11. Growing out of his Red Indian phase, Peter moved up into the lower sixth and became a regular cynical man of the world with an air of knowing more than a thing or two. He was, in fact, learning a vast number of things that are outside the books, and rearranging many of his early shocks and impressions by the help of a confusing and increasing mixture of half-lights. The chaotic disrespect of the young went out of his manner in his allusion to school affairs. He no longer spoke of various masters as Buzzy, Snooks, and the Croaker, and a curious respectability had invaded his demeanor. The head had had him into tea and tennis. The handle of the prefect's birch was perhaps not more than a year now from his grip, if he bore himself gravely. He reproached Joan on various small occasions for thundering bad form, and when Wilmington came, a much more wary and better-looking Wilmington, with his heart no longer on his sleeve, the conversation became, so to speak, political. They talked at the dinner table of the behavior of so-and-so and this and that, at High and at Bottoms and on the Corso. They discussed various cases of side and cheek, and the permanent effect of these upon the standing and reputations of the youths concerned. They were earnest to search out and know utterly why Bess did not get his colors, and whether it was just to super old Rawdon. They discussed the question of superannuation with Oswald very gravely. "Don't you think," said Oswald, "if a school takes a boy on, it ought to see him through?" "But if he doesn't work, sir," said Wilmington. "A school oughtn't to produce that lassitude," said Oswald. "A chap ought to use a school," said Peter. That was a new point of view to Oswald and Joan. Afterwards came Troop, a larger boy than either Peter or Wilmington, a prefect, a youth almost incredibly manly in his manner, and joined on to these discussions. Said Oswald, "There ought not to be such a thing as superannuation. A man ought not to be let drift to the point of unteachable incapacity and then thrown away. Some master ought to have shepherded him in for special treatment." "They don't look after us to that extent, sir," said Troop. "Don't they teach you, or fail to teach you?" "It's the school teaches us," said Peter, as though it had just occurred to him. "Still, the masters are there," said Oswald, smiling. "The masters are there," Troop acquiesced, "but the life of the school is the tradition, and a big chap like Rawdon hanging about, too big to lick and too stupid for responsibility, it breaks things up, sir." Oswald was very much interested in this prefect's view of the school life. Behind his blank mask he engendered questions. His one eye watched Troop and went from Troop to Peter. This manliness in the taught surprised him tremendously. Peter was acquiring it rapidly, but Troop seemed to embody it. Oswald himself had been a man early enough, and had led a hard life of mutual criticism and exasperation with his fellows, but that had been in a working reality, the Navy. This, he reflected, was a case of cocks crowing inside the egg. These boys were living in a premature autonomous state, an aristocratic republic, with the head as a sort of a constitutional monarch. There was one questionable consequence, at least. They were acquiring political habits before they had acquired wide horizons. Were the political habits of a school where all the boys were of one race and creed and class suitable for the problems of a world's affairs? Troop, under Oswald's insidious leading, displayed his ideas modestly but frankly, and they were the ideas of a large child. Troop was a good-looking, thoroughly healthy youth, full of his grave responsibilities towards the school, and inclined to claim a liberal attitude. He was very great upon his duty to make the fellows live decently and behave decently. He was lured into a story of how one youth, with a tendency to long hair, had been partly won and partly driven to a more seemly coiffure, how he had dealt with a games shirker, and how a fellow had been detected lending socialist pamphlets, not to his friends, sir, I shouldn't mind that so much, but pushing them upon anyone, and restrained. Seditious sort of stuff, sir, I believe. No, I did not read it, sir. Troop was for cold baths under all circumstances, for no smoking under 16 and 5'6", and for a simple and unquestioning loyalty to anyone who came along and professed to be in authority over him. When he mentioned the king, his voice dropped worshipfully. Upon the just use of the birch, Troop was conscientiously prolix. There were prefects, he said, who savaged the fellows, others swished without judgment. Troop put conscience into each whack. Troop's liberalism interested Oswald more than anything else about him. He was proud to profess himself no mere traditionalist. He wanted Caxton to broaden down from precedent to precedent. Indeed, he had ambitions to be remembered as a reformer. He hoped, he said, to leave the school better than he found it, the modern note surely. His idea of a great and memorable improvement was to let the upper fifth fellows into the Corso after morning service on Sunday. He did not think it would make them impertinent, rather it would increase their self-respect. He was also inclined to a reorganization of the afternoon fagging, to stop so much bawling down the corridor. There ought to be a bell, an electric bell, in each prefect's study. No doubt that was a bit revolutionary. Troop almost smirked. It's all very well for schools like Eton or Winchester to stick to the old customs, sir, but we are supposed to be an up-to-date school, don't you think, sir? The egg was everything to this young cockerel. The world outside was naught. Oswald led him on from one solemn puerility to another, and as the big boy talked in his stout man-of-the-world voice, the red eye roved from him to Peter, and from Peter back to Troop, until presently it realized that Peter was watching it as narrowly. What does Peter really think of this stuff? Thought Oswald. What does Nobby really think of this stuff? Queried Peter. I suppose some day you'll leave Caxton, said Oswald. I shall be very sorry to, sir, said Troop sincerely. Have you thought at all? Not yet, sir. At least... Troop's people, Peter intervened, are army people. I see, said Oswald. Joan listened enviously to all this prefectorial conversation. At High Morton, that sort of bossing and influencing was done by the junior staff. Oswald did his best to lure Troop from his administrative preoccupations into general topics, but apparently someone whom Troop respected had warned him against general topics. Oswald lugged and pushed the talk towards religion, Aunt Phyllis helping, but they came up against a stone wall. My people are Church of England, said Troop, intimating thereby that his opinions were banked with the proper authorities. It was not for him to state them. And in regard to politics, all my people are conservative. One evening Oswald showed him a portfolio of drawings from various Indian temples, and suggested something of the complex symbolism of the figures. Troop thought it was rather unhealthy. But turning from these monstrosities, he had hopes for India. My cousin tells me, sir, that cricket and polo are spreading very rapidly there. Polo, said Oswald, is an Indian game. They have played it for centuries. It came from Persia originally. But Troop was unable to imagine Indians riding horses. He had the common British delusion that the horse and the ship were both invented in our islands, and that all foreign peoples are necessarily amateurs at such things. I thought they rode elephants, said Troop, with quiet conviction. Troop was not only a great experience for Oswald, he also exercised the always active mind of Joan very considerably. Peter, it seemed, hadn't even mentioned her beforehand. Hello, said Troop, at the sight of her. Got a sister? Foster sister, said Peter, minimizing the thing. Joan, this is Troop. Joan regarded him critically. Can he play DP? Not one of my games, said Troop, who was chary of all games not usually played. It's a game like Snap, said Peter, with an air of casual contempt, and earned a bright scowl. For a day or so, Troop and Joan kept aloof, watching one another. Then she caught him out rather neatly twice at single-wicket cricket. He had a weakness for giving catches to point, and she had observed it. "Caught!" he cried approvingly. Also, she snicked and slipped and at last slogged boldly at his patronizing underarm bowling. "Here's a twister," he said, like an uncle speaking to a child. Joan smacked it into the cedar. "Twister," quoth Joan, running. After that, he took formal notice of her, betraying a disposition to address her as Kid. Ralph Connor was at that time adding his quota to the great British tradition. It is true, he wrote an American about cowboys, but a refined cowboy was the fullest realization of an English gentleman's pre-war ideals, and Ralph Connor's cowboys are essentially refined. Thence came the Kid, anyhow. But Joan took umbrage at the Kid, and she disliked Troop's manner and influence with Peter, and the way Peter stood it. She did not understand what a very, very great being a prefect is in an English public school. She did not know of Troop's superbness at Rugger. It seemed to her that it was bad manners to behave as though a visit to Pelham Ford were an act of princely condescension. She was even disposed to diagnose Troop's largeness very unjustly as fat. So she pulled up Troop venomously with, "My name's not Kit, it's Joan, Joan." "Sorry," said Troop. And being of that insensitive class whose passions are only to be roused by a smacking, he began to take still more notice of her. She was, he perceived, a lively kid. He felt a strong desire to reprove and influence her. He had no suspicion that what he really wanted to do was to interest Joan in himself. Joan's tennis was incurably tricky. Troop's idea of tennis was to play very hard and very swiftly, close over the net, but without cunning. Peter and Wilmington followed his lead, but Joan forced victory upon an unwilling partner by doing unexpected things. Troop declared he did not mind being defeated, but that he was shocked by the spirit of Joan's play. It wasn't sporting. "These short returns aren't done, kid," he said. "I do them," said Joan. "Ancient." Peter and Wilmington were visibly shocked, but Troop showed no resentment at the gross familiarity. "But if everyone did them," he reasoned. "I could take them," said Joan. "Anyone could take them who knew how." The dispute seemed likely to die down into unverifiable assertions. "Peter can take them," said Joan. "He drops them back, but he isn't doing it today." Peter reflected. Troop would never understand, but there was something reasonable in Joan's line. "I'll see to Joan," he said abruptly, and came towards the middle of the net. The game continued on unorthodox but brilliant lines. "I don't call this tennis," said Troop. "If you serve to her left," said Peter. "But she's a girl," protested Troop. "Serve." He made the concessions that are proper to a lady, and Joan scored the point after a brief rally with Peter. "Game," said Joan. Troop declared he did not care to play again. It would put him off tennis. "Take me as a partner," said Joan. "No, I don't think so, thanks," said Troop coldly. Everyone became thoughtful and drifted towards the net. Oswald approached from the pergola, considering the problem. "I've been thinking about that sort of thing for years," he remarked, strolling towards them. "Well, sir, aren't you with me?" asked Troop. "No, I'm for Joan and Peter." "But that sort of trick play—" "No, the way to play a game is to get all over the game and to be equal to anything in it. If there is a stroke or anything that spoils the game, it ought to be barred by the rules. Apart from that, a game ought to be worked out to its last possibility. Things oughtn't to be barred in the interests of a few conventional swipes, this cutting down of a game to just a few types of stroke." Peter looked apprehensive. "It's laziness," said Oswald. Troop was too puzzled to be offended. "But you have to work tremendously hard, sir, at the proper game." "Not mentally," said Oswald. "There's too much good form in all our games. It's just a way of cutting down a game to a formality. But, for instance, sir, would you bowl grounders at cricket?" "If I thought the batsman had been too lazy to learn what to do with them, why not?" "If you look at it like that, sir," said Troop, and had no more to say. But he went away marveling. Oswald was a V.C., yet he looked at games like an American. He played to win. It was enough to perplex anyone. "Must confess I don't see it," said Troop when Oswald had gone. When at last Troop and Wilmington departed, Oswald went with them to the station. The luggage was sent on in the cart, and walked back over the ploughed ridge and up the lane with Peter. For a time they kept silence, but Troop was in both their minds. "He's a good sort," said Peter. "Admirable, in some ways." "I thought," said Peter, "you didn't like him. You kept on pulling his leg." So Peter had seen. "Well, he doesn't exercise his brain very much," said Oswald. "Stop short at his neck," said Peter. "Exercise, I mean." You and Troop are singularly unlike each other, said Oswald. Oh, that's exactly it. I can't make out why I like him. If nothing else attracted me, that would. Does he know why he likes you? Hasn't the ghost of an idea. It worries him at times. Makes him want to try and get all over me. Does he at all? Lots, said Peter. I fag at the blessed cadet corps simply because I like him. At Rugger, he's rather a god, you know, and he's a clean chap. He's clean. Oh, he's clean. It's catching, said Peter, and seemed to reflect. And in a sort of way lately, old Troop's taken to swatting. It's pathetic. Then, with a shade of anxiety, I don't think for a moment he twigged you were pulling his leg. Oswald came to the thing that was really troubling him. Allowing for his class, said Oswald, that young man is growing up to an outlook upon the world about as broad and high as the outlook of a bricklayer's laborer. Peter reflected impartially, and Oswald noted incidentally what a good profile the boy was developing. A clean, serious bricklayer's laborer, said Peter, weighing his adjectives carefully. But he may go into Parliament, or have to handle a big business, said Oswald. Army, for Troop, said Peter, via a university commission. Even armies have to be handled intelligently nowadays, said Oswald. He'll go into the cavalry, said Peter, making one of those tremendous jumps in thought that were characteristic of himself and Joan. 12. A day or so after Troop's departure, Peter waylaid Oswald in the garden. Peter, now that Troop had gone, was amusing himself with dissection again, an interest that Troop had disposed of as a bit morbid. Oswald thought the work Peter did neat and good. He had to brush up his own rather faded memories of Huxley's laboratory in order to keep pace with the boy. I wish you'd come to the glory hole and look at an old rat I dissected yesterday. I want to get its solar plexus, and I'm not sure about it. I've been using acetic acid to bring out the nerves, but there's such a lot of white stuff about. The dissection was a good piece of work, the stomach cleaned out and the viscera neatly displayed. Very much in evidence were 8 small embryo rats, which the specimen under examination, had not science overtaken her, would have presently added to the rat population of the world. The old girl's been going it, said Peter in a casual tone, and turned these things over with the handle of his scalpel. Now, is all this stuff solar plexus, Nobby? The next morning Oswald stopped short in the middle of his shaving, which in his case involved the most tortuous deflections and grimacings. It's all right with the boy, he said to himself. I think it's all right. No nonsense about it, anyhow. But what a tortuous, untraceable business the coming of knowledge is. Curiosity, a fad for dissecting, an instinct for cleanliness, pride. A bigger boy like Troop. Suppose Troop had been a different sort of boy. But then I suppose Peter and he wouldn't have hit it off together. Oswald scraped, and presently his mind tried over a phrase. Inherent powers of selection, said Oswald. Inherent. I suppose I picked my way through a pretty queer lot of stuff. He stood wiping his safety razor blade. There was more mystery in my time, and more emotion. This is better. Facts are clean, said Oswald, uttering the essential faith with which science has faced vice and priestcraft, magic and muddle and fear and mystery, the whole world over. Facts are clean. 13. Joan followed a year after Peter to Cambridge. She entered at Newton Hall. Both Oswald and Aunt Phyllis preferred Newnham to Girton because of the greater freedom of the former college. They agreed that, as Oswald put it, if women were to be let out of Purda, they might as well be let right out. Coming from High Morton to Newnham was like emerging from some narrow, draughty passage in which one marches muddily with a whispering, giggling hockey team, all very much of a sort, into a busy and confused marketplace, a rather squabbling and very exciting marketplace, in which there is the greatest variety of sorts. And Joan's mind, too, was opening out in an even greater measure. A year or so ago, she was a spirited, intelligent animal, a being of dreams and unaccountable impulses. In a year or so's time, she was to become a shaped and ordered mind, making plans, controlling every urgency, holding herself in relation to a definite conception of herself and the world. We have still to gauge the almost immeasurable receptivity of those 3 or 4 crucial years. We have still to grasp what the due use of those years may mean for mankind. Oswald had been at great pains to find out what was the best education the Empire provided for these 2 wards of his. but his researches had brought him to realize chiefly how poor and spiritless a thing was the very best formal education that the empire could offer. It seemed to him, in the bitter urgency of his imperial passion, perhaps even poorer than it was. There was a smattering of Latin, a thinner smattering of Greek, a little patch of Mediterranean history and literature detached from past and future. All university history seemed to Oswald to be in disconnected fragments. But then he would have considered any history fragmentary that did not begin with the geological record and end with a clear tracing of every traceable consequence of the period in current affairs. There were mathematical specializations that did not so much broaden the mind as take it into a gully, modern and medieval language specializations, philosophical studies that were really not philosophical studies at all, but partial examinations of remote and irrelevant systems, the study of a scrap of Plato or Aristotle here, or an excursion, by means of translations, into the Hegelian phraseology there. This sort of thing, given out to a few thousand young men, for the most part greatly preoccupied with games, and to a few hundred young women, was all that Oswald could discover by way of mental binding for the entire empire. It seemed to him like innervating a body as big as the world with a brain as big as a pin's head. As Joan and Peter grew out of school and went up to Cambridge, they became more and more aware of a note of lamentation and woe in the voice of their guardian. He talked at them, over their heads, at lunch and dinner, to this or that visitor. He also talked to them, but he had a great dread of preachments. They were aware of his general discontent with the education he was giving them, but as yet they had no standards by which to judge his charges. Over their heads, his voice argued that the universities would give them no access worth considering to the thoughts and facts of India, Russia, or China, that they were ignoring something stupendous called America, that their political and economic science still neglected the fact that every problem in politics, every problem in the organization of production and social cooperation is a psychological problem, and that all these interests were supremely urgent interests, and how the devil was one going to get these things in? But one thing Joan and Peter did grasp from these spluttering dissertations that flew round and about them: they had to find out all the most important things in life for themselves. Perhaps the problem of making the teacher of youth an inspiring figure is an insoluble one. At any rate, there was no great stir evoked in Joan and Peter by the personalities of any of their university tutors, lecturers, and professors. These seemed to be, for the most part, little-spirited, gossiping men. They had also an effect of being underpaid. They had been caught early by the machinery of prize and scholarship, bred in the menagerie. They were men who knew nothing of the world outside, nothing of effort and adventure, nothing of sin and repentance. Not that there were not whispers and scandals about, but such sins as the dons knew of were rather in the nature of dirty affectations, got out of Petronius and Suetonius, and practiced with a tremendous sense of devilment behind locked doors, than those graver and larger sins that really distress and mar mankind. As Joan and Peter encountered these masterminds, they appeared as gowned and capped individuals, hurrying to lecture rooms, delivering lectures that were often hasty and indistinct, making obscure but caustic allusions to rival teachers, parrying the troublesome inquiring student with an accustomed and often quite pretty wit. With a lesser subtlety and a greater earnestness, the women dons had fallen in with this tradition. There were occasional shy personal contacts, but at his tea or breakfast, the don was usually too anxious to impress Peter with the idea that he himself was really only a sort of overgrown undergraduate to produce any other effect at all. Into the Cambridge lecture rooms and laboratories went Joan and Peter, notebook in hand, and back to digestion in their studies, and presently they went into examination rooms where they vindicated their claim to have attended to textbook and lecture. In addition, Peter did some remarkably good sketches of tutors and professors and fellow students. This was their grind, Joan and Peter considered, a drill they had to go through. It became them to pass these tests creditably, if only to play the game towards old Nobby. Only with Peter's specialization in biology did he begin to find any actuality in these processes. He found a charm in phylogenetic speculations. And above the narrow canons of formal research, there were fascinating uplands of wisdom. Upon those uplands there lay a light in which even political and moral riddles took on a less insoluble aspect. But going out upon those uplands was straying from the proper work. Joan got even less from her moral philosophy. Her principal teacher was a man shaped like a bubble, whose life and thought was all the blowing of a bubble. He claimed to have proved human immortality. It was, he said, a very long and severe logical process, about desire, about art, about social association, about love, about God, for he knew also that there was no God. It mattered not what deep question assailed him. This gifted being would dip into his Hegelian suds and blow without apparent effort, and there you were, as wise as when you started. And off the good man would float, infinitely self-satisfied and manifestly absurd. But even Peter's biology was only incidentally helpful in answering the fierce questions that life was now thrusting upon him and Joan. Nor had this education linked them up to any great human solidarity. It was like being guided into a forest and lost there by queer, absent-minded men. They had no sense of others being there too, upon a common adventure. "And it is all that I can get for them," said Oswald. "Bad as it is the best thing there is." He tried to find comfort in comparisons. Has any country in the world got anything much better? 14. One day Oswald found himself outside Cambridge on the Huntingdon Road. It was when he had settled that Peter was to enter Trinity, and while he was hesitating between Newnham and Girton as Joan's destiny. There was a little difficulty in discovering Girton. Unlike Newnham, which sits down brazenly in Cambridge, Girton is but half-heartedly at Cambridge, coyly a good mile from the fountains of knowledge, hiding its blushes between tall trees. He was reminded absurdly of a shy, nice girl sitting afar off until father should come out of the public house. He fell thinking about the education of women in Great Britain. At first he had been disposed to think chiefly of Peter's education and to treat Joan's as a secondary matter, but little by little, as he watched British affairs close at hand, he had come to measure the mischief feminine illiteracy can do in the world. In no country do the lunch and dinner party, the country house and personal acquaintance play so large a part in politics as they do in Great Britain, and the atmosphere of all that inner world of influence is a woman-made atmosphere, and an atmosphere made by women who are, for the most part, untrained and unread. Here at Girton and Newnham, and at Oxford and Somerville, he perceived there could not be room for a tithe of the girls of the influential and governing classes. Where were the rest? English womanhood was as yet only nibbling at university life. Where were the girls of the peerage, the county family girls, and the like? Their brothers came up, but they stayed at home, and were still educated scarcely better than his Aunt Charlotte had been educated 40 years ago, by a genteel person, by a sort of mental maid, who did their minds as their maids did their hair for the dinner table. "No wonder," he said, "they poison politics and turn it all into personal intrigues. No wonder they want religion to be just a business of personal consolations. No wonder every sort of charlatan and spook dealer, fortune-teller and magic healer flourishes in London. Well, Joan, anyhow, shall have whatever they can give her here. It's better than nothing, and she'll talk and read." 15. But school and university are only the formal part of education. The larger part of the education of every human being is and always has been and must be provided by the thing that is. Every adult transaction has as its most important and usually most neglected aspect its effect upon the minds of the young. Behind school and university, the empire itself was undesignedly addressing Joan and Peter. It was, so to speak, gesticulating at them over their teachers' heads and under their teachers' arms. It was performing ceremonies and exhibiting spectacles of a highly suggestive nature. In a large and imposing form, certain ideas were steadfastly thrust at Joan and Peter. More particularly was the idolization of the monarchy thrust upon them. In terms of zeal and reverence, the press, the pulpit, and the world at large directed the innocent minds of Joan and Peter to the monarch, as if that individual were the reason, the highest good, and crown of the collective life. Nothing else in the world of Joan and Peter got anything like the same tremendous show. Their early years were colored by the reflected glories of the Diamond Jubilee, followed the funeral pomps of Queen Victoria, with much mobbing of negligent or impecunious people not in black by the loyal London crowd. Then came the postponed and then the actual coronation of King Edward, public prayings for his health, his stupendous funeral glories, succeeded by the coronation of King George, and finally, about the time that Joan followed Peter up to Cambridge, the coronation durbar. The multitude which could not go to India went at least to the Scala Cinema and saw the adoration in all its natural colors. Reverent crowds choked that narrow by-street. Across all the life and activities of England, across all her intellectual and moral effort, holding up legislation, interfering with industry, stopping the traffic, masking every reality of the collective life, These vast formalities trailed with a magnificent priority. Nothing was respected as they were respected. Sober statesmen were seen invested in strange garments that no sensible person would surely wear except for the gravest reasons. The archbishops and bishops were discovered bent with reverence, invoking the name of God freely, blessing the crown with the utmost gravity, investing the sovereign with robe and orb, ring and scepter, anointing him with the golden coronation spoon. Either the crown was itself a matter of altogether supreme importance to the land, or else it was the most stupendous foolery that ever mocked and confused the grave realities of a great people's affairs. The effect of it upon the minds of our two young people was complicating. How complicating it is, few people realize who have not closely studied the educational process of the British mind as a whole. Then it becomes manifest that the monarch, the state church, and the system of titles and social precedent centering upon the throne constitute a system of mental entanglements against which British education struggles at an enormous disadvantage. The monarchy in Great Britain is a compromise that was accepted by a generation regardless of education and devoid of any sense of the future. It is now a mask upon the British face. It is a gaudy and antiquated and embarrassing wrapping about the energies of the nation. Because of it, Britain speaks to her youth, as to the world, with two voices. She speaks as a democratic republic, just ever so little crowned, and also she speaks as a succulently loyal Teutonic monarchy. Either she is an adolescent democracy whose voice is breaking, or an old monarchy at the squeaking stage. Now her voice is the full, strong voice of a great people, now it pipes ridiculously. She perplexes the world and stultifies herself. That was why her education led up to no such magnificent exposition and consolidation of purpose as Oswald dreamt of for his wards. Instead, the track presently lost itself in a maze of prevarications and evasions. The country was double-minded. Double-mindedness had become its habit, and it had lost the power of decision. Every effort to broaden and modernize university education in Britain encountered insurmountable difficulties because of this fundamental dispersal of aim. The court got in the way, the country clergy got in the way, the ruling class families got in the way. It is impossible to turn a wandering chance-made track into a good road until you know where it is to go. And that question of destination was one that no Englishman before the war could be induced to put into plain language. Double-mindedness had become his second nature. From the very outset it had taken possession of him. When a young American goes to his teacher to ask why he should serve his state, he is shown a flag of 13 stripes and 48 stars, and told a very plain and inspiring history. His relations to his country are thenceforward as simple and unquestionable as a child's to its mother. He may be patriotic or unpatriotic, as a son may be dutiful or undutiful, but he will not be muddle-headed. But when Joan and Peter first began to realize that they belonged to the British Empire, they were shown a little old German woman and told that reverence for her linked us in a common abjection with the millions of India. They were told also that really, this little old lady did nothing of the slightest importance, and that the country was the freest democracy on earth, ruled by its elected representatives, and each of these preposterously contradictory stories pursued them in an endless series of variations up to adolescence. To two naturally clear-headed young people, it became presently as palpably absurd to have a great union of civilized states thus impersonated, as it is to have Wall impersonated by Snout the Tinker in A Midsummer Night's Dream. They were already jeering at royalty and the church with Aunt Phyllis long before they went up to Cambridge. There they found plenty of associates to jeer with them. And there, too, they found a quite congenial parallel stream of jeering against Parliament, which pretended to represent the national mind and quality, but which was elected by a method that manifestly gave no chance to any candidate who was not nominated by a party organization. In times of long-established peace, when the tradition of generations has established the illusion of the profoundest human security, men's minds are not greatly distressed by grotesqueness and absurdity in their political forms. It is all part of the humor and the good humor of life. When one believes that all the tigers in the jungle are dead, it is quite amusing to walk along the jungle paths in a dressing gown with a fan instead of a gun. Joan and Peter grew up to the persuasion that the crown above them was rather a good joke, and that Parliament and its jobs and party flummery were also a joke, and that the large, deep rottenness in this British world about them was perhaps in the nature of things, and anyhow beyond their altering. They, too, were becoming double-minded, according to the tradition of the land. Yet, beneath this acquiescence in the deep-rooted political paradox of Britain, they were capable of the keenest interest in a number of questions that they really believed were alive. It became manifest to them that this great golden preposterous world was marred by certain injustices and unkindnesses. Something called labor, they heard, was unhappy and complained of unfair treatment. Certain grumblings came from India and Ireland, and there was a curiously exciting subject which demanded investigation and reforming activities called the sex question. And generally there seemed to be, for no particular reason, a lot of restrictions upon people's conduct. In addition, Peter had acquired from Oswald, rather by way of example than precept, a very definite persuasion, and Joan had acquired a persuasion that was perhaps not quite so clearly and deeply cut, that to make it respectable there ought to be something in one's life in the nature of special work. In Oswald's case it was his African interest. Peter thought that his own work might perhaps be biological, but that one's own work ought to join onto the work of the people, or that all the good work in the world should make one whole, was a notion that had not apparently entered Peter's mind. Oswald, with his dread of preachments, was doubtful about any deliberate dissertations in the matter. He got Peter to begin The Martyrdom of Man, which had so profoundly affected his own life, but Peter expressed doubts about the correctness of Reed's Egyptian history, and put the book aside and did not go on reading it. At times, Oswald tried to say something to Joan and Peter of his conception of the empire as a great human enterprise, playing a dominating part in the establishment of a world peace and a world civilization, and giving a form and direction and pride to every life within it. But these perpetual noises of royalty, in its vulgarest, most personal form, the loyalist chatter of illiterate women, and the clamor of the new imperialism to tax the foreigner and exploit the empire for gain, drowned his intention while it was still unspoken in his mind. There were moments when he could already ask himself whether this empire he had shaped his life to serve, this knightly empire of his, enlightened, righteous, and predominant, was anything better than a dream or a lie. End of section 19. Read by Eli Bishop, San Francisco, April 30th, 2021. Section 20 of Joan and Peter. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Joan and Peter by H.G. Wells. Chapter the 11th, Adolescence, Part 4. 16. When Joan left Highmorton, she came into the marketplace of ideas. She began to read the newspaper. She ceased to be a leggy person with a skirt like a kilt and a dark shock of hair not under proper control. Instead, she became visibly a young lady, albeit a very young lady, and suddenly all adult conversation was open to her. Under the brotherly auspices of Peter, she joined the Cambridge University Fabian Society. Peter belonged to it, but he explained that he didn't approve of it. He was in it for its own good. She also took a place in 2 suffrage organizations and subscribed to 3 suffrage papers. Tel Weimark, who was also in Newton Hall, introduced her to the Club of Strange Faiths, devoted to the impartial examination of all religious systems. And she went under proper escort to the first Wednesday in every month teas in Bunny Cuspard's rooms. Bunny was an ex-collegiate student. He had big, comfortable rooms in Siddermorton Street, and these gatherings of his were designed to be discussions, very memorable discussions of the most advanced type, about this and that. As a matter of fact, they consisted in about equal proportions of awkward silences, scornful treatment of current reputations, and Bunny, in a loose, inaccurate way, spilling your tea or handing you edibles. Bunny's cakes and sandwiches were wonderful. In that respect, he was a born hostess. Junior dons and chance visitors to Cambridge would sometimes drift into Bunny's intellectual feasts, and here it was that Joan met young Winterbaum again. Young Winterbaum was rather a surprise. He had got his features together astonishingly since the days of Miss Murgatroyd's school. He had grown a mustache, much more of a mustache than Peter was to have for years yet, and was altogether remarkably grown up and a man of the world. "Funny lot," he remarked to Joan when he had sat down beside her. "Why do you come to Cambridge?" "My people make me come up here," he explained. "Family considerations, duty to the old country, loyalty to the old college, and all that. But I'd rather be painting. It's the only live thing just now. You up to anything?" "Ears and eyes and mouth wide open," said Joan. "This show isn't worth it. Do you ever drift towards Chelsea?" Joan said she went to Hampstead now and then. She stayed sometimes with the Sheldricks, who were in a congested house on Downshire Hill now, and sometimes with Miss Jepson. Henceforth, now that she was no longer under the Highmorton yoke, she hoped to be in London oftener. "Did you see the Picasso show?" asked Winterbaum. She had not. "You missed something," said young Winterbaum, just like old times. "Picasso, Mancini, these are the gods of my idolatry." Bunny Cuthbert interrupted clumsily, with some specially iced cakes. Joan, accepting a cake, discovered Wilmington talking absent-mindedly to her chaperone and looking pogroms at Winterbaum. So Joan, pleased rather than excited by this chance evidence of a continuing interest, lifted up a face of bright recognition and smiled and nodded to Wilmington. 17. It was the ambition of Mrs. Sheldrick and her remaining daughters, some of them had married, to make their home on Downshire Hill a little bit of the London Quartier Latin. Mr. Sheldrick had worn out the large loose tweed suit that had held him together for so long. He had gone to pieces altogether and was dead and buried, and the Sheldricks were keeping a home together by the practice of decorative arts and promiscuous hospitalities. Mrs. Sheldrick was writing a little in the papers of the weaker, among the various editors who lived within her social range, little vague reviews and poems she wrote, with a quiet smile, that were not so much allusive as with an air of having recently had a flying visit from an illusion that was unable to stay. Sidney Sheldrick was practicing sculpture, and Babs was attending the London School of Dramatic Art, to which Adela Murchison had also found her way. Antonia, the eldest, was in business, making jibba-like robes. There was downstairs and the passage and staircase, and upstairs, a sitting room in front, and a sort of oriental lounge that later in the evening became the bedroom of Antonia and Babs, behind. It had all been decorated in the most modern style by Antonia, in a very blue that seemed a little threadbare in places, and very large, suggestive shapes of orange, with a sort of fringe of black and white checkers, and a green ceiling with harsh pink stars. And the chairs, except for the various ottomans and cozy corners, which were in faded blue canvas, had been painted bright pink or gray. Into this house they gathered, after 9, and more particularly on Saturdays, all sorts of people who chanced to be connected by birth, marriage, misfortune, or proclivity with journalism or the arts. Hither came Aunt Phoebe Stubland, and read a paper called insistently, "Watchman, what of the night? What of it?" and quite up to its title. And hitherto came Aunt Phyllis Stubland, quietly observant. But quite a lot of writers came, and in addition there were endless conspirators. There was Mrs. O'Grady, the beautiful Irish patriot, who was always dressed like a procession of Hibernians in New York. And there was Patrick Lynch, a long, lax black object ending below in large dull boots, and above in a sad white face under wiry black hair, grieving forever that grief for Ireland, Kathleen Nahulahan, and all the rest of it, that only these long, black, pale Irishmen can understand. And there was Eric Schmidt, who was rare among Irish patriots because of his genuine knowledge of Erse. All these were great conspirators. Then there was Mrs. Punk, who had hunger-struck 3 times, and Miss Corcoran Deeping, the incendiary, and American socialists, and young Indians. And one saw the venerable figure of Mr. Woodger, very old now, and white and deaf and nervous and indistinct, who had advocated in several beautiful and poetical little volumes a new morality that would have put the wind up of the cities of the plain. And Winterbaum drifted in, but cautiously, as doubting whether it wasn't just a bit too marginal, to bring away his 2 frizzy-haired sisters, very bright-eyed and eager, rapid-speaking and au fait, and wonderfully bejeweled for creatures so young. They were going in for dancing. They did Spanish dances, stupendously clicking down their red heels with absolute precision together. They took the Sheldricks on the way to the Contangos, or the Mondaines, or the Levisons, or even to the Hoggenheimers. They glittered at Downshire Hill like birds of paradise, and had the loveliest necks and shoulders and arms. Outside waited young Winterbaum's coupe, a very smart little affair in black and cream, with an electric starter wonderfully fitted. Here, too, came young Huntley, who had written 3 novels before he was 22, and who was now 30 and quite well known not only as a novelist of reputation, but as a critic, eminently unpopular with actor-managers. A blond young man with a strong profile, a hungry, scornful expression, and a greedy, large blue eye that wandered about the crush as if it sought something until it came to rest upon Joan. Thereafter, Mr. Huntley's other movements and conversation were controlled by a resolution to edge towards and overshadow and dominate Joan with the profile as much as possible. Joan, by various delicacies of perception, was quite aware of these approaches without seeming at any time to regard Huntley directly, and by a subtlety quite imperceptible to him, she drifted away from each advance. She did not know who he was, and though the profile interested her, his steadfast advance towards her seemed to be premature. Until suddenly, an apparently quite irrelevant incident spun her mind round to the idea of encouraging him. The incident was the arrival of Peter. Early in the afternoon he had vanished from Mrs. Jepson's, where he and Joan were staying. He had not come in to dinner, and now, suddenly, he appeared conspicuously in this gathering of the Sheldricks, conspicuously in the company of Hetty Reinhardt, who was to Joan, for quite occult reasons, the most detestable of all his large circle of detestable friends. That alone was enough to tax the self-restraint of an exceedingly hot-tempered foster sister. So this was what Peter had been doing with his time. This had been his reason for neglecting his own household, at the Petit Riche or some such place, with her, a girl with a Cockney accent, a girl who would stroke your arm as soon as speak to you. But though the larger things in life strain us, it is the smaller things that break us. What finally turned Joan over was a glance, a second's encounter with Peter's eye. Hetty had sailed forward with that extraordinary effect of hers of being a grown-up, experienced woman, to greet Mrs. Sheldrick, and Peter stood behind, disregarded. His expression of tranquil self-satisfaction was maddening. His eye went round the room, looking, Joan knew, for two people. It rested on Joan. The question that Peter was asking Joan mutely across the room was in effect this: "Are you behaving yourself, Joan?" Then, not quite reassured by an uncontrollable scowl, Peter looked away to see if someone else was present. Someone else apparently wasn't present, and Joan was unfeignedly sorry. He was looking for Mir Jalaluddin, the interesting young Indian with the beautifully modeled face whom Joan had met and talked to at the Club of Strange Faiths. At the Club of Strange Faiths one day she had been suddenly moved to make a short speech about the Buddhist idea of nirvana, which one of the speakers had described as extinction. Making a speech to a little meeting was not a very difficult thing for Joan. She had learnt how little terrible a thing is to do in the High Morton Debating Society, where she had been sustained by a grim determination to score off Miss Frobisher. She said that she thought the real intention was not extinction at all, but the escape of the individual consciousness after its living pilgrimage from one incarnate self to another into the universal consciousness. That was the very antithesis of extinction. One lost oneself indeed, but one lost oneself not in darkness and non-existence, but in light and the fullness of existence. There was all the difference between a fainting fit and ecstasy between these two conceptions, and it was true experience that one was least oneself, least self-conscious and egotistical at one's time of greatest excitement. Mir Jalaluddin received these remarks with earnest applause. He made as if to speak after her, rose in his place, and then hastily sat down. Afterwards he came and spoke to her, quite modestly and simply, without the least impertinence. He explained, with a pleasant staccato accent, and little slips in his pronunciation that suggested restricted English conversation and much reading of books, how greatly he had been wanting to say just what she had said, so beautifully, but he had been restrained by imperfection of the pronunciation, so difficult, you know. One heard English people so often not doing justice to Indian ideas, so that it was very pleasant to hear them being quite sympathetically put. There was something very pleasing in the real intellectual excitement that had made him speak to her, and there was something very pleasing to the eye in the neat precision with which his brown features were chiseled, and the decisive accuracy of every single hair on his brow. He was, he explained, a Moslem, but he was interested in every school of Indian thought. He was afraid he was not very orthodox, and he showed a smile of the most perfect teeth. There had always been a tendency to universalism in Indian thought that affected even the Moslem. Did she know anything of the Brahmo Samaj? Had she read any novel of Chatterjee's? There was at least one great novel of his the English ought to read, the Ananda Math. No one could understand Indian thought properly who had not read it. He had a translation of it into English, which he would lend her. Would she be interested to read it? Might he send it to her? Joan's chaperone was a third-year girl who put no bar upon these amenities. Joan accepted the book and threw out casually that she sometimes went to Bunny Cuspard's teas. If Mr. Jalaluddin sent her Chatterjee's book, she could return it to Bunny Cuspard's rooms. It was in Bunny Cuspard's room that Peter had first become aware of this exotic friendship. He discovered his Joan snugly in a corner, listening to an explanation of the attitude of Islam towards women. It had been enormously misrepresented in Christendom. Mr. Jalaluddin was very earnest in his exposition, and Joan listened with a pleasant smile and regarded him pleasantly and wished that she could run her fingers just once along his eyebrow without having her motives misunderstood. But at the sight of his Joan engaged in this confabulation, Peter suddenly discovered all the fiercest traits of race pride. He fretted about the room, and was rude to other people, and watched a book change hands, and waited scarcely 20 seconds after the end of Joan's conversation before he came up to her. "I say, Joan," he said, "you can't go chumming with Indians anyhow." "Peter," she said, "we've chummed with India." "Oh, nonsense, not socially. Their standards are different." "I hope they are," said Joan. "The way you make these Indian boys here feel like outcasts is disgraceful. They're different. The men aren't uncivil to them, but it isn't for you. It's for all English people to treat them well. He's a charming young man." "It isn't done, Joan." "It's going to be, Peter." "You're meeting him again?" "If I think proper." "Oh," said Peter, baffled for the time. "All right, Joan." A fierce exchange of notes followed. "Don't you understand the fellow's a polygamist," Peter wrote. "He keeps his women in purdah. No decent woman could be talked to in India as he talked to you, not even an introduction. Personally, I've no objection to any friends you make, provided they are decent friends." "He isn't a polygamist," Joan replied. "I've asked him, and everyone says he's a first-rate cricketer. As for decent friends, Peter." The issue had been still undecided when they came down for the Christmas vacation. So far, Joan had maintained her positions without passion, but now, suddenly her indignation at Peter's interference flared to heaven. That he should come here, hot from Soho, to tyrannize over her. Indians, indeed, as if Hetty Reinhardt wasn't worse than a Gold Coast nigger. The only outward manifestation of this wild storm of resentment had been her one instant scowl at Peter. Thereafter, Joan became again the quiet, intelligently watchful young woman she had been all that evening. But now she turned herself through an angle of about 30 degrees towards Huntley, who was talking to old Mrs. Jex, the wonder of Hampstead, who used to know George Eliot and Huxley, the while he was regarding Joan with sidelong covetousness. Joan lifted her eyes towards him with an expression of innocent interest. The slightly projecting blue eyes seemed to leap in response. Mrs. Jex was always rather inattentive to her listener when she was reciting her reminiscences, and Huntley was able to turn away from her quietly without interrupting the flow. The Sheldrick circle scorned the formalities of introductions. "Are you from the Slade School?" said Huntley. "Cambridge," said Joan. "My name's Gavin Huntley." But this was going to be more amusing than Joan had expected. This was a real live novelist, Joan's first. Not a fortnight ago, she had read The Pernambuco Bun Shop and thought it rather clever and silly. "Not the Gavin Huntley," she said. His face became faintly luminous with satisfaction. "Just Gavin Huntley," he said with a large smile. "The Pernambuco Bun Shop?" she said. "Guilty," he pleaded, smiling still more naively. One had expected something much less natural in a novelist. "I loved it," said Joan. And Huntley was hers to do what she liked with. Joan's idea of a proper conversation required it to be in a corner. "Do Sheldricks never sit down?" she asked. "I've been standing all the evening." "They can't," he said confidentially. "They're the other sort of Dutch doll, the cheap sort that hasn't got joints at the knees. Antonia sometimes leans against the wall. At her utmost, the next thing would be to sit on the floor with her legs straight out. I've seen her do that, but there is a sort of bench on the staircase landing." Thither they made their way, and there presently Peter found them. He found them because he was making for that very corner in the company of Sidney Sheldrick. "Hullo," said Sidney. "That you, Joan?" "We've taken this corner for the evening," said Huntley, laying a controlling hand on Joan's pretty wrist. Joan and Peter regarded each other darkly. "There ought to be more seats about somewhere," said Sidney. "Come up to the divan, old Peter." Of course, Peter must object to Huntley. They were scarcely out of the Sheldricks' house when he began. "That man Huntley's a bad egg, Joan. Everybody knows it." For a time they disputed about Huntley. "Peter," said Joan with affected calm, "is there any man, do you think, to whom so untrustworthy a girl as I am might safely talk?" Peter seemed to consider. "There's chaps like Troop," he said. "Troop," said Joan, relying on her intonation. "It isn't that you're untrustworthy," said Peter. "Fragile. It's the look and tone of things. I wonder how you get these ideas." "What ideas? Of how I behave in a corner with Jalaluddin or Gavin Huntley? I haven't suggested anything. You've suggested everything. Do you think I collect stray kisses like Sidney Sheldrick? Do you think I'm a dirty little cocotte like Hetty Reinhardt? Joan!" "Well," said Joan savagely, and said no more. Peter came to the defense of Hetty belatedly. "How can you say such things of Hetty?" he asked. "What can you know about her?" "Pa, I can smell what she is across a room. Do you think I'm an absolute young fool, Peter? You've got no right, Joan. Why argue, Peter? Why argue, when things are plain? Can't you go your own way, Peter?" Joan was annoyed to find suddenly that she was weeping. Tears were running down her face, but the road was dark, and perhaps if she gave no sign, Peter would not see. "You go your own way, Peter. Go your own way, and let me go mine." Peter was silent for a little while. Then compunction betrayed itself in his voice. "It's you I'm thinking of, Joan. I can't bear to see you make yourself cheap." "Cheap? And you?" "I'm different. I'm altogether different. A man is." Silence for a time. Joan seemed to push back her hair, and so smeared the tears from her face. "We interfere with each other," she said at last. "We interfere with each other. What is the good of it? You've got to go your way, and I've got to go mine. We used to have fun, lots of fun. Now—" She couldn't say any more for a while. "I'm going my own way, Peter. It's a different way. Leave me alone. Keep off." They said no more. When they got in, they found Miss Jepson sitting by the fire, and she had got them some cocoa and biscuits. The headache that had kept her from the Sheldrick Festival had lifted, and Joan plunged at once into a gay account of the various people she had seen that evening, saving and excepting Gavin Huntley. But Peter stood by the fireplace, silent, looking down into the fire, sulking or grieving. All the while that Joan rattled on to Miss Jepson, she was watching him with almost imperceptible glances, and wondering whether he sulked or grieved. Did he feel as she felt? If he sulked, well, confound him. But what if this perplexing dissension hurt him as much as it was hurting her? 18. Joan had long since lost that happiness, that perfect assurance, that intense appreciation of the beauty in things, which had come to her with early adolescence. She was troubled and perplexed in all her ways. She was full now of stormy, indistinct desires and fears, and a gnawing, indefinite impatience. No religion had convinced her of a purpose in her life. Neither Highmorton nor Cambridge had suggested any mundane devotion to her, nor pointed her ambitions to a career. The only career these feminine schools and colleges recognized was a career of academic successes and high school teaching, intercalated with hunger strikes for the vote, and Joan had early decided she would rather die than teach in a high school. Nor had she the quiet assurance her own beauty would have given her in an earlier generation, of a discreet choice of lovers and marriage, and living happily ever afterwards. She had a horror of marriage lurking in her composition. Mrs. Pybus and Highmorton had each contributed to that. Everyone around her spoke of it as an entire abandonment of freedom. Moreover, there was this queerness about her birth. She was beginning to understand better now in what that queerness consisted, that seemed to put her outside the customary ceremonies of veil and orange blossoms. Why did they not tell her all about it, what her mother was, and where her mother was? It must be a pretty awful business if neither Aunt Phyllis nor Aunt Phoebe would ever allude to it. It would have to come out, perhaps some monstrous story, before she could marry. And who could one marry? She could not conceive of herself marrying any of these boys she had met, living somewhere cooped up in a little house with solemn old Troop, or under the pursuing eyes, the convulsive worship of Wilmington. She had no object in life, no star by which to steer, and she was full of the fever of life. She was getting awfully old. She was 18. She was 19. Soon she would be 20. All her being, in her destitution of any other aim that had the slightest hold upon her imagination, was crying out for a lover. It was a lover she wanted, not a husband. Her mind made the clearest distinction between the two. He would come, and unrest would cease, confusion would cease, and beauty would return. Her lover haunted all her life, an invisible yet almost present person. She could not imagine his face nor his form. He was the blankest of beings. And yet she was so sure she knew him that if she were to see him away down a street or across a crowded room, instantly she believed she would recognize him. And until he came, life was a torment of suspense. Life was all wrong and discordant, so wrong and discordant that at times she could have hated her lover for keeping her waiting so wretchedly. And she had to go on as though this suspense was nothing. She had to disregard this vast impatience of her being, and the best way to do that, it seemed to her, was to hurry from one employment to another, never to be alone, never without some occupation, some excitement. Her break with Peter had an extraordinary effect of release in her mind. Hitherto, whatever her resentment had been, she had admitted in practice his claim to exact a certain discretion from her. His opinion had been, in spite of her resentment, a standard for her. Now she had no standard at all, unless it was a rebellious purpose to spite him. On Joan's personal conduct, the thought of Oswald, oddly enough, had scarcely any influence at all. She adored him as one might a political or historical hero. She wanted to stand well in his sight, but the idea of him did not pursue her into the details of her behavior at all. He seemed preoccupied with ideas and unobservant. She had never had any struggle with him. He had never made her do anything. And as for Aunts Phyllis and Phoebe, while the latter seemed to make vague gestures towards quite unutterable liberties, the former maintained an attitude of nervous disavowal. She was a woman far too uncertain-minded for plain speaking. She was a dear. Clearly she hated cruelty and baseness, except in regard to such things she set no bounds. Hitherto, Joan had had a very few flirtations. The extremest thing upon her conscience was Bunny Cuspard's kiss. She had the natural shilly-shally of a girl. She was strongly moved to all sorts of flirtings and experimentings with love, and very adventurous and curious in these matters, and also she had a system of inhibitions, pride, hesitation, fastidiousness, and something beyond these things, a sense of some ultimate value that might easily be lost, that held her back. Rebelling against Peter had somehow also set her rebelling against these restraints. Why shouldn't she know this and that? Why shouldn't she try this and that? Why, for instance, was she always shutting up Adela whenever she began to discourse in her peculiar way upon the great theme? Just a timid prude she had been. But now... And all this about undesirable people and unseemly places, all this picking and choosing as though the world was mud, what nonsense it was. She could take care of herself, surely. She began deliberately to feel her way through all her friendships, to see whether this thing, passion, lurked in any of them. It was an interesting exercise of her wits to try over a youth like old Troop, for example, to lure him on by a touch of flattery, a betrayal of warmth in her interest, to reciprocal advances. At first, Troop wasn't in the least in love with her, but she succeeded in suggesting to him that he was. But the passion in him released an unsuspected fund of egotistical discourse. He developed a disposition to explain himself and his mental operations in a large, flattering way, both by word of mouth and by letter. Even when he was roused to a sense of her as lovable, he did not become really interested in her, but only in his love for her. He arrived at one stride at the same unanalytical acceptance of her as of his God and the Church and the King and his parents and all the rest of the Anglican system of things. She was his girl, the kid. He really wasn't interested in those other things any more than he was in her. Once he had given her her role in relation to him, his attention returned to himself. The honor, integrity, and perfection of Troop were the consuming occupations of his mind. This was an edifying thing to discover, but not an entertaining thing to pursue. And after a time, Joan set herself to avoid, miss, and escape from Troop on every possible occasion. But Troop prided himself upon his persistence. He took to writing her immense, ill-spelt, manly letters, with sentences beginning, "You understand me very little if..." It was clear he was hers only until some simpler, purer, more receptive and acquisitive girl swam into his ken. Wilmington, on the other hand, was a silent, covetous lover. Joan could make him go white, but she could not make him talk. She was a little afraid of him and quite sure of him, but he was not the sort of young man one can play with, and she marveled greatly that anyone could desire her so much and amuse her so little. Bunny Cuspard was a more animated subject for experiment, and you could play with him a lot. He danced impudently. He could pat Joan's shoulder, press her hand, slip his arm round her waist, and bring his warm face almost to a kissing contact, as though it was all nothing. Did these approaches warm her blood? Did she warm his? Anyhow, it didn't matter, and it wasn't anything. Then there was Graham Prothero, a very good-looking friend of Peter's whom she had met while skating. He had a lively eye, and jumped after a meeting or so straight into Joan's dreams, where he was still more lively and good-looking. She wished she knew more certainly whether she had got into his dreams. Meanwhile, Joan's curiosity had not spared Jalaluddin. She had had him discoursing on the beauties of Indian love, and spinning for her imagination a warm moonlight vision of still temples reflected in water tanks, of silvery water shining between great lily leaves, of music like the throbbing of a nerve, of brown bodies garlanded with flowers. There had been a loan of Rabindranath Tagore's love poems, and once he had sent her some flowers. Any of these youths, she could make her definite lover, she knew, by an act of self-adaptation and just a little reciprocal giving. Only she had no will to do that. She felt she must not will anything of the sort. The thing must come to her. It must take possession of her. Sometimes, indeed, she had the oddest fancy that perhaps suddenly one of these young men would become transfigured, would cease to be his clumsy, ineffective self, and change right into that wonderful, that compelling being who was to set all things right. There were moments when it seemed about to happen, and then the illusion passed, and she saw clearly that it was just old Bunny, or just staccato Mir Jalaluddin. In Huntley, Joan found something more intriguing than this pursuit of the easy and the innocent. Huntley talked with a skillful impudence that made a bold choice of topics seem the most natural in the world. He presented himself as a leader in a great emancipation of women. They were to be freed from the bondage of sex. The phrase awakened a warm response in Joan, who was finding sex a yoke about her imagination. Sex, Huntley declared, should be as incidental in a woman's life as it was in a man's. But before that could happen, the world must free its mind from the superstition of chastity, from the idea that by one single step a woman passed from the recognizable into an impossible category. We made no such distinction in the case of men. An artist or a businessman was not suddenly thrust out of the social system by a sexual incident. A woman was either Mrs. or Miss, a gross publication of elemental facts that were surely her private affair. No one asked whether a man had found his lover. Why should one proclaim it in the case of a woman by a conspicuous change of her name? Here, and not in any matter of votes or economics, was the real feminine grievance. His indignation was contagious. It marched with all Joan's accumulated prejudice against marriage and all her growing resentment at the way in which emotional unrest was distracting and perplexing her will and spoiling her work at Cambridge. But when Huntley went on to suggest that the path to freedom lay in the heroic abandonment of the fetish of chastity, Joan was sensible of a certain lagging of spirit, a complex of instincts that conspired to adumbrate that unseen, unknown, and yet tyrannous lover, who would not leave her in peace and yet would not reveal himself, stood between her and the extremities of Huntley's logic. There were moments when he seemed to be pretending to fill that oppressive void, moments when he seemed only to be hinting at himself as a possible instrument of freedom. Joan listened to him gravely enough, so long as he theorized. When he came to personal things, she treated him with the same experimental and indecisive encouragement that she dealt out to her undergraduate friends. Huntley's earlier pose of an intellectual friend was attractive and flattering. Then he began to betray passion, as it were, unwittingly. At a fancy dress dance at Chelsea, and he danced almost as well as Joan, he became moody. He was handsome that night, in black velvet and silver that betrayed much natural grace. Joan was a nondescript in black and red, with short skirts and red beads about her pretty neck. "Joan," he said suddenly, "You're getting hold of me. You're disturbing me." He seemed to soliloquize. "I've not felt like this before." Then, very flatteringly and reproachfully, "You're so damned intelligent, Joan, and you dance as though God made you to make me happy." He got her out into an open passage that led from the big studio in which they had been dancing to a yard dimly lit by Chinese lanterns, and at the dark turn of the passage kissed her more suddenly and violently than she had ever been kissed before. He kissed her lips and held her until she struggled out of his arms. Up to that moment, Joan had been playing with him, half attracted and half shamming. Then, once more came the black panic that had seized her with Bunny and Adela. She did not know whether she liked him now or hated him. She felt strange and excited. She made him go back with her into the studio. "I've got to dance with Ralph Winterbaum," she said. "Say you're not offended," he pleaded. She gave him no answer. She did not know the answer. She wanted to get away and think. He perceived her confused excitement and did not want to give her time to think. She found Winterbaum and danced with him, and all the time, with her nerves on fire, she was watching Huntley, and he was watching her. Then she became aware of Peter, regarding her coldly over the plump shoulder of a fashion plate artist. She went to him as soon as the dance was over. "Peter," she said, "I want to go home." He surveyed her. She was flushed and ruffled, and his eyes and mouth hardened. "It's early. I want to go home." "Right. You're a bit of a responsibility, Joan." "Don't, then," she said shortly, and turned round to greet Huntley, as though nothing had happened between them. But she kept in the light and the crowd, and there was a constraint between them. "I want to talk to you more," he said, "and when we can talk, without someone standing on one's toes all the time and listening hard, I wish you'd come to my flat and have tea with me one day. It's still and cozy, and I could tell you all sorts of things I can't tell you here." Joan's dread of any appearance of timid virtue was overwhelming, and she was now blind with rage at Peter. Why, she would have been at a loss to say. She wanted to behave outrageously with Huntley, but in Peter's sight. This struck her as an altogether too extensive invitation. "I've never noticed much restraint in your conversation," she said. "It's the interruptions I don't like," he said. "You get me no ice, you get me no lemonade," she complained abruptly. "That's what my dear Aunt Adelaide used to call changing the subject. It's the cry of outraged nature. But I saw you having an ice not half an hour ago." "Not the ice I wanted," said Joan. "Distracting Joan. I suppose I must get you that ice, but about the tea?" "I hate tea," said Joan, with a force of decision that for a time disposed of his project. Just for a moment, he hovered with his eye on her, weighing just what that decision amounted to, and in that moment she decided that he wasn't handsome, that there was something unsound about his profile, that he was pressing her foolishly, and anyhow, none of it really mattered. He was nothing, really. She had been a fool to go into that dark passage. She ought to have known her man better. Huntley had been amusing hitherto, and now the thing had got into a new phase that wouldn't, she felt, be amusing at all. After this, he would pester. She hated being kissed. And Peter was a beast. Peter was a hateful beast. Joan and Peter went home in the same taxi, in a grim silence. Yet neither of them could have told what it was that kept them hostile and silent. End of section 20. Read by Eli Bishop, San Francisco, April 30th, 2021. Section 21 of Joan and Peter. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Joan and Peter by H.G. Wells. Chapter the 11th, Adolescence, Part 5. 19. But Joan and Peter were not always grimly silent with one another. The black and inexplicable moods came and passed again. Between these perplexing mute conflicts of will, they were still good friends. When they were alone together, they were always disposed to be good friends. It was the presence and excitement and competition of others that disturbed their relationship. It was when the species invaded their individualities and threatened their association with its occult and passionate demands. They would motorcycle together through the lanes and roads of Hertfordshire, lunch cheerfully at wayside inns, brotherly and sisterly, relapse again into mere boy and girl playfellows, race and climb trees, or, like fellow students, share their common room amicably, dispute over a multitude of questions, and talk to Oswald. They both had a fair share of scholarly ambition and read pretty hard. They had both now reached the newspaper reading stage. Peter was beginning to take an interest in politics. He wanted to discuss socialism and economic organization thoroughly. Biological work alone among all scientific studies carries a philosophy of its own that illuminates these questions, and Oswald was happy to try over his current interests in the light of these fresh, keen young minds. Peter was a discriminating advocate of the ideas of guild socialism. Oswald was still a cautious individualist, drifting towards Fabianism. The great labor troubles that had followed the coronation of King George had been necessary to convince him that all was not well with the economic organization of the empire. Hitherto, he had taken economic organization for granted. It wasn't a matter for Sydenhams. Pelham Ford at such times became a backwater from the main current of human affairs, the current that was now growing steadily more rapid and troubled. Thinking could go on at Pelham Ford. There were still forces in that old-world valley to resist the infection of intense impatience that was spreading throughout the world. The old red house behind its wall and iron gates seemed as stable as the little hills about it. The road and the row of great trees between the stream and the road, the high pathway and the ford and the village promised visibly to endure for 1,000 years. It was when Aunt Phyllis or Aunt Phoebe descended upon the place to make a party, get a lot of young people down and brighten things up, or when the two youngsters went to London together into the Sheldrick translation of the Quartier Latin, or when they met in Cambridge in some crowded chattering room, that imagination grew feverish, fierce jealousies awoke, temperaments jarred, and the urge of adolescence had them in its clutch again. It was during one of these parties at Pelham Ford that Joan was to happen upon two great realizations of so profound an effect that they may serve to mark the end, for her, of this great process of emotional upheaval and discovery that is called adolescence. They left her shaped. They came to her in no dramatic circumstances. They were mere conversational incidents, but their effect was profound and conclusive. In the new year of 1914, Oswald was to take Peter to Russia for 3 weeks. Before his departure, Aunt Phoebe had insisted that there should be a Christmas gathering of the young at Pelham Ford. They would skate or walk or toboggan or play hockey by day, and dress up and dance or improvise charades and burlesques in the evening. 1 or 2 Sheldricks would come. Peter and Joan could bring down any stray friends who had no home Christmas to call them, and Aunts Phyllis and Phoebe would collect a few young people in London. The gathering was, from the first, miscellaneous. Christmas is a homing time for the undergraduates of both sexes. Such modern spirits as the home failed to attract used to go in those days in great droves to the Swiss winter sports, and Joan found nobody but an ambitious Scotch girl, whom she knew but slightly, and Miss Scroby the historian, who was rather a friend for Aunt Phyllis than herself. Peter discovered that Wilmington intensely preferred Pelham Ford to his parental roof, and brought also 2 other stray men, orphans. This selection was supplemented by Aunt Phoebe, who had latterly made Hetty Reinhardt her especial protégée. She descanted upon the obvious beauty of Hetty, and upon the courage that had induced Hetty to leave her home in Preston and manage for herself in a great lonely studio upon Haverstock Hill. "The bachelor woman," said Aunt Phoebe, "armed with a latch-key and her purity. A vote shall follow. Hetty is not one of the devoted yet, but I have my hopes. We need our beauty chorus. Hetty shall be our Helen, and Holloway our Troy." So, with Peter's approval, Hetty was added to the list before Joan could express an opinion, and appeared with a moderate-sized valise that contained some extremely exiguous evening costumes, and a steadfast eye that rested most frequently on Peter. In addition, Aunt Phoebe brought 2 Irish sisters, one frivolous, the other just recuperating from the hunger strike that had ended her imprisonment for window-breaking in pursuit of the vote, and a very shy youth of 17, Price, the caddy poet. Huntley was to constitute a sort of outside element in the party, sharing apartments with young Sopwith Green, the musician, in the village about half a mile away. These 2 men were to work and keep away when they chose, and come in for meals and sports as they thought fit. At the 11th hour had come a pathetic and irresistible telegram from Adela Murchison, "Alone Xmas may I come, wire if inconvenient," and she too was comprehended. The vicarage girls were available for games and meals except on Sunday and Christmas Day. There was a friendly family of 5 sons and 2 daughters at Brogging, a challenging hockey club at Bishop Stortford, and a scratch collection at Newport available by motor car for a pickup match if the weather proved, as it did prove, too open for skating. Oswald commonly stood these aunt parties for a day or so, and then retreated to the Climax Club. Always beforehand he promised himself great interest and pleasure in the company of a number of exceptionally bright and representative youths and maidens of the modern school, but always the actual gathering fatigued him and distressed him. The youths and maidens wouldn't be representative. They talked too loud, too fast, and too inconsecutively for him. Their wit was too rapid and hard, and they were all over the house. It was hard to get mental contacts with them. They paired off when there were no games afoot, and if ever talk at table ceased to be fragmentary, Aunt Phoebe took control of it. In a day or so he would begin to feel at Pelham Ford like a cat during a removal. Driven out of his dear library, which was the only available room for dancing, he would try to work in his unaccustomed study, with vivid, interesting young figures passing his window in groups of 2 or 3, or only too audibly discussing the world, each other, and their general arrangements in the hall. His home would have felt altogether chaotic to him but for the presence, the unswerving but usually invisible presence of Mrs. Moxton, observing times and seasons, providing copious suitable meals, dominating by means of the gong, replacing furniture at every opportunity, referring with a calm dignity to Joan as the hostess for all the rules and sanctions she deemed advisable. From unseen points of view one felt her eye. One's consolation for the tumult lay in one's confidence in this discretion that lay behind it. Even Aunt Phoebe's way of speaking of "our good Moxton" did not mask the facts of the case. Pelham Ford was ruled. At Pelham Ford even Aunt Phoebe came down to meals in time. At Pelham Ford no fire, once lit, ever went out before it was right for it to do so. You might in pursuit of facetious ends choose to put your pajamas outside your other clothes, wrap your window curtains about you, sport and dance, and finally, drawn off to some other end, abandon these wrappings in the dining room, or on the settee in the landing. When you went to bed, your curtains hung primly before your window again, and your pajamas lay folded and reproved upon your bed. The disposition of the new generation to change its clothes, adopt fantastic clothes, and at any reasonable excuse get right out of its clothes altogether, greatly impressed Oswald. Hetty in particular betrayed a delight in the beauties of her own body, with a freedom that in Oswald's youth was permitted only to sculpture. But Adela made no secrets of her plump shoulders and arms, and Joan struck him as insensitive. Skimpiness was the fashion in dress at that time. No doubt it was all for the best, like the frankness of Spartan maidens. And another thing that brought a flavor of harsh modernity into the house was the perpetual music and dancing that raged about it. There was a pianola in the common room of Joan and Peter, but when they were alone at home it served only for an occasional outbreak of Bach or Beethoven or Chopin. Now it was in a state of almost continuous eruption. Aunt Phyllis had ordered a number of rolls of dance music from the orchestral library, and in addition she had brought down a gramophone. Never before had music been so easy in the world as it was in those days. In Oswald's youth, music, good music, was the rare privilege of a gifted few. One heard it rarely and listened with reverence. Nowadays, Joan could run through a big fragment of the Ninth Symphony, giving a rendering far better than any but a highly skilled pianist could play, while she was waiting for Peter to come to breakfast. And this Christmas party was pervaded with 1-steps and 2-steps, pianola called to gramophone, and gramophone to pianola, and tripping feet somewhere never failed to respond. Most of these young people danced with the wildest informality, but Hetty and the youngest Irish girl were serious propagandists of certain strange American dances, the bunny hug and the foxtrot. Sopwith Green and Adela tangoed and were getting quite good at it, and Huntley wanted to teach Joan an Apache dance. Joan danced by rule and pattern, or by the light of nature, as occasion required. The Christmas dinner was at 1:00, a large disorderly festival. Gavin Huntley and Sopwith Green came in for it. Oswald carved a turkey, Aunt Phyllis dispensed beef. The room was darkened, and the pudding was brought in, flaming blue and distributed in flickering flames. Mince pies, almonds and raisins, Brazil nuts, oranges, tangerines, Carlsbad plums, crystallized fruits, and candied peel. Nothing was missing from the customary feast. Then came a mighty banging of crackers, pre-war crackers, containing elaborate paper costumes and preposterous gifts. Wilmington ate little, and Huntley a great deal, and whenever Joan glanced at them they seemed to be looking at her. Hetty, flushed and excited, became really pretty in a paper cap of liberty. She waved a small tricolor flag, and knelt up in her chair to pull crackers across the table. Peter won a paper coxcomb and was moved to come and group himself under her arm and crow as Vive la France. The two Irish girls started an abusive but genial argument with Sopwith Green upon the Irish question. Aunt Phoebe sat near Aunt Phyllis and discoursed on whether she ought to go to prison for the vote. "I try to assault policemen," she said, "but they elude me." One of Peter's Cambridge friends, it came to light, had been present at a great scene in which Aunt Phoebe had figured. He emerged from his social obscurity and described the affair rather amusingly. It had been at an anti-suffrage meeting in West Kensington, and Aunt Phoebe had obtained access to the back row of the platform by some specious device. Among the notabilities in front, Lady Charlotte Sydenham and her solicitor had figured. Lady Charlotte had entered upon that last great phase in a woman's life, that phase known to the vulgar observer as old lady's second wind. It is a phase often of great go and determination, a joy to the irreverent young, and a marvel and terror to the middle-aged. She had taken to politics, plunged into public speaking, faced audiences. It was the Insurance Act of 1912 that had first moved her to such publicity. Stung by the outrageous possibility of independent-spirited servants, she had given up her usual trip to Italy in the winter and stayed to combat Lloyd George. From mere subscriptions and drawing-room conversations and committees to drawing-room meetings and at last to public meetings had been an easy series of steps for her. At first a mere bridling indignation on the platform, she presently spoke. As a speaker, she combined reminiscences of Queen Elizabeth at Tilbury and Marie Antoinette on the scaffold with vast hiatuses peculiar to herself. "My good people," she would say, disregarding the more conventional methods of opening, "have we neglected our servants, or have we not? Is any shop gal or factory gal half so well off as a servant in a good house? Is she, I ask? The food alone, the morals. And now we are to be taxed and made to lick stamps like a lot of galley slaves to please a bumptious little Welsh solicitor. For my part, I shall discontinue all my charitable subscriptions until this abominable act is struck off the statute book, every one. And as for buying these preposterous stamps, rather than lick a stamp, I will eat skilly in prison. Stamps indeed. I'd as soon lick the man's boots. That's all I have to say, Mr. Chairman, or my lord or Mrs. Chairman, as the case might be. I hope it will be enough, thank you." And she would sit down, breathing heavily and looking for eyes to meet. For the great agitation against the Insurance Act, that sort of thing sufficed, but when it came to testifying against an unwomanly clamor for votes, the argument became more complicated and interruptions difficult to handle, and after an unpleasant experience when she was only able to repeat in steadily rising tones, "I am not one of the shrieking sisterhood," 10 times over to a derisive roomful, she decided to adopt the more feminine expedient of a spokesman. She had fallen back upon Mr. Grimes, who, like all solicitors, had his parliamentary ambitions, and she took him about with her in the comfortable brown car that had long since replaced the White Horse, and sat beside him while he spoke, and approved of him with both hands. Mr. Grimes had been addressing the meeting when Aunt Phoebe made her interruption. He had been arguing that the unfitness of women for military service debarred them from the vote. "Let us face the facts," he said, drawing the air in between his teeth. Ultimately, all social organization rests upon force." It was just at this moment that cries of "Order, order!" made him aware of a feminine figure close beside him. He turned to meet the heaving wrath of Aunt Phoebe's face. There was just an instant's scrutiny, then he remembered everything, and with a wild shriek leapt clean off the platform upon the toes of the front row of the audience. "If you touch me," he screamed. The young man told the incident briefly and brightly. "Thereby hangs a tale," said Aunt Phoebe darkly, and became an elusive sphinx for the rest of the dinner. "I shook that man," she said at last to Price. "What, him?" said Price, staring round-eyed at the young man from Cambridge. "No, the man at the meeting." "What, afterwards?" said Price, lost and baffled. "No," said Aunt Phoebe, "before." Price tried to look intelligent and nodded his head very fast to conceal the fear and confusion in his mind. Amidst all these voices and festivities sat Oswald, with a vast paper cap shaped rather like the dome of a Russian church cocked over his blind side, listening distractedly, noting this and that, saying little, thinking many things. The banquet ended at last, and everyone drifted to the library. Affairs hovered vaguely for a time. Peter handed cigarettes about. Someone started the gramophone with a two-step that set everyone tripping. Hetty, with a flush on her cheek and a light in her eyes, was keeping near Peter. She seized upon him now for a dance that was also an embrace. Peter laughed, nothing loath. "Oh, but this is glorious," panted Hetty. "Come and dance too, Joan," said Wilmington. "It's stuffy," said Joan. Oswald, contemplating a retreat to his study armchair, found her presently in the hall, dressed to go out with Huntley. "We're going over the hill to see the sunset," Joan explained. "It's too stuffy in there." Oswald met Huntley's large gray eye for a moment. He had an instinctive distrust of Huntley, but on the other hand, surely Joan had brains enough and fastidiousness enough not to lose her head with this phosphorescent fish of a novelist. "Right-o," said Oswald, and hovered doubtfully. Aunt Phoebe appeared on the landing above, carrying off a rather reluctant Miss Scroby to her room for a real good talk. A crash and an unmistakable giggle proclaimed a minor rag in progress in the common room across the hall, in which Sidney Sheldrick was busy. The study door closed on Oswald. Joan and Huntley passed by outside his window. He sat down in front of his fire, poked it into a magnificent blaze, lit a cigar, and sat thinking. The beat of dancing, the melody of the gramophone, and a multitude of less distinct sounds soaked in through the door to him. He was, he reflected, rather like a strange animal among all this youth. They treated him as something remotely old. He was 51, and yet this gregarious stir and excitement that brightened their eyes and quickened their blood stirred him too. He couldn't help a feeling of envy. He had missed so much in his life. And in his younger days the pace had been slower. These young people were actually noisier, they were more reckless, they did more and went further than his generation had gone. In his time with his sort of people, there had been the virtuous life, which was, one had to admit it, slow, and the fast life, which was noisily, criminally, consciously, and vulgarly vicious. This generation didn't seem to be vicious, and was anything but slow. How far did they go? He had been noting little things between Peter and this Reinhardt girl. What were they up to between them? He didn't understand. Was she maneuvering to marry the boy? She must be well on the way to 30, 26 or 27 perhaps. She hadn't a young girl's look in her eyes. Was she just amusing herself by angling for calf love? Was she making a fool of Peter? Their code of manners was so easy. She would touch his hands, and once Peter had stroked her bare forearm as it lay upon the table. She had looked up and smiled, leaving her arm on the table. One could not conceive of Dolly permitting such things. Was this an age of daring innocence, or what was coming to the young people? Joan seemed more dignified than the others, but she too had her quality of prematurity. At her age, Dolly had dressed in white with a pink sash. At least, Dolly must have been about Joan's age when first he had seen her. 18, 17? Of course, a year or so makes no end of difference just at this age. From such meditations, Oswald was roused by the tumult of a car outside. He took a wary glimpse from his window at this conveyance, and discovered that it was colored an unusual bright chocolate color, and had its chauffeur, a depressed-looking individual, in a livery to match. He went out into the hall to discover the large presence, the square face, the whisker, and the china-blue eyes of Lady Charlotte Sydenham. He knew she was in England, but he had had no idea she was near enough to descend upon them. She stood in the doorway surveying the Christmas disorder of the hall. Someone had adorned Oswald's stuffed heads with paper caps. The white rhinoceros was particularly motherly, with pink bonnet strings under its throat. A box of cigarettes had been upset on the table amidst various hats, and half its contents were on the floor, which was also littered with scraps of torn paper from the crackers. From the open door of the library came the raucous orchestration of the gramophone and the patter and swish of dancers. "I thought you'd be away," said Aunt Charlotte, a little checked by the sight of Oswald. "I'm staying at Minching's on my way to sit on the platform at Cambridge. We're raising money to get those brave Ulstermen guns. Something has to be done if these Liberals are not to do as they like with us, they and their friends the priests. But I knew there would be a party here, and those aunts, so I came. Who are all these young people you have about?" "Miscellaneous friends," said Oswald. "You've got a touch of gray in your hair," she noted. "I must get a big blonde wig," he said. "You might do worse." "You're looking as fresh as paint," he remarked, scrutinizing her steadfastly bright complexion. "Is that the faithful Unwin sitting and sniffing in the car? It's a rennet face." "She can sit," said Lady Charlotte. "I shan't stay 10 minutes, and she's got a hot water bottle and 3 rugs. But being so near, I had to come and see what was being done with those wards of mine." "Former wards," Oswald interjected. "The gal I passed. Where is Master Stubland? I'll just look at him. Is he one of these people making a noise in here?" She went to the door of the library and surveyed the scene with an aggressive lorgnette. The furniture had been thrust aside with haste and indignity. The rugs rolled up from the parquet floor, and Babs Sheldrick was presiding over the gramophone, and helping and interrupting Sidney in the instruction of Wilmington, of Peter and Hetty, and of Adela and Sopwith Green in some special development of the tango. All the young people still wore their paper caps, and were heated and disheveled. In the window seat, the convalescent suffragette was showing wrist tricks to one of the young men from Cambridge. "Party," said Lady Charlotte. "Higgledy-piggledy, I call it. Which is Peter?" Peter was indicated. "Well, he's grown. Who's that fast-looking girl he's hugging?" Peter detached himself from Hetty and came forward. His ancient terror of the Whisker-Woman still hung about him, but he made a brave show of courage. "Glad you've not forgotten us, Lady Charlotte," he said. "Not much stumbling about him," she remarked to Oswald. "There's a photograph of you before you blew your face off." "It's his mother he's like," said Oswald, laying a hand on Peter's shoulder. "I never saw a family harp on themselves more than the Sydenhams," the lady declared. "It's like the Habsburg chin. This one of the new improper dances, Peter." "Honi soit," said Peter. "People have been whipped at the cart's tail for less. In my mother's time, no decent woman waltzed, even in crinolines. Now a waltz isn't close enough for them." The gramophone came to an end and choked. "Thank goodness," said Lady Charlotte. "Won't you dance yourself, Lady Charlotte?" said Peter, standing up to her politely. The hard blue eye regarded him with a slightly impaired disfavor, but the old lady made no reply. They heard the startled voice of the youth from Cambridge. "It's her!" But the sting of the call was at its end. "So that's Peter," said Lady Charlotte, as the chauffeur and Oswald assisted her back into her liver-colored car. "I told you I saw the gal. Joan? I passed her on the road 1/2 mile from here, came upon her and her gentleman friend, I suppose she'd call him, as we turned a corner, a snapshot, so to speak. It's the walking-out instinct. Blood will tell. I saw her, but she didn't see me. Lost she was to things mundane, but it was plain enough how things were. A tiff, some lover's quarrel. Wake up, Unwin." "What do you mean?" "What I say," said Lady Charlotte. "That fellow Huntley." "Ha! So now you'll lock the stable door. What else was to be expected?" "But this is nonsense." "I may be mistaken. I hope I am mistaken. I just give you my impression. I'm not a fool, Oswald, though it's always been your pleasure to treat me as one. Time shows." There was a pause while rugs with loud monograms were adjusted about her. "Well, I'm glad I came over. I wanted to see the great experiment. I said at the time it can't end well. Bad in the beginnings. No woman to help him, except for those 2 weird sisters. No religion, you see? The boy's a young impudence. The girl's in some mess already. What did I tell you?" Oswald was late with his recovery. "Look here, Auntie, you keep your libelous mind off my wards." "Home, Parbury," said Lady Charlotte to the chocolate-uniformed chauffeur. She fired a parting shot. "I warned you long ago you'd get the gal into a thoroughly false position." She was getting away after her raid with complete impunity. Never before had she scored like this. Was Oswald growing old? She made her farewell of him with a stately gesture of head and hand. She departed disconcertingly serene. A flood of belated repartee rushed into Oswald's mind. But except for a violent smell of petrol and a cloud of smoke and a kind of big scar of chocolate on the retina, nothing remained now of Lady Charlotte. In the hall, he paused before a mirror and examined that touch of gray. 20. But it had not been a lover's quarrel that had blinded Joan to the passing automobile. It had been the astounding discovery of her real relationship to Peter. So astounding had that been, that at the moment she was not only regardless of the passing traffic, but oblivious of Huntley and every other circumstance of her world. Huntley was not one of those people who love. He was a pursuing egotist with an unwarrantable scorn for the intelligence of his fellow creatures. He liked to argue and show people that they were wrong, in a calm, scornful manner. The Pernambuco bun shop was a very sarcastic work. He was violently attracted by the feminine of all ages. It fixed his attention with the vast possibilities of admiration and triumph it offered him, and he had greedy desires. Joan attracted him at first because she was admired. He saw how Wilmington coveted her. She had a prestige in her circle. She had, too, a magnetism of her own. Before he realized the slope down which she slid, he wanted her so badly that he thought he was passionately in love. It kept him awake of nights and distracted him from his work. He did not want to marry her. That was against his principles. That was the despicable way of ordinary human beings. He lived on a higher plane. But he wanted her as a monkey wants a gold watch. He wanted this new, fresh, lovely, and beautiful thing just to handle and feel as his own. There was little charm about Huntley and less companionship. He was too arrogant for companionship. But he abounded in ideas, he knew much, and so he interested her. He talked. He pursued her with the steadfast scrutiny of his large gray eyes, and with arguments. He tried to argue and maneuver Joan into a passionate love for him. Well, Joan had a broad brow. She thought things over. She was amenable to ideas. He harped on, quote, freedom, unquote. He carried freedom far beyond the tempered liberties of ordinary human association. Any ordinary belief was by his standards a limitation of freedom. There was a story that he had once been caught burgling a house in St. John's Wood, and had been let off by the magistrate only because the crime seemed absolutely motiveless. No doubt he had been trying to convince himself of his freedom from prejudice about the rights of property. He had an obscure idea that he could induce Joan to plunge into wild depravities merely to prove himself free from her own decent instincts. But he was ceasing to care for his argument, if only he could induce her. There was a moment when he said, "Joan, you are the one woman," he always called her a woman, "who could make me marry her." "I'll spare you," said Joan succinctly. "Promise me that?" "Promise." Anyhow. On this Christmas afternoon, he discoursed again upon freedom. "You, Joan, might be the freest of the free if only you chose. You are absolutely your own mistress, absolutely." "I have a guardian," she said. "You're of age." "No, I'm 19. You, as it happens, were of age at 18, Joan." He watched her face. He had been burning to get to this point for weeks. "Even about your birth there was freedom." "So you know that." Icy voice. To me it seems the grandest thing. When I reflect that I, alas, was born in loveless holy wedlock, I grit my teeth. "Oh, I don't care. But how do you know?" "It's fairly well known, Joan. It's no very elaborate secret. I've got a little volume of your father's poetry." She hesitated. "I didn't know my father wrote poetry," she said. "It was all Will Sydenham ever did that was worth doing, except launch you into the world. He was a dramatic critic and something of a journalist, I believe. Stoner of the Post knew him quite well. That all this is ancient history to you." "It isn't. Nobody's told me. I didn't know." "But what did you think?" "Never mind what I thought. Everyone doesn't talk with your freedom. I've never been told. Who was my mother?" "Stoner says she died in hospital, soon after you were born. He never knew her name." "Wasn't it Stubland?" "Lord, no. Why should it be?" "But then, that's one of the things that makes you so splendidly new, Joan. You start clean in the world, like a new Eve, without even an Adam to your name, fatherless, motherless, sisterless, brotherless. You fall into the world like a meteor." She stood astonished at the way in which she had blundered. Brotherless. If Huntley had not drawn her back by the arm, Lady Charlotte's car would have touched her. 21. That night, someone tapped at the bedroom door of Aunt Phyllis. "Come in," she cried, slipping into her dressing gown, and Joan entered. She was still wearing the dress of spangled black in which she had danced with Huntley and Wilmington and Peter. She went to her aunt's fire in silence, and stood over it, thinking. "You're having a Merry Christmas, little Joan?" said Aunt Phyllis, coming and standing beside her. "Ever so merry, Auntie. We go it, don't we?" Aunt Phyllis looked quickly at the flushed young face beside her, opened her mouth to speak, and said nothing. There was a silence, it seemed a long silence, between them. Then Joan asked, in a voice that she tried to make offhand, "Auntie, who was my father?" Aunt Phyllis was deliberately matter-of-fact. "He was the brother of Dolly, Peter's mother." "Where is he?" "He was killed by an omnibus near the Elephant and Castle when you were 2 years old." "And my mother?" "Died 3 weeks after you were born." Joan was wise in sociological literature. "The usual fever, I suppose," she said. "Yes," said Aunt Phyllis. "Do you know much about her?" "Very little. Her name was Debenham, Fanny Debenham." "Was she pretty?" "I never saw her. It was Dolly, Peter's mother, who went to her." "So that's what I am," said Joan, after a long pause. "Only we love you. What does it matter? Dear Joan of my heart." And Aunt Phyllis slipped her arm about the girl's shoulder. But Joan stood stiff and intent, not answering her caress. "I knew, in a way," she said. The thought that consumed her insisted upon utterance. "So, I'm not Peter's half-sister," she said. "But have you thought—" Joan remained purely intellectual. "I've thought dozens of things, and I thought at last it was that. Why was I called Stubland? I'm not a Stubland. It was more convenient. It grew up. It put me out. It has sent me astray." She remained for a time, taking in this new aspect of things so intently as to be regardless of the watcher beside her. Then she roused herself to mask her extravagant preoccupation. "You're no relation, then, of mine," she said. "No. You've been so kind to me. A mother." Aunt Phyllis was weeping facile tears. "Have I been kind, dear? Have I seemed kind? I've always wanted to be kind. And I've loved you, Joan, my dear, and love you. And Nobby. Nobby, too. You've been bricks to me, both of you, no end. Aunt Phoebe, too. And Peter. Does Peter know? Does he know what I am?" "I don't know. I don't know what he knows, Joan." "If it hadn't been for the same surname, Joan Debenham. I've had fancies. I've thought Nobby perhaps was my father. Queer. Why did you people bother yourselves about me? My dear, it was the most natural thing in the world." "I suppose it was, for you. You've been so decent." "Every woman wants a daughter," said Aunt Phyllis in a whisper, and then almost inaudibly, "You are mine. And the tempers I've shown, the trouble I've been, all these years. I wonder what Peter knows. He must suspect. He must have ideas. Joan Debenham, from outside." She stood quite still, with the red firelight leaping up to light her face and caressing the graceful lines of her slender form. She stood for a time as still as stone. Had she, after all, a stony heart? Aunt Phyllis stood watching her with a pale, tear-wet, apprehensive face. Then abruptly the girl turned and held out her arms. "Can I ever thank you?" she cried, with eyes that now glittered with big tears. Presently Aunt Phyllis was sitting in her chair, stroking Joan's dark hair, and Joan was kneeling, staring intently at some strange vision in the fire. "Do you mind my staying for a time?" she asked. "I want to get used to it. It's just as though there wasn't anything but just here. I've lost my aunt and found a mother." "My Joan," whispered Aunt Phyllis, "my own dear Joan. Always I have thought Peter was my brother. Always my half-brother. Until today." End of section 21. Read by Eli Bishop, San Francisco, June 12, 2021. Section 22 of Joan and Peter. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Joan and Peter by H.G. Wells, Chapter the 11th, Adolescence, Part 6. 22. It was Adela who inflicted Joan's second shock upon her, and drove away the last swirling whispers of adolescent imaginations and moon mist from the hard forms of reality. This visit she had seemed greatly improved to Joan. She was graver. Visibly she thought, and no longer was her rolling eye an invitation to masculine enterprise. She came to Joan's room on Boxing Day morning to make up dresses with her for the night's dance, and she let her mind run as she stitched. Everyone was to come in fancy dress. The vicarage girls would come, and the brogging people. Everyone was to represent a political idea. Adela was going to be tariff reform. All her clothes were to be tattered and unfinished, she said. Even her shoes were to have holes. She would wear a broken earring in one ear. "I don't quite see your point," said Joan. "Tariff reform means work for all, dear," Adela explained gently. Days before, Joan had planned to represent Indian nationalism. It was a subject much in dispute between her and Peter, whose attitude to India and Indians seemed to her unreasonably reactionary, in view of all his other opinions. She could never let her controversies with Peter rest. The costume had been aimed at him. She was going to make up her complexion with a little brown, wear a sari, sandals on bare feet, and a band of tinsel across her forehead. She had found some red Indian curtain stuff that seemed to be adaptable for the sari. She worked now in a preoccupied manner, with her mind full of strange thoughts. Sometimes she listened to what Adela was saying, and sometimes she was altogether within herself. But every now and then Adela would pull her back to attention by a question. "Don't you think so, Joan?" "Think what?" asked Joan. "Love's much more our business than it is theirs." That struck Joan. "Is it?" she asked. She had thought the shares in the business were equal and opposite. "All this waiting for a man to discover himself in love with you, it's rot. You may wait till doomsday." "Still, they do seem to fall in love." "With anyone. A man's in love with women in general, but women fall in love with men in particular. We're the choosers, naturally. We want a man, that man, and no other, and all our own. They don't feel like that. And we have to hang about pretending they choose, and trying to make them choose without seeming to try to make them. Well, we're altering all that. When I want a man—" Adela's pause suggested a particular reference. "I'll get him somehow," she said intently. "If you mean to get him, if you don't mind much the little things that happen meanwhile, you'll get him," said Adela, as though she repeated a creed. "But of course you can't make terms. When a man knows that a woman is his, when he's sure of it, absolutely, then she's got him for good. Sooner or later he must come to her. I haven't had my eyes open just for show, Joan, this last year or so." "Good luck, Adela," said Joan. Adela attempted no pretenses. "It stands to reason, if you love a man—" Her eyes filled with tears. "Love his very self. You can make him happy and safe, be his line of least resistance, but the meanwhile is hard." Adela stitched furiously. "That's why you came down here?" Joan asked. "You haven't seen?" Adela's preoccupation with Sopwith Green had been the most conspicuous fact in the party. "Once or twice, a gleam," said Joan. "Ask him to play tonight, dear," said Adela. "Some of his own things." But now the last checks upon Adela's talk were removed. She wanted to talk endlessly and unrestrainedly about love. She wanted to hear herself saying all the generosities and devotions she contemplated. "There's no bargain in love," said Adela. "You just watch and give." Running through all her talk was a thread of speculation. She was obsessed by the idea of the relative blindness and casualness of love in men. "We used to dream of lovers who just concentrated upon us," she said. "But there's something nimmy-pimmy in a man concentrating on a woman. He ought to have a job, something big, his art, his aim, something. One wouldn't really respect a man who didn't do something big. Love's a nuisance to a real man, a disturbance, until some woman takes care of him." "Couldn't two people take care of each other?" asked Joan. "Oh, that's ideal, Joan," said Adela, as one who puts a notion aside. "A man takes his love where he finds it, on his way to other things. The easier it is to get, the better he likes it. That's why so often they take up with any sort of creature, and why one needn't be so tremendously jealous." Adela reflected. "I don't care a bit about him and Hetty." "Hetty Reinhardt? Everybody talked about them, didn't you hear? But, of course, you were still at school. Of course, there's that studio of hers. You know about her? Yes, she has a studio. Most convenient. She does as she pleases. It amused him, I suppose. Men don't care as we do. They're just amused. Men can fall in love for an afternoon and out of it again. He makes love to her, and he's not even jealous of her, not a bit. He doesn't seem to mind a rap about Peter." She babbled on, but Joan's mind stopped short. "Adela," she said, "what is this about Hetty and Peter?" "The usual thing, I suppose, dear. You don't seem to hear of anything at Cambridge." "But you don't mean—" "Well, I know something of Hetty, and have got eyes." "You mean to say she's got Peter?" "It shows plainly enough." "My Peter!" cried Joan sharply. "You're not an Egyptian princess," said Adela. "You mean Peter's gone to her studio, that things like that have happened?" Adela stared at her friend. "These things have to happen, Joan." "But he's only a boy yet." "She doesn't think he's a boy. Why, he's almost of age. A lot of boy about Peter." "But do you mean—" "I don't mean anything, Joan, if you're going to look like that. You've got no right to interfere in Peter's love affairs. Why should you? Don't we all live for experience?" "But," said Joan, "Peter is different." "No, no one is different," said Adela. "But I tell you he's my Peter. He's your brother, of course." "No, your half-brother, then. Everybody knows that, Joan, thanks to the Sheldricks. A sister can't always keep her brothers away from other girls." Joan was on the verge of telling Adela that she was not even Peter's half-sister, but she restrained herself. She stuck to the thing that most concerned her now. "It's spoiling him," she said. "It will make a mess of him. Why, he may think that is love, that, slinking off to a studio, the nastiness. And she's had a dozen lovers. She's a common thing. She just strips herself here and shows her arms and shoulders because she's just that." "She's really in love with him anyhow," said Adela. "She's gone on him. It's amusing." "Love, that love. It makes me sick to think of it," said Joan. "A man isn't made like that," said Adela. "Peter has to go his own way." "Peter," said Joan, "who used to be the cleanest thing alive." "Good sisters always feel like that," said Adela. "I know how shocked I was when at first I heard of Teddy. It isn't the same thing to men. It isn't indeed." "Dirty Peter," said Joan with intense conviction. Of course I've known. Anyone could see. Only I wouldn't know." She thrust the striped red stuff for her Indian dress from her. "I shan't be Indian nationalism, Adela, after all. Somehow I don't care to be. Why should I cover myself up in this way?" "You'd look jolly." "No, I want something with black in it, and red, and my arms and shoulders showing. Why shouldn't we all dress down to Hetty? She has the approval of the authorities. Aunt Phoebe applauds every stitch she takes off. Freedom with a cap of liberty." "Hetty said something about being freedom," hesitated Adela. "Then I shall come as anarchy," said Joan, staring at the red stuff upon the table before her. Came a pause. "I don't see why Peter should have all the fun in life," said Joan. 23. Joan as anarchy made a success that evening at Pelham Ford. In the private plans of Hetty Reinhardt, that success had not been meant for Joan. Hetty as freedom gave the party her lithe arms, her slender neck, and so much of her back that the two vicarage girls, who had come very correctly in powder and patches as Whig and Tory, were sure that it was partly accidental. On Hetty's dark hair perched a Phrygian cap, and she had a tricolour skirt beneath a white bodice that was chiefly décolletage and lace. About her neck was a little band of black, which had nothing to do with freedom. It was there for the sake of her slender neck. She was much more like la vie parisienne. She was already dancing with Peter when Joan, who had delayed coming down until the music began, appeared in the doorway. Nabi, wrapped in a long toga-like garment of sun-gold and black that he alleged qualified him to represent darkest Africa, was standing by the door and saw the effect of Joan upon one of the Brogging boys before he discovered her beside him. Her profile was the profile of a savage. She lifted her clear-cut chin, as young savage women do, and her steady eyes regarded Hetty and Peter. Her black hair was quite unbound and thrown back from her quiet face, and there was no necklace, no bracelet, not a scrap of adornment nor enhancement upon her arms or throat. It had not hitherto occurred to Oswald that his ward had the most beautiful neck and shoulders in the world, or that Joan was as like what Dolly once had been, as a wild beast is like a cherished tame one. But he did presently find these strange ideas in his mind. Her dress was an exiguous scheme of slashes and tatters in black and bright red. She was bare-ankled. These modern young people thought nothing of that, but she had white dancing shoes upon her feet. "Joan," said Huntley, advancing with an air of proprietorship. "No," said Joan, with a gesture of rejection. "I don't want to dance with anyone in particular. I'm going to dance alone." "Well, dance," said Huntley, with a large courtly movement of a white velvet cloak, all powdered with gold crosses and fleur-de-lis, that he pretended was a symbol of reaction. "When I choose," said Joan, "and as I choose." Across the room, Peter was staring at her, and she was looking at Peter. He tripped against Hetty, and for a little interval the couple was out of step. "Come on, Peter," said Hetty, rallying him. Joan appeared to forget Peter and everyone. There was dancing in her blood, and this evening she meant to dance. Her body felt wonderfully light and as supple as a whip under her meager costume. There was something to be said for this semi-nudity after all. The others were dancing a two-step with such variations as they thought fit, and there was no objection whatever at Pelham Ford to solo enterprises. Joan could invent dances. She sailed out into the room to dance as she pleased. Oswald watched her nimble steps and the whirling rhythms of her slender body. She made all the others seem overdressed and clumsy and heavy. Her face had a grave, preoccupied expression. Huntley stood for a moment or so beside Oswald, and then stepped out after her to convert her dance into a duet. He too was a skillful and inventive dancer, and the two coquetted for a time amidst the other couples. Then Joan discovered Wilmington watching her and Huntley from the window bay. She danced evasively through Huntley's circling entanglements and seized Wilmington's hand and drew him into the room. "I can't dance, Joan," he said, obeying her. "You know I can't dance." "You have to dance," she said, aglow and breathing swiftly. "Trust me." She took and left his hands, and took them again, and turned him about so skillfully that a wonderful illusion was produced, in Wilmington's mind and in those about him, that indeed he could dance. Huntley made a crouching figure of jealousy about them. He spread himself and his cloak into fantastic romps, and then the music ceased. "The Argentine tango!" cried Huntley. "Joan, you must tango." "Never." "Dance Columbine to my Harlequin, then." "And stand on your knee? I should break it." "Try me," said Huntley. "Kneel," said Joan. "Now take my hands. Prepare for the shock." And she leapt lightly to his knee and posed for a second, poised with one toe on Huntley's thigh, and was down again. "Do it again, Joan," he cried with enthusiasm. "Do it again." "Let us invent dances," cried Aunt Phyllis. "Let us invent dances. Couldn't we dance charades?" "Let them dance as nature meant them to," said Aunt Phoebe's deepest tones. "Madly." "Shall we try that tango we did the other night?" said Hetty, coming behind Peter. Peter had come forward to the group in the center of the room. Old habits were strong in him, and he had a vague feeling that this was one of the occasions when Joan ought to be suppressed. "We're getting chaotic," he said. "You see, Peter, I'm anarchy," said Joan. "Unordered freedom is the best," said Peter, without reflecting on his words. "Nobby, I want to dance with you," said Joan. "I've never danced anything but a country dance, the sort of thing in which people stand in rows, in my life," said Oswald. "A country dance," cried Joan. "Sir Roger de Coverley." "We want to try a foxtrot we know," complained one of the Broggin guests. Two parties became more and more distinctly evident in the party. There was a party which centered around Hetty and the Sheldrick girls, which was all for the rather elaborately planned freak dances they had more or less learnt in London, the bunny hugs, the foxtrot, and various tangos. Most of the Londoners were of this opinion. Sopwith Green trailed Adela with him, and Huntley was full of a passionate desire to guide Joan's feet along the tango path. But Joan's mind, by a kind of necessity, moved contrariwise to Hetty's. Either, she argued, they must dance in the old staid ways, Oswald and the vicarage girls applauding, or dance as the spirit moved them. "Oh, dance your old foxtrots," she cried, with a gesture that seemed to motion Huntley and Hetty together. "Have your music all rattle and ragtime, like sick people groaning in trains. That's neither here nor there. I want to dance to better stuff than that. Come on, Willie." She seized on Wilmington's arm. "But where are you going?" cried Huntley. "I'm going to dance Chopin in the hall to the pianola." "You're going to play," she told Wilmington. "But you can't," said Peter. Joan disappeared with her slave. A light seemed to go out from the big library as she went. "Now we can get on," said Hetty, laying hands on her Peter. For a time the foxtrot ruled. The vicarage girls didn't do these things, and drifted after Joan. So did Oswald. Towards the end, the dancers had a sense of a cross-current of sound in the air, of some adverse influence thrown across their gymnastics. When their own music stopped, they became aware of that crying voice above the thunder, the revolutionary etude. There was a brief listening pause. "Now, how the deuce," said Huntley, "can she be dancing that?" He led the way to the hall. "I'm tired of dancing," whispered Hetty. "Stay back. They're all going. I want you to kiss the little corner of my mouth." Peter looked round quickly and seized his privilege with unseemly haste. "Let's see how Joan is dancing that old row," he said. Animation, boldness, and strict relegation of costume to its function of ornament had hitherto made Hetty the highlight of this little gathering. She was now to realize how insecure is this feminine predominance in the face of fresher youth and greater boldness. And Joan was full of a pretty girl's discovery that she may do all that she dares to do, for a time, and until it is time to pay. Life had intoxicated Joan that night. A derision of seemliness possessed her. She was full of impulse and power. She felt able to dominate everyone. At one time or other she swept nearly every man there, except Oswald and Peter and Price, into her dancing. Two of the Broggin youths fell visibly in love with her, and Huntley lost his head, badgered her too much to dance, and then was offended and sulked in a manner manifest to the meanest capacity, and she kissed Wilmington. That was her wildest impulse. She came into the study where he was playing the pianola for her dancing. She wanted him to change the role for the first part of the Kreutzer Sonata, and found herself alone with him. She loved him because he was so completely and modestly hers. She bent over him to take off the roll from the instrument, and found her face near his forehead. "Dear old Willie," she whispered, and put her hand on his shoulder, and brushed his eyebrows with her lips. Then she was remorseful. "It doesn't mean anything, Willie," she said. "I know it doesn't," he said, in a voice of the deepest melancholy. "Only you are a dear all the same," she said. "You are clean. You're right." "If it wasn't for my damned virtues," said Wilmington. "But anyhow, thank you, Joan, very much. Shall I play you this right through?" "A little slowly," she said. "It's marked too fast," and went towards the open door. Then she flitted back to him. Her intent face came close to his. "I don't love anyone, Willie," she said. "I'm not the sort. I just dance." They looked at each other. "I love you," said Wilmington, and watched her go. But she had made him ridiculously happy. She danced through the whole Kreutzer Sonata. The Kreutzer Sonata has always been a little dirty since Tolstoy touched it. Tolstoy pronounced it erotic. There are men who can find a lascivious import in a Corinthian capital. The Kreutzer Sonata therefore had a strong appeal to Huntley's mind. These associations made it seem to him different from other music, just as calling this or that substance a drug always dignified it in his eyes with the rich suggestions of vice. He read strange significances into Joan's choice of that little music as he watched her over the heads of the Brogging girls. But Joan just danced. At supper she found herself drifting to a seat near Peter. She left him to his Hetty, and went up the table to a place under Oswald's black wing. The supper at Pelham Ford was none of your stand-up affairs. Mrs. Moxton's ideas of a dance supper were worthy of Britannia. Oswald carved a big turkey, and Peter had cold game pie, and Aunt Phyllis showed a delicate generosity with a sharp carver and a big ham. There were hot potatoes, and various salads, and jugs of lemonade and claret cup for everyone, and whiskey for the mature. Joan became a sober inquirer about African dancing. "It's the West Coast that dances," said Oswald. "There's richer music on the West Coast than all round the Mediterranean." "All this American music comes from the Negro," he declared. "There's hardly a bit of American music that hasn't color in its blood." After supper, Joan was the queen of the party. Adela was in love with her again, as slavish as in their school days, and the Sheldricks and the Brogging boys and girls did her bidding. "Let's do something processional," said Joan. "Let us dress up and do the funeral march of a marionette." Hetty didn't catch on to that idea, and Peter was somehow overlooked. Most of the others scampered off to get something black and cast aside anything too colored. Aunt Phyllis knew of some black gauze and produced it. There were black curtains in the common room, and these were seized upon by Huntley and Wilmington. They made a coffin of the big black lacquered postbox in the hall, and a bier of 4 alpenstocks and a drying board from the scullery. Joan was chief mourner, and after the funeral march was over, danced the sorrows of life before the bier to the first part of the 5th Symphony. Hetty and Peter sat close together, and yet unusually apart, upon the broad window-seat. Hetty looked tired, and Peter seemed inattentive. Perhaps they had a little overdone each other's charm that Christmas. And only once more that evening did it happen that Peter and Joan met face to face. Nearly everybody poured out into the garden to see the guests go off. The Brogging people crowded hilariously into a car. The others walked. The weather had suddenly hardened. A clear, dry cold made the paths and road very like metal, and not the littlest star was missing from the quivering assembly in the sky. "We'll have skating yet," cried the Brogging party. Adela and Joan and Wilmington and Price came with Huntley and Green and the vicarage girls, along the road and over the ice-bound water-splash as far as the vicarage gate. "Too cold to say good-bye," cried Joan. "Oh, my poor bare legs!" and led her race back. Adela was left far behind, but neither Wilmington nor Price would let Joan win without a struggle. The 3 shot in through the wide front door, almost abreast, and Joan ran straight at Peter and stopped short within 2 feet of him. "I've won," said Joan. Just for an instant, the two looked at one another, and it seemed to Joan afterwards that she had seen something then in Peter's eyes, something involuntary that she had caught just once before in them, when she had come upon him by chance in Petty Curie when first she had gone up to Cambridge. A silly thing to think about. What did it matter? What did anything matter? Life was a dance, and Joan, thank heaven, could dance. Peter was just nothing at all, nothing at all, nothing at all. "I wonder, Joan, how many miles you have pranced tonight," said Aunt Phyllis, kissing her good night. "Joan," said Adela, "you are the loveliest." For a minute or so, Joan stood in front of her looking-glass, studying a flushed, candle-lit figure. "Ha!" she said at last. "Hetty," and flung her scanty clothes aside. She caught the reflection of herself in the mirror again. She spread out her hands, in a gesture to the pretty shape she saw there, and stood. "What's the good of it?" she said at last. As soon as Joan's head touched the pillow that night, she fell asleep, and she slept as soundly as a child that had been thoroughly naughty and all at 6s and 7s, and that has been well slapped and had a good cry to wind up with and put to bed. In all the world there is no sounder sleep than that. End of section 22. Read by Eli Bishop, San Francisco, June 13th, 2021. Section 23 of Joan and Peter. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Joan and Peter by H.G. Wells. Chapter the 12th, The World on the Eve of War. Part 1. 1. Oswald sat in the March sunshine that filled and warmed his little summer house, and thought about Joan and Peter. His sudden realization of Joan's mental maturity, the clear warning it brought to him that the task and opportunity of education was passing out of his hands, that already the reckoning of consequences was beginning for both his wards, set his mind searching up and down amidst the memories of his effort to find where he could have slipped, where blundered and failed. He perceived now how vague had been the gesture with which he had started when he proclaimed his intention to give them, quote, "the best education in the world," unquote. The best education in the world is still to seek, and while he had been getting such scraps of second best for them as he could, the world itself, nature, tradition, custom, suggestion, example, and accident, had molded them and made them. When he measured what had been done upon these youngsters by these outward things, and compared it with their deliberate education, the schoolmaster seemed to him to be still no more than a half-hearted dwarf who would snare the white horses of a cataract with a noose of packthread. The generations running to waste like rapids. But there are stronger harnessings than packthreads, and there are already engineers in the world who, by taking thought and patient work, can tame the maddest torrent that ever overawed the mind of man. In the end, perhaps all torrents will be tamed, and knowledge and purpose put an end to aimless adventure. The schoolmaster will not always be a dwarf. As our children grow beyond our control, we begin to learn something of the reality of education. The world had Joan and Peter now. At the most, Oswald could run and shout advice from the bank as they went down the rush. But he knew that he could have done more for them, and that with a different world he could have done infinitely more for them in their receptive years. They were the children of an age. Their restless fever of impulse was but their individual share in a great fever. The whole world now was restless, out of touch with any standards, and manifestly drifting towards great changes. Neither Joan nor Peter seemed to have any definite purpose in life. Their impulses were not focused, they were drawn hither and thither. That was the essential failure of their adolescence. Their education had done many good things for them, but it had left their wills as spontaneous, indefinite, and unsocial as the will of a criminal. Physically, Oswald and the world had done well by them. They were clean-blooded, well-grown, well-exercised animals. They belonged to a generation of youth measurably taller, finer, and more beautiful than any generation before them. They were swift-footed and nimble. Mentally, too, they were swift and clear. It was not that their ideas were confused, but their wills. Each of them could speak and read and write 3 languages quite well. They could draw well, and Peter could draw brilliantly. They were alive to art and music. They read widely. They had the dispassionate, wide, scientific vision of the world. But being so fine and clean, it was all the more distressing to realize that these 2 young people now faced the world with no clear will in them about it or themselves, that Joan seemed consumed with discontents and this dark personal quarrel with Peter, and that Peter could be caught and held by a mere sensual adventure. Hetty Reinhardt kept him busy with notes and situations. Having created a necessity, she went on to create a jealous rivalry. He would be sometimes excited and elated, sometimes manifestly angry and sulky, and his work at Cambridge, which for 2 years had been conspicuously brilliant, was falling away. Until Joan's angry outspokenness had forced these facts upon his attention, Oswald had shirked their realization. He had seen, with his one watchful eye, but he had not willed to see. A score of facts had lain, like disagreeable letters that one hesitates to answer, uncorrelated in his mind. The disorders of the Christmas party had indeed left him profoundly uneasy. With the new year, he went with Peter on a trip to Russia. He wanted the youngster to develop a vision of the European problem, for Peter seemed blind to the importance of international things. They had crossed to Flushing, traveled straight through to Berlin, gone about Berlin for a few days, run on to St. Petersburg, it was not yet Petrograd, visited a friendly house near the Valdai Hills, spent a busy week in and about Moscow, and returned by way of Warsaw. They saw Germany already trained like an athlete for the adventure of the coming war, and Russia, great and disorderly, destined to be taken unawares. Then they returned to England, to look again at their own country with eyes refreshed by these contrasts. And all the time, Oswald watched Peter, and speculated about the thoughts and ideas hidden in Peter's head. 2. This Russian trip had been precipitated by a sudden opportunity. Originally, Oswald had planned a Russian tour for his wards on a more considerable scale. Among the unsolved difficulties of this scheme had been his ignorance of Russian. He had thought of employing a courier, but a courier can be a tiresome encumbrance. His friend Bailey, who was an enthusiast for Russia and spoke Russian remarkably well for an Englishman, wrote from Petrograd offering to guide Oswald and Peter about that city, suggesting a visit to a cousin who had married a Russian landowner in Novgorod, and a week or so in Moscow, where some friends of Bailey's would keep a helpful eye on the travelers. It was too good a chance to lose. There was some hasty buying of fur-lined gloves, insertion of wadding under the fur of Oswald's fur coat, and the purchase of a suitable outfit for Peter. Bailey had his misogynic side, Oswald knew. He thought women troublesome millinery to handle, and he did not include Joan in the invitation. On the whole, Oswald did not regret that omission because it gave him so excellent a chance of being alone with Peter for long spells, and getting near his private thoughts. It was an expedition that left a multitude of vivid impressions upon the young man's memory. The still, cold, starry night of the departure from Harwich, the lit decks, the black waters, the foaming wake caught by the ship's lights, the neat Dutch landscape with its black and white cows growing visible as day broke, shivering workers under a chill, red-nosed dawn pouring down by a path near the railway into the factories of some industrial town, the long, flat journey across Germany, the siege allée and the war trophies and public buildings of Berlin, the Sunday morning crowd upon Unter den Linden, the large prosperity of the new suburbs of Berlin, North Germany under an iron frost, a crowd of children sliding and skating near Königsberg, the dingier, vaster effects of Russia, streets in Petrograd with the shops all black and gold and painted with shining pictures of the goods on sale to a population of illiterates, the night crowd in the People's Palace, a sledge drive of 10 miles along the ice of a frozen river, a wooden country house behind a great stone portico, and a merry house party that went scampering out after supper to lie on the crisp snow and see the stars between the tree boughs, the chanting service in a little green cupolaed church, and a pretty village schoolmistress in peasant costume, the great red walls of the Kremlin rising above the Moskva, and the first glimpse of that barbaric caricature, the Cathedral of St. Basil, the painted magnificence of the Trotskaya Monastery, a dirty, evil-smelling little tramp with his bundle and kettle worshipping unabashed in the Uspensky Cathedral, endless bearded priests, Tartar waiters with purple sashes, a whole population in furs and so looking absurdly wealthy to an English eye, 1,000 such pictures, keen, bright, and vivid, against a background of white snow. The romanticism of the late Victorian still prevailed in Oswald's mind. The picturesqueness of Russia had a great effect upon him. From the passport office at Virballen, with its imposing green uniformed guards and elaborate ceremonies, onward into Moscow, he marks the contrast with the trim modernity of Germany. The wild wintry landscape of the land, with its swamps and unkempt thickets of silver birch, the crouching timber villages with their cupolaed churches, the unmade roads, the unfamiliar lettering of the stations, contributed to his impression of barbaric greatness. After the plainly ugly middle-class cathedral of Berlin, he rejoiced at the dark splendors, the green serpentine and incense of St. Isaac's. He compared the frozen Neva to a greater Thames, and stood upon the Troitsky Bridge, rejoicing over the masses of the fortress of St. Peter and St. Paul. In Petrograd, he said, "Away from here to the North Pole is Russia, and the outside, the famine-stricken north, the frozen fen and wilderness, the limits of mankind." Moscow made him talk of the mingling of East and West, Western and Eastern costumes jostled in the streets. He was surprised at the frequency of Chinamen. "Away from here to Vladivostok," he said, "is Russia and all Asia. Northwest, east, and south, there is limitless land. We are an island people, but here one feels the land masses of the earth." Peter was preoccupied with a gallant attempt to master colloquial Russian in a fortnight by means of a Russian self-taught he had bought in London. He did not thrust his conversation between Bailey and Oswald, but sometimes, when he was alone with his guardian and the mood took him, he would talk freely and rather well. He had been reading abundantly and variously. It was evident that at Cambridge he belonged to a talking set. If he had no directive form in his mind, he had at any rate something like a systematic philosophy. It was a profoundly skeptical philosophy. There were moments when Oswald was reminded of Beresford's Hamptonshire Wonder, who read through all human learning and literature before the age of 5 and turned upon its instructor with, "Is this all?" Peter looked at the world into which he had come, at the kings and kaisers demanding devotion to our person, at the gentlemen waving flags and talking of patriotism and service to empires and races and nationality, at the churches and priests pursuing their policies, and in effect he turned to Oswald with the same question. In the background of his imagination, it was only too manifest that the nymphs, with a general family resemblance to Hetty Reinhardt, danced, and he heard that music of the senses which the decadent young men of the fin de siècle period were wont to refer to as the pipes of Pan. He and Oswald looked together at Moscow in the warm light of sunset. They were in the veranda of a hillside restaurant which commanded the huge bend of the river between the Borodinsky and the Kurymsky bridges. The city lay wide and massive along the line of the sky, with little fields and a small church or so in the foreground. The 6 glittering domes of the great Church of the Redeemer rose in the center against their high red wall, and the clustering palaces and church cupolas of the Kremlin. Left and right of the Kremlin, the city spread, a purple sea of houses and walls, flecked with snowy spaces and gemmed with red reflecting windows, through which the river twisted like a silver eel. Moscow is a city of crosses. Every church has its bulbous painted cupola, and some have 5 or 6, and every cupola carries its brightly gilded 2-armed cross. The rays of the setting sun was now turning all these crosses to pale fire. Oswald, in spite of his own skeptical opinions, was a little under the spell of the Holy Russia legend. He stood with his foot on a chair and rested his jaw on his hand, with the living side of his face turned as usual towards his ward, and tried to express the confused ideas that were stirring in his mind. "This isn't a city like the cities of Western Europe, Peter," he said. "This is something different. Those Western cities, they grow out of the soil on which they stand. They are there forever, like the woods and hills. There is no other place for London or Rouen or Rome except just where it stands. But this, Peter, is a Tartar camp, frozen. It might have been at Nizhny Novgorod or Yaroslav or Kazan. It might be anywhere upon the Russia plain, only it happens to be here. It's a camp changed to wood and brick and plaster. That's the headquarters camp there, the Tsar's pavilions, and all these crosses everywhere are like the standards outside the tents of the captains." "And where is it going?" said Peter, looking at Moscow over his fur collar with his hands deep in his overcoat pockets. "Asia advancing on Europe, with a new idea. One understands Dostoevsky better when one sees this. One begins to realize this Holy Russia as a sort of epileptic genius among nations, like his idiot, insisting on moral truth, holding up the cross to mankind." "What truth?" asked Peter. "They seem to have the Christian idea, in a way we Westerns don't. Dostoevsky, Tolstoy, and their endless schools of dissent have a character in common. Christianity to a Russian means brotherhood." "If it means anything," said Peter. The youngster reflected. "I wonder, is there really this Russian idea? I don't believe very much in these national ideas. I say national character, then. This city, with its endless crosses, is so in harmony with Russian music, Russian art, Russian literature." "Any city that had to be built here would have to look more or less like this," said Peter. "If it were built by Americans?" "If they'd lived here always," said Peter. "But we're arguing in a circle. If they'd lived here always, the things that have made the Russians Russians would have made them Russians. I've gone too far. Of course, there is a Russian character. They're wanderers, body and brain, men of an endless land. But, well, not much of a Russian idea to it. I don't believe a bit in all these crosses." You mean as symbols of an idea? Yes. Of course, the cross has meant something to people. It must have meant tremendous things to some people. But men imitate. One sticks up a cross because it means all sorts of deep things to him. Then the man down the road thinks he will have a cross too, and the man up the road doesn't quite see what it's all about, but doesn't like to be out of it. So they go on until sticking up crosses becomes a habit. It becomes a necessity. They'd be shocked to see a new church without 4 or 5 crosses on it. They organize a business in golden crosses. Everybody says, you must have a cross. Long ago, everyone has forgotten that deep meaning. Said Oswald. You think that? It's just a crowd, said Peter, thinking aloud. Underneath the crosses, it's just a swarming and breeding of men, like any other man. But don't you think that all that million-odd down there is held together by a distinctive idea? Don't you feel sometimes the Russian idea about you, like the smell of burnt wood on the breeze? Well, call it a breeze, said Peter. It's like a breeze blowing over mud. It blows now and then. It's forgotten before it is past. What does it signify? He was thinking as he talked. Oswald did not want to interrupt him, and just smiled slightly and looked at Peter for more. I don't think there's any great essential differences between cities, said Peter. It's easy to exaggerate that. Mostly the differences are differences of scenery. Beneath the differences, it's the same story everywhere. Men shoving about and eating and squabbling and multiplying. We might just as well be looking at London from Hampstead Bridge so far as the human facts go. Here, things are done in red and black and gold against a background of white snow. There, they are done in drab and gray and green. This is a land of dull tragedy instead of dull comedy. Gold crosses on green onions instead of church spires. Extremes instead of means. But it's all the same old human thing. Even the king and czar look alike. There's a state church here, dissenters, landowners. I suppose there is a sort of parallelism, Oswald conceded. We're not big enough yet for big ideas, the Russian idea or the Christian idea or any such idea, said Peter. Why pretend we have them? Now that's just it, said Oswald, coming round upon him with an extended finger, because we want them so badly. Does everyone? Yes, consciously or not. That's where you and I are at issue, Peter. Oh, I don't see the ideas at work, cried Peter, except as a sort of flourish of the mind. But look at the everyday life. Wherever we have been, in London, Paris, Italy, Berlin, here, we see every man who can afford it, making for the restaurants and going where there are women to be got. Hunger, indulgence, and sex, 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 sex. His voice was suddenly bitter. He turned his face to Oswald for a moment. We're too little. These blind impulses, I suppose there's a sort of impulse to beauty in it. Some day, perhaps, these forces will do something, drive man up the scale of being. But as far as we've got... He stared at Moscow again. He seemed to have done. You think we're oversexed, said Oswald after a pause. The youngster glanced at his guardian. I'm not blind, he fenced. Then he laughed with a refreshing cheerfulness. It's youthful pessimism, Nobby. My mind runs like this because it's the fashion. We get so dosed with Schopenhauer and Nietzsche, usually at second-hand, we all try to talk like this. Don't mind me. Oswald smiled back. Peter, you drive my spirit back to the Victorians, he said. I want to begin quoting Longfellow to you. Life is real. Life is earnest. No, Peter countered. But it ought to be. Well, it becomes so. We have science, and out of science comes a light. We shall see the will, plainer and plainer. The will, said Peter, turning it over in his mind. Our own will, then, said Oswald. Yours, mine, and every right sort of man's. Peter seemed to consider it. It won't be a national will, anyhow, he said, coming back to Moscow. It won't be one of these national ideas. No Holy Russia, or Old England, for the matter of that. They're just human accumulations. No, I don't know of this will at all, any will, Nobby. I can't see or feel this will. I wish I could. He had said his say. Oswald turned again to the great spectacle of the city. Did all those heavenward crosses, now sinking into the dusk, amount to no more than a glittering emanation out of the fen of life, an unmeaning ignis fatuus, born of a morass of festering desires that had already forgotten it? Or were these crosses indeed an appeal and a promise? Out of these millions of men, would man at last arise? Slowly, smoothly, unfalteringly, The brush of the twilight had been sweeping its neutral tint across the spectacle, painting out the glittering symbols one by one. A chill from outer space fell down through the thin Russian air, a dark transparent curtain. Oswald shivered in his wadded coat. Abruptly, down below, hard by a ghostly white church, one lamp and then another pricked the deepening blue. A little dark tramcar that crept towards them out of the city ways to fetch them back into the city suddenly became a glowworm. End of section 23. Read by Eli Bishop, San Francisco, July 10th, 2021. Section 24 of Joan and Peter. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Joan and Peter by H.G. Wells. Chapter the 12th, The World on the Eve of War, Part 2. 3. 20 years before, Oswald would not have talked in this fashion of the will. 20 years before, the social and political order of the world had seemed so stable to an English mind that the thought of a sustaining will was superfluous. Queen Victoria and the whole system had an air of immortal inertia. The scientific and economic teachings under which Oswald's ideas had been shaped recognized no need for willfully coordinated efforts. The end of education, they indicated, was the diffusion of knowledge. Victorian thought in England took good motives for granted, seemed indeed disposed to regard almost any motive as equally good for the common weal. Herbert Spencer, that philosopher who could not read Kant, most typical of all English intelligences in those days, taught that if only there were no regulation, no common direction, if everyone were to pursue his own individual ends unrestrained, then by a sort of magic, chaos, freed from the interference of any collective direction, would produce order. His supreme gift to a generation of hasty profiteers was the discovery that the blind scuffle of fate could be called evolution, and so given an air of intention altogether superior to our poor struggles to make a decent order out of a greedy scramble. For some decades, whatever sections of British life had ceased to leave things to providence and not bother, were leaving them to evolution and still not bothering. It was because of Oswald's discovery of the confused and distressed motives of Joan and Peter, and under the suggestions of the more kinetic German philosophy that was slowly percolating into English thought, that his ideas were now changing their direction. Formerly, he had thought of nations and empires as if they were things in themselves, loose shapes which had little or nothing to do with the individual lives they contained. Now he began to think that all human organizations, large and small alike, exist for an end. They are will forms. They present a purpose that claims the subordination of individual aims. He began to see states and nations as things of education, beings in the minds of men. The parallelism of Russia and Britain, which Peter had made, struck Oswald as singularly acute. They had a closer parallelism with each other than with France or Italy or the United States or Germany or any of the great political systems of the world. Russia was Britain on land, Britain was Russia in an island and upon all the seas of the globe. One had the dreamy lassitude of an endless land horizon, the other the hard-bitten practicality of the salt seas. One was deep-feeling, gross, and massively illiterate, the other was pervaded by a cockney brightness, but each was trying to express and hold on to some general purpose by means of forms and symbols that were daily becoming more conspicuously inadequate, and each appeared to be moving inevitably towards failure and confusion. One afternoon during their stay in Petrograd, Bailey took Oswald and Peter to see a session of the Duma. They drove in a sledge down the Nevsky Prospect and by streets of plowed-up and tumbled snow, through which struggled an interminable multitude of sledges bringing firewood into the city, to the old palace of the favorite Potemkin, into which the Duma had in those days been thrust. The Duma was sitting in a big adapted conservatory, and the three visitors watched the proceedings from a little low gallery wherein the speakers were almost inaudible. Bailey pointed out the large proportion of priests in the center, and explained the various party groups. He himself was very sympathetic with the cadets. They were Anglomaniac. They idealized the British Constitution and thought of a limited monarchy in the land of extremes. Oswald listened to Bailey's exposition, but the thing that most gripped his attention was the huge portrait of the Tsar that hung over the gathering. He could not keep his eyes off it. There the figure of the autocrat stood, with its sidelong, unintelligent visage 4 times as large as life, dressed up in military guise, and with its big cavalry boots right over the head of the president of the Duma. That portrait was as obvious an insult, as outrageous a challenge to the self-respect of Russian men, as a gross noise or a foul gesture would have been. "You and all the empire exist for me," said that foolish-faced portrait, with its busby a little on one side, and its weak hand on its sword hilt. It was to that figure they asked young Russia to be loyal. That dull-faced Tsar and the golden crosses of Moscow presented themselves as Russia to the young. A heavy-handed and very corrupt system of repression sustained their absurd pretensions. They had no sanction at all but that they existed, through the acquiescences of less intelligent generations. The aged, the prosperous, the indolent, the dishonest, the mean, and the dull supported them in a vast tacit conspiracy. Beneath such symbols, could a land under the sting of modern suggestions ever be anything but a will-welter, a confusion of sentiments and instincts and willfulness? Was it so wonderful that the world was given the stories of Artsabachev as pictures of the will forms of the Russian young? 4. Through all that journey, Oswald was constantly comparing Peter with the young people he saw. On 2 occasions, he and Peter went to the Moscow Art Theatre. Once they saw Hamlet in Russian, and once Chekhov's Three Sisters, and each was produced with a completeness of ensemble, an excellence of mechanism, and a dramatic vigor far beyond the range of any London theatre. Here in untidy, sprawling, slushy Moscow shone this diamond of cooperative effort and efficient organization. It set Oswald revising certain hasty generalizations about the Russian character. But far more interesting than the play to him was the audience. They were mostly young people, and some of them were very young people, students in uniform, bright-faced girls, clerks, young officers and soldiers, a sprinkling of intelligent-looking older people of the commercial and professional classes. Each evening showed a similar gathering, a very full house, intensely critical and appreciative. It was rather like the sort of gathering one might see in the London Fabian Society, but there were scarcely any earnest spinsters and many more young men. The art theatre, like a magnet, had drawn its own together out of the vast barbaric medley of Western and Asiatic, of peasant, merchant, priest, official, and professional that thronged the Moscow streets, and they seemed very delightful young people. His one eye wandered from the brightly lit stage to the rows and rows of faces in the great dim auditorium about him, rested on Peter, and then went back to those others. This, then, must be a sample of the intelligentsia. These were the youth who figured in so large a proportion of recent Russian literature. How many bright, keen faces were there? What lay before them? A dark premonition crept into his mind of the tragedy of all this eager life growing up in the clutch of a gigantic political system that now staggered to its end. This youth he saw here was wonderfully like the new generation that was now dancing its way into his house at Pelham Ford. It was curious to note how much more this big dim houseful of young Muscovites was like a British or an American audience than it was to a German gathering. Perhaps there were rather more dark types, perhaps more high cheekbones, it was hard to say, but all the other North Temperate races, it seemed to Oswald, as distinguished from the Germans, had the same suggestion about them of uncoordinated initiatives. Their minds moved freely in a great old system that had lost its hold upon them. But the German youths were coordinated. They were tremendously coordinated. 2 Sundays ago, he and Peter had been watching the Sunday morning parade along Unter den Linden. They had gone to see the white-trousered guards kicking their legs out ridiculously in the goose step outside the guardhouse that stands opposite the Kaiser's palace. They had walked along Unter den Linden to the Brandenburger Tor, and then, after inspecting that vainglorious trophy of piled cannon outside the Reichstag, turned down the Siege Allée, and so came back to the Adlon by way of the Leipziger Platz. Peter had been alive to many things, but Oswald's attention had been concentrated almost exclusively on the youngsters they were passing. For the most part, plump, pink-faced students in corps caps, very erect in their bearing and very tight in their clothes. They were an absolutely distinct variety of the young human male. A puerile militarism possessed them all. They exchanged salutations with the utmost punctilio, while England had been taking her children from the hands of God, and not so much making them as letting them develop into notes of interrogation. Germany, without halt or hesitation, had molded her gift of youth into stiff, obedient, fresh soldiers. There had been a moment like a thunderclap while Oswald and Peter had been near the Brandenburger Tor. A swift wave of expectation had swept through the crowd. There had been a galloping of mounted policemen, a hustling of traffic to the side of the road, a hasty lining up of spectators. Then, with melodious tootlings and amidst guttural plaudits, a big white automobile carrying a glitter of uniforms had gone by, driven at a headlong pace. Der Kaiser! Just for a moment the magnificence hung in the eye and passed. What had they seen? Cloaks, helmets, hard visages, one distinctive pallid face. Something melodramatic, something eager and in a great hurry, something that went by like the sound of a trumpet, a figure of vast enterprise, in shining armor, with mailed fist. This was the symbol upon which these young Germans were being concentrated. This was the ideal that had gripped them. Something very modern and yet romantic, something stupendously resolute. Going whither? At any rate, going magnificently somewhere. That was the power of it. It was going somewhere. For good or bad, it was an infinitely more attractive lead than the cowardly and oppressive Tsardom that was failing to hold the refractory minds of these young Russians, or the current edition of the British imperial ideal, twangling its idiotic banjo and exhorting Peter and his generation to tax the foreigner as a worthy end and aim in life. Oswald, with his eye on the dim, preoccupied audience about him, recalled a talk that he and Peter had had with a young fellow-traveler in the train between Hanover and Berlin. It had been a very typical young German, glasses and all, and his clothes looked twice as hard as Peter's, and he sat up stiffly while Peter slouched on the seat. He evidently wanted to air his English, while Peter had not the remotest desire to air his German, and only betrayed a knowledge of German when it was necessary to explain some English phrase the German didn't quite grasp. The German wanted to know whether Oswald and Peter had been in Germany before, where they were going, what they thought of it, what they were going to think of Berlin. Responding to counter-questions, he said he had been twice to England. He thought England was a great country. Yes, but not systematic, no. You mean undisciplined? Yes, it was perhaps undisciplined he meant. Oswald said that as a foreigner he was most struck by the tremendous air of order in North Germany. The Germans were orderly by nature. The admission proved an attractive gambit. The young German questioned Oswald's view that the Germans were naturally orderly. Hard necessity had made them so. They had had to discipline themselves. They had been obliged to develop a Kultur encircled by enemies. Now their Kultur was becoming a second nature. Every nation, he supposed, brought its present to mankind. Germany's was order, system, the lesson of obedience that would constantly make her more powerful. The Germans were perforce a thorough people, thorough in all they did. Although they had come late into modern industrialism, they had already developed social and economic organization far beyond that of any other people. Nicht wahr? Their work was becoming necessary to the rest of mankind. In Russia, for example, in Turkey, in Italy, in South America, it was more and more the German who organized, developed, led. Though we are fenced round, he said, still we break out. There was something familiar and yet novel in all this to Oswald. It was like his first sensation upon reading Shakespeare in German. It was something very familiar in an unfamiliar idiom. Then he recognized it. This was exactly his own imperialism, Teutonized, the same assertion of an educational mission. Everywhere we go, said the young German, our superior science, our higher education, our better method prevails, even in your India. He smiled and left that sentence unfinished. But your militarism, your saber rule here at home, this Sabern business, isn't that a little incompatible with this idea of Germany as a great civilizing influence permeating the world? Not at all, said the young German, with the readiness of a word-perfect actor. Behind our missionaries of order, we must have ready the good German sword. But isn't the argument of force apt to be a little decivilizing? The young German did not think so. When I was in England, I said, there are 3 things that these English do not properly understand to use. They are the map or index, the school, and the sword. Those 3 things are the triangle of German life. That hung most in Oswald's mind. He had gone on talking to the young German for a long time about the differences of the British and the German way. He had made Peter and the youngster compare their school and college work, and what was far more striking, the difference in pressure between the two systems. You press too hard, he said. "In Alsace you have pressed too hard. In Posen." "Perhaps we sometimes press. I do not know," said the young German. "It is the strength of our determination. We are impatient. We are a young people." For a time, Oswald had talked of the methods of Germany in the Cameroons and of Britain on the Gold Coast, where the German had been growing cacao by the plantation system, turning the natives into slaves, while the British, with an older experience and a longer view, had left the land in native hands and built up a happy and loyal, free cultivation 10 times as productive mile for mile as the German. It seemed to him to be one good instance of his general conception of Germany as the land of undue urgency. "Your Wisman in East Africa was a great man, but everywhere else you drive too violently, you antagonize." North Germany everywhere, he said, had the same effect upon him of a country going hard. "Germany may be in too much of a hurry," he repeated. "We came into world politics late," said the young German, endorsing Oswald's idea from his own point of view. "We have much to overtake yet." The Germans had come into world politics late, that was very true. They were naive yet. They could still feed their natural egotism on the story of a world mission. The same enthusiasms that had taken Russia to the Pacific, and to grand ducal land speculation in Manchuria, and the English to the coolie slavery of the Rand, was taking these Germans now whither? Oswald did not ask what route to disillusionment Germany might choose, but he believed that she would come to disillusionment. She was only a little later in phase than her neighbors, that was all. In the end they would see that that white-cloaked heroic figure in the automobile led them to futility as surely as the skulking Tsar. Not that way must the nations go. Oswald saw no premonition of a world catastrophe in this German youngster's devotion to an ideal of militant aggression, nor in the whole broad spectacle of straining preparation across which he and Peter traveled that winter from Eich to Wirbalen. He was, as it were, magically blind. He could stand on the Hanover platform and mark the largeness of the station, the broad spreading tracks, the endless sidings, the tremendous transport preparations that could have no significance in the world but military intention, and still have no more to say than, "These Germans give themselves elbow room on their railways, Peter. I suppose land is cheaper." He could see nothing of the finger of fate pointing straight out of all this large, tidy preparedness at Peter and their fellow passengers and all the youth of the world. He thought imperialistic monarchy was an old dead thing in Russia and in Britain and in Germany alike. In Berlin, indeed, in every photographer's was the touched-up visage of the Kaiser, looking heroic, and endless postcards of him and of his sons, and of the Kaiserin, and little imperial grandchildren, and the like. They were as dull and dreary-looking as any royalties can be, and it was inconceivable to Oswald that such figures could really rule the imagination of a great people. He did not realize that all the tragedy in the world might lie behind the words of that young German, "We came into world politics late," behind the fact that the German imperialist system was just a little less decayed, a little less humorous, a little less indolent and disillusioned than either of its great parallels to the East and West. He did not reflect that no system is harmless until its hands are taken off the levers of power. He could still believe that he lived in an immensely stable world, and that these vast forms of kingdom and empire, with their sham reverences and unmeaning ceremonies and obligations, their flags and militancy, and their imaginative senility, threatened nothing beyond the negative evil of uninspired lives running to individual waste. That was the thing that concerned him. He saw no collective fate hanging over all these intent young faces in the Moscow Art Theater, as over the strutting innocence of patriotic Berlin. He had as yet no intimation of the gigantic disaster that was now so close at hand, that was to torment and shatter the whole youth of the world, that was to harvest the hope and energy of these bright swaths of life. He glanced at Peter, intent upon the stage. Peter lay open to every impulse. That was Oswald's supreme grievance then against czars, kings, and churches. They had not been good enough for Peter. That seemed grievance enough. He did not imagine yet that they could murder the likes of Peter by the 100,000 without a tremor. He loved the fine lines of the boy's profile. He marked his delicate, healthy complexion. Peter was like some wonderful new instrument in perfect condition, and all these other youngsters, too, had something of the same clean fire in them. Was it all to be spent upon love-making and pleasure-seeking and play? Was this exquisite hope and desire presently to be thrown aside, rusted by base uses, corroded by self-indulgence, bent or broken, the generations running to waste like rapids? He still thought in that phrase. The Niagara of death, so near to them all now, to which these rapids were heading, he still did not hear, did not suspect its nearness. And Joan. From Peter his thoughts drifted to Joan. Joan apparently could find nothing better to do in life than dance. Suddenly Peter took a deep breath, sat back, and began to clap. The whole house broke out into a pelting storm of approval. "Ripping," said Peter. "Oh, ripping!" He turned his bright face to Oswald. "They do it so well," he said, smiling. "I had forgotten it was in Russian. I seemed to understand every word." Oswald turned his eye again to Hamlet in Gordon Craig's fantastic setting, which Moscow in her artistic profusion could produce when London was too poor to do so. 5. Very similar were the thoughts in Oswald's mind 3 months later, 3 months nearer the world catastrophe, as he sat in his summer house after Joan had told him of her quarrel with Peter. Her denunciation of Peter had had the curious effect upon him of making him very anxious about her. So far as Peter went, what she had told him had but confirmed and made definite what he had known by instinct since the Christmas party. His mind was used now to the idea of Peter being vicious. But he was very much shocked indeed at the discovery that Joan was aware of Peter's vices. That was a new jolt to his mind. In many things, Joan and Peter had changed his ideas enormously, but so far he had retained not only his wardroom standards with regard to the morals of a youth, but also his romantic ideals of feminine purity with regard to a girl. He still thought of his own womenkind as of something innocent, immaculate, and untouchable, beings in a different world from the girls who didn't mind a bit of fun, and the women one made love to boldly. But now he had to face the fact, Joan had forced it upon him, this new feminine generation wasn't divided in that obvious way. The clean had knowledge. The bold were not outcast and apart. The new world of women was as mixed as the world of men. He sat in his summer house, thinking of his Joan's flushed face, her indignant eyes, her outspoken words. "It was a woman's face," he whispered. And he was realizing, too, how much more urgent the ending of adolescence was becoming with a girl than it could ever be with a boy. Peter might tumble into a scrape or so and scramble out again, not very much the worse for it, as he himself had done. But Joan, with all the temerity of a youth, might be making experiments that were fatal. He had not been watching her as he had watched Peter. Suddenly he woke up to this realization of some decisive issue at hand. Why was she so whitely angry with Peter? Why did she complain of having to stand too much from Peter? Her abuse of his friends had the effect of a counter-attack. Was there some mischief afoot from which Peter restrained her? What men were there about in Joan's world? There was something slimy and watchful about this fellow Huntley. Could there be more in that affair than one liked to think? Or was there someone unknown in London or in Cambridge? She and Peter were quarreling about the Easter party. It would apparently be impossible to have any Easter party this year, since both wanted to bar out the other one's friends. And anyhow, there mustn't be any more of this Hetty Reinhardt business at Pelham Ford. That must stop. It ought never to have happened. He would take Peter over to Dublin. They could accept an invitation he had had from Graham Powys out beyond Foxrock, and they could motor into Dublin and about the country, and perhaps the Irish situation might touch the boy's imagination. Joan could go to her aunt's at the Inglenook. Should he have a talk to Aunt Phyllis about the girl? It was a pity that Aunt Phyllis always lost her breath and was shaken like an aspen leaf with fine feeling whenever one came to any serious discussion with her. If it wasn't for that confounded shimmer in her nerves and feelings, she would be a very wise and helpful woman. End of section 24. Read by Eli Bishop, San Francisco, July 14th, 2021. Section 25 of Joan and Peter. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Joan and Peter by H.G. Wells. Chapter the 12th, The World on the Eve of War, Part 3. 6. Oswald's thoughts ranged far and wide that morning. Now he would be thinking in the most general terms of life as he conceived it. Now he would be thinking with vivid intensity about some word or phrase or gesture of Joan and Peter. He was blind still to the thing that was now so close to all his world. Nevertheless, a vague uneasiness about the trend of events was creeping into his mind and mixing with his personal solicitudes. Many men felt that same uneasiness in those feverish days, as if death cast his shadow upon them before he came visibly into their lives. Oswald belonged to that minority of Englishmen who think systematically, whose ideas join on. Most Englishmen, even those who belong to what we call the educated classes, still do not think systematically at all. You cannot understand England until you master that fact. Their ideas are in slovenly detached little heaps. They think in ready-made phrases. They are honestly capable, therefore, of the most grotesque inconsistencies. But Oswald had built up a sort of philosophy for himself, by which he did try his problems, and with which he fitted in such new ideas as came to him. It was a very distinctive view of life he had. A number of influences that are quite outside the general knowledge of English people had been very powerful in shaping it. Biological science, for example, played a quite disproportionate part in it. Like the countrymen of Metchnikoff, most of the countrymen of Darwin and Huxley believed firmly that biological science was invented by the devil and the Germans to undermine the established church. But Oswald had been exceptional in the chances that had turned his attention to these studies, and a writer whose suggestions had played a large part in shaping his ideas about education and social and political matters was J.J. Atkinson. He thought Atkinson the most neglected of all those fine-minded Englishmen England ignores. He thought Lang and Atkinson's Social Origins one of the most illuminating books he had ever read since Winwood Reade's Martyrdom of Man. No doubt it will be amusing to many English readers that Oswald should have mixed up theories of the origins and destinies of mankind with his political views and his anxieties about Joan's behavior and Peter's dissipations, but he did. It was the way of his mind. He perceived a connection between these things. The view he had developed of human nature and human conditions was saturated with the idea of the ancestral ape. In his instincts, he thought, man was still largely the creature of the early Stone Age, when, following Atkinson, he supposed that the human herd, sex-linked, squatted close under the dominion of its old man, and hated every stranger. He did not at all accept the Aristotelian maxim that man is a political animal. He was much more inclined to Schopenhauer's comparison of human society to a collection of hedgehogs driven together for the sake of warmth. He thought of man as a being compelled by circumstances of his own inadvertent creation to be a political animal, in spite of the intense passions and egotisms of his nature. Man he judged to be a reluctant political animal. Man's prehensile hand has given him great possibilities of experiment. He is a restless and curious being. Knowledge increases in him and brings power with it. So he jostles against his fellows. He becomes too powerful for his instincts. The killing of man becomes constantly more easy for man. The species must needs, therefore, become political and religious, tempering its intense lusts and greeds and hostilities, if it is to save itself from self-destruction. The individual man resists the process by force and subterfuge and passivity at every step. Nevertheless, necessity still finds something in the nature of this fiercest of its creatures to work upon. In the face of adult resistance, necessity harks back to plastic immaturity. Against the narrow and intense desires of the adult man, against the secretive cunning and dispersiveness of our ape heredity, struggle the youthful instincts of association. Individualism is, after all, a bypath in the history of life. Every mammal begins by being dependent and social. Even the tiger comes out of a litter. The litter is brotherhood. Every mother is a collectivist for her brood. A herd, a tribe, a nation is only a family that has delayed dispersal, stage by stage, in the face of dangers. All our education is a prolongation and elaboration of family association, forced upon us by the continually growing danger of the continually growing destructiveness of our kind. And necessity has laid hold of every device and formula that will impose self-restraint and devotion upon the lonely savagery of man, that will help man to escape race suicide. In spite of ever more deadly and far-reaching weapons, man still escapes destruction by man. Religion, loyalty, patriotism, those strange and wonderfully interwoven nets of superstition, fear, flattery, high reason, and love, have subjugated this struggling egotistical ape into larger and larger masses of cooperation, achieved enormous temporary securities. But the ape is still there, struggling subtly. Deep in every human individual is a fierce skepticism of and resentment against the laws that bind him, and the weaker, newer instincts that would make him the servant of his fellow man. Such was Oswald's conception of humanity. It marched with all his experiences of Africa, where he had struggled to weave the net of law and teaching against warrior, slave trader, disease, and greed. It marched now with all the appearances of the time. So it was he saw men. It seemed to him that the world that lay behind the mask of his soft, sweet Hertfordshire valley, this modern world into which Joan and Peter had just rushed off so passionately, was a world in which the old nets of rule and convention, which had maintained a sufficiency of peace and order in Europe for many generations of civilization, were giving way under the heavy stresses of a new time. Peoples were being brought too closely together, too great a volume of suggestions poured into their minds. Criticism was vivid and destructive. The forms and rules that had sufficed in a less crowded time were now insufficient to hold imaginations and shape lives. Oswald could see no hope as yet of a new net that would sweep together all that was bursting out of the old. His own generation of the 80s and 90s, under a far less feverish urgency, had made its attempt to patch new and more satisfactory network into the rotting reticulum, but for the most part their patches had done no more than afford a leverage for tearing. He had built his cosmogony upon Darwin and Winwood Reade, his religion upon Cotter Morris's Service of Man. He had interwoven with that a conception of the empire as a great civilizing service. That much had served him through the trying years at the end of adolescence, had, in spite of strong, coarse passions, made his life on the whole a useful life. King, church, and all the forms of the old order he had been willing to accept as a picturesque and harmless paraphernalia upon these structural ideas to which he clung. He had been quite uncritical of the schoolmaster. Now, with these studies of education that Joan and Peter had forced upon him, he was beginning to realize how encumbering and obstructive the old paraphernalia could be, how it let in indolence, stupidity, dishonesty, and treachery to the making of any modern system. A world whose schools are unreformed is an unreformed world. Only in the last year or so had he begun to accept the fact that, for some reason, these dominant ideas of his, this humanitarian religion which had served his purpose and held his life and the lives of a generation of liberal-minded Englishmen together, had no gripping power upon his wards. This failure perplexed him profoundly. Had his Victorian teachers woven prematurely, or had they used too much of the old material? Had they rather too manifestly tried to make the best of two worlds, leaving the schools alone? Must this breaking down of strands, that was everywhere apparent, go still further? And if so, how far would the breaking down have to go before fresh nets could be woven? If Oswald, in his summer house in the spring of 1914, could see no immediate catastrophe ahead, he could at least see that a vast disintegrative process had begun in the body of European civilization. This disintegration, he told himself, was a thing to go on by stages, to be replaced by stages. It would give place to a new order, a better order, some day. Everything just and good was going to happen some day. The liberation of India, the contentment of Ireland, economic justice, political and military efficiency. It was all coming, always coming, and never arriving, that new and better state of affairs. What did go on meanwhile was disintegration. The British mind hates crisis. It abhors the word now. It believes that you can cool water forever and that it will never freeze, that you can saw at a tree forever and that it will never fall, that there is always some sand left above in the hourglass. When the English Belshazzar sees the writing on the wall, he welcomes the appearance of a new, if rather sensational form of publication, and he sits back to enjoy it at his leisure. The nets were breaking, but they would never snap. That, in effect, was Oswald's idea in 1913. The bother, from his point of view, was that they had let out Joan and Peter to futility. There is a risk that the catastrophic events of 1914 may blind the historian to the significance of the spinning straws of 1913, but throughout Europe the sands were trickling before the avalanche fell. The arson of the suffragettes, the bellicose antics of the Unionist leaders in Ulster, General Gough's Curragh mutiny, were all parts of the same relaxation of bonds that launched the grey-clad hosts of Germany into Belgium. Only the habits of an immense security could have blinded Oswald to the scale and imminence of the disaster. The world had outgrown its ideas and its will. Already people are beginning to forget the queer fevers that ran through the British community in 1913. For example, there was the violent unrest of the women. That may exercise the historian in the future profoundly. Probably he will question the facts. Right up to the very outbreak of the war, there was not a week passed without some new ridiculous outrage on the part of the militant suffragettes. Now it was a fine old church would be burnt, now a well-known country house. Now the mania would take the form of destroying the letters in pillar boxes. Now the attack was upon the greens of the golf links. Public meetings ceased to be public meetings because of the endless interruptions by shrill voices crying, "Votes for women." One great triumph of the insurgents was a raid with little hammers upon the West End shop windows. They burnt the Tea Pavilion and Kew Gardens, set fire to unoccupied new buildings, inaugurated a campaign of picture slashing at the public exhibitions. For a time, they did much mischief to the cushions and fittings of railway carriages. Churches had to be locked up and museums closed on account of them. Poor little Pelham Ford Church had to buy a new lock against the dangers of some wandering feminist, and so on and so on. But this revolt of the women was more than a political revolt. That concentration upon the vote was the concentration of a vast confused insurgence of energy that could as yet find no other acceptable means of expression. New conditions had robbed whole strata of women of any economic importance. New knowledge had enormously diminished the need for their domestic services. The birth rate had fallen, the marriage age had risen, but the heedless world had made no provision for the vitality thus let loose. The old ideals of a womanly life showed absurd in the light of the new conditions. Why be pretty and submissive when nobody wants you? Why be faithful with no one to be faithful to? Why be devoted in a world which has neither enough babies nor lovers, nor even its old proportion of helpless invalids to go round? Why, indeed, to come to the very heart of the old ideal, keep chaste when there is no one to keep chaste for? Half the intelligent women in that world had stood as Joan had done, facing their own life and beauty, and asking desperately, what is the good of it? But while the old nets rotted visibly, there were no new nets being woven. There was everywhere the vague expectation of new nets, of a new comprehensiveness, a new way of life, but there was no broad movement towards any new way of life. Everywhere the old traditions and standards and institutions remained, discredited indeed and scoffed at, but in possession of life. Energetic women were reaching out, in a mood of the wildest experiment, towards they knew not what. It was a time of chaotic trials. The disposition of the first generation of released women had been towards an austere sexlessness, a denial of every feminine weakness, mental and physical, and so, by way of High Morton and hockey, to a spinsterish, bitter competition with men. A few still bolder spirits, and Aunt Phoebe Stublin was among these pioneers, carried the destructive "why not" still further. Grant Allen's Woman Who Did, and Arthur's infidelities, were but early aspects of a wide wave of philoprogenitive and eugenic sentimentality. The new generation carried "why not" into the sphere of conduct with amazing effect. Women are the custodians of manners, and mothers and hostesses who did not dream of the parallelism of their impulse with militancy were releasing the young to an unheard-of extravagance of dress and festival. Joan could wear clothes at a Chelsea dance that would have shocked a chorus girl half a century before. She went about London in the small hours with any casual male acquaintance. So far as appearances went, she might have been the most disreputable of women. She yielded presently to Huntley's persistence and began dancing the tango with him. It was the thing to slip away from a dance in slippers and a wrap and spend an hour or so careering about London in a taxi or wandering on Hampstead Heath. Joan's escapades fretted the sleeping tramps upon the Thames Embankment. London, which had hitherto dispersed its gatherings about 11 and got to bed as a rule by midnight, was aspiring in those days to become nocturnal. The restaurants were obliged to shut early, but a club was beyond such regulations. Necessity created the nightclub, which awoke about 11 and closed again after a yawning breakfast of deviled bones. A number of nightclubs were coming into existence, to the particular delight of young Winterbourne. His boyish ambition for Joan was returning. He had seen her dance and heard her dancing praised. Vulgar people made wild, vulgar guesses in his hearing at what lay behind her grave and sometimes somber prettiness. He pretended to be very discreet about that. It became the pride of his life to appear at some crowded nightclub in possession of Joan. He did not know what people thought of her or of him, but he hoped for the worst. He wore the most beautiful buttons on his white waistcoat and the most delicate gold chain you can imagine. In the cloakroom he left a wonderful overcoat and a wonderful cane. Sometimes he encouraged the ringlets in his hair and felt like Disraeli, and sometimes he restrained them and felt like a cold, cynical Englishman of the darker sort. He would sit swelling with pride beside Joan, and nod to painted women and heavy men. He knew no end of people. He did not care what sort of people they were, so long as he knew them. It was always his ambition to be seen drinking champagne with Joan. Joan had no objection in the world, but she could not bring herself to swallow a drink that tasted, she thought, like weak vinegar mixed with a packet of pins, and that went up your nose, and made your brain swing slowly to and fro on its axis for the rest of the evening, so she just drank nothing at all. She would sit at her table, with her pretty bare arms folded under her, like the paws of a little cat, with her face that still had the delicacy and freshness of a child's, as intent as any intelligent child's can be on the jumble of people before her, and her somber eyes, calm and beautiful, looking at smart London, trying at last to take its pleasures gaily. Perhaps some fortunate middle-aged gentleman of Winterbourne's circle would be attempting to charm her by brilliant conversation, as for instance Sir Joseph Listrom, with a full-mouthed German flavor in his voice, in this style, "Pretty cheap here this evening somehow, eh? What?" Somewhere in the back of Sir Joseph's mind was the illusion that by barking in this way, and standing treat profusely, lay the road to a girl's young love. Somewhen, perhaps, who knows, he may have found justification for that belief. Joan had long since learned how to turn a profile to these formal attentions and appear to be interested without hearing or answering a word. Or sometimes it would be Huntley. Huntley had lately taken to dodging among the nightclubs to which he had access when Joan was in London. Usually such nights ended in futility, but occasionally he was lucky and found Joan. Then he would come and talk and suggest ideas to her. He still remained the most interesting personality in her circle. She pretended to Winterbourne and herself to be bored by his pursuit, but indeed she looked for it. Except for Winterbourne and Huntley and Winterbourne's transitory introductions, she remained a detached figure in these places. Sometimes quite good-looking strangers sat a little way off, and sought to convey to her, by suitable facial expression, the growth of a passionate interest in her. She conveyed to them, in return, that they were totally invisible to her, resisting at times a macabre disposition to take sights at them suddenly and amazingly, or put out her tongue. Sometimes women of the great Winterbourne circle would make a fuss of her. They called her a dear child. They would have been amazed at the complete theoretical knowledge a dear child of unrestricted reading could possess of them and their little ways. "So this is the life of pleasure," thought the dear child. "Well." And then, that same question that Peter seemed always to be asking of Oswald, "Is this all?" When she danced in these places, she danced with a sort of contempt. And the sage, experienced men who looked at her so knowingly never realized how much they imagined about her and how little they knew. She would sit and think how indecent it was to be at the same time old and dissipated. Some of these women here, she perceived, were older than her aunts Phoebe and Phyllis, years older. Their faces were painted and done most amazingly. Joan knew all about facial massage and the rest of it, and still they were old faces. But their poor bodies were not nearly so old as their faces. That was the tragedy of them. Joan regarded the tremendous V décolletage of a lively grandmother before her, and the skin of the back shone as young as her own. The good lady was slapping the young gentleman next to her with a quite smooth and shapely arm. Joan speculated whether the old fashion of the masked ball and the Venetian custom of masks which she had been reading about that day in Voltaire's Princesse de Babylone might not have something to do with that. But, she reverted, only young people ought to make love at all. Her aunts didn't, Oswald didn't, and Oswald was years younger than some of the men here, and in Joan's eyes at least far more presentable. He had a scarred face indeed, but a clean skin. Some of the old men here had skins one would shiver to touch, and the expressions of evil gargoyles. She let her thoughts dwell, not for the first time, on Oswald and a queer charm he had for her. Never in all her life had she known him do or say a mean, dishonest, unjust, or unkind thing. In some ways he was oddly like Peter, but wise and gentle, and not exasperating. But all this playing with love in London was detestable, all of it. This was really a shameful place. It was shameful to be here. Love, mixed up with evening dress and costly clothes and jewelry and nasty laughter and cigars, strong cigars, and drink that slopped about, it was disgusting. These people made love after their luncheons and dinners and suppers. Pigs. They were all pigs. They looked like pigs. If ever she made love, it should be in the open air, in some lovely place with blue mountains in the distance, where there were endless wild flowers, where one could swim. No man she had ever talked with of love had really understood anything of the beauty of love and the cleanness of love, except Mir Jalaluddin. And he had a high-pitched voice and a staccato accent, and somehow... One ought not to be prejudiced against a dark race, but somehow it was unthinkable. Joan sat in the nightclub dreaming of a lover, and the men about her glanced furtively at her face, asking themselves, "Can it be I?" Men with red ears, men with greasy hair, men with unpleasing necks and clumsy gestures, bald men, fat men, watery-eyed men, cheats, profiteers, usurers, snobs, toadies, successful old men of every sort, and young men who had done nothing, and for the most part never would. "Can it be I?" they surmised dimly, seeing her pensive eyes. And she was dreaming of a lithe, white, slender figure, strong and clean. He would hunt among the mountains. He would swim swift rivers. He would never drink strong drink, nor reek of smoke. At this moment, young Winterbaum became urgent with his beautiful gold cigarette case. Joan took a cigarette and lighted it, and sat smoking with her elbows side by side on the table. "You're not bored?" said young Winterbaum. "Oh, no. I'm watching people. I don't want to talk." "Oh, not at all," said young Winterbaum. "So long as one has to talk," he said after reflection, and with an air of cleverness. "One isn't really friends." "Exactly," said Joan, and blew smoke through her nose. What was it she had been thinking about? She could not remember. The thread was broken. She was sorry. She had a vague memory of something pleasant. She fell into a fresh meditation upon Jews. All Jews, she thought, ought to grow beards, at least after they were 30. They are too dark to shave, and besides, there is a sort of indignity about their beaked, shaven faces. A bearded old Jew can look noble. A mustached old Jew always looked like an imitation of a Norman gentleman done in cheaper material, but that, of course, was exactly what he was. Why did men of 40 or 50 always want to dance with and make love to flappers? Some of these girls here must be 2 or 3 years younger than herself. What was the interest? They couldn't talk. They weren't beautiful. One could see they weren't beautiful. And they laughed, good God, how they laughed! Girls ought to be taught to laugh, or at any rate, taught not to laugh offensively. Laughter ought to be a joyful, contagious thing, jolly and kind. But these shrieks! How few of these people looked capable of real laughter. They just made this loud chittering sound. Only human beings laugh. In this manner the mind of Joan was running on the evening when she saw Peter and Hetty come into the club which tried to live up to the name of the Nest of the Burning Phoenix. Some tango experts had just relinquished the floor, and there was a space amidst the throng when Hetty made her entry. Hetty had made a great effort. She was in full London plumage, and her effect was tremendous. About her little bold face was a radiant scheme of peacock's feathers. Her slender neck carried a disc 1.25 yards wide. Her slender, tall body was sheathed in black and peacock satin. She wore enormous earrings and a great barbaric chain. Her arms were bare except for a score of bangles, and she had bare-sandaled feet. She carried her arrow point of a chin triumphantly. Peter was not her only attendant. There was also another man in her train, whom everyone seemed to recognize, a big, square-faced, handsome man of 35 or so, who made Peter look very young and flimsy. "She's got Fred Beaver," said Winterbaum with respect, and dropped the word million. Peter's expression was stony, but Joan judged he was not enjoying himself. There were very few unoccupied chairs and tables, but opposite Joan were 2 gilt seats, and another disengaged at a table near at hand. Hetty was too busy with her triumph to note Joan until Beaver had already chosen this place. With a slight awkwardness, the 2 parties mingled. Young Winterbaum, at least, was elated. Beaver, after a few civilities to Joan, let it appear that Hetty preoccupied him. Peter was evidently not enjoying himself at all. Joan found him seated beside her and silent. Joan knew that it is the feminine role to lead conversation, but it seemed to her rather fun to have to encourage a tongue-tied Peter. A malicious idea came into her head. "Well, Peter," she said, "why don't you say I oughtn't to be here?" Peter regarded her ambiguously. He had an impulse. "No decent people ought to be here," he said quietly. "Let's go home, Joan." Her heart jumped at the suggestion. All her being said yes, and then she remembered that she had as much right to have a good time as Peter. If she went back with him, it would be like giving in to him. It would be like admitting his right to order her about. And besides, there was Hetty. He wasn't really disgusted. All he wanted to do really was to show off, because he was jealous of Hetty. He didn't want to go home with Joan. She wasn't going to be a foil for Hetty anyhow. And finally, once somewhere, he had refused her almost exactly the same request. She checked herself and considered gravely. A little touch of spite crept into her expression. "No," she said slowly. "No, I've only just come, Peter." "Very well," said Peter. "I don't mind, if you like this sort of thing." He said no more, sulking visibly. Joan resolved to dance at the first opportunity, and to dance in a bold and reckless way, so as thoroughly to exasperate Peter. She looked about the room through the smoke-laden atmosphere in the hope of seeing Huntley. She and Peter sat side by side, feeling very old and experienced and worldly and up-to-date, but indeed they were still only two children who ought to have been packed off to bed hours before. End of section 25. Read by Eli Bishop, San Francisco, July 17, 2021. Section 26 of Joan and Peter. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Joan and Peter by H.G. Wells. Chapter the 12th, The World on the Eve of War, Part 4. 7. The disorder in the world of women, the dissolution of manners and restraints, was but the more intimate aspect of a universal drift towards lawlessness. The world of labor was seething also with the same spirit of almost aimless insurrection. In a world of quickened apprehensions and increasing stimulus, women were losing faith in the rules of conduct that had sufficed in a less exacting age. Far profounder and more dangerous to the established order were the skepticisms of the workers. The pretensions of the old social system that trade unionism had scarcely challenged were now being subjected throughout all Western Europe to a pitiless scrutiny by a new and more educated type of employee. The old British trade unionism had never sought much more than increased wages and a slightly higher standard of life. Its acceptance of established institutions had been artlessly complete. It had never challenged the authority nor the profits of the proprietor. It had never proposed more than a more reasonable treaty with the masters, a fairer sharing of the good gifts of industry. But, infatuated by the evil teachings of an extreme individualism, a system of thought which was indeed never more than a system of base excuses dressed up as a philosophy, the directing and possessing classes had failed altogether to agree with their possible labor adversary quickly while they were yet in the way with him. They had lacked the intelligence to create a sympathetic industrial mentality, and the conscience to establish a standard of justice. They left things alone until the grit of a formless discontent had got into every cog of the industrial machinery. Too late, the employers were now conceding the modest demands that labor had made in the 80s and 90s. They were trying to accept the offers of dead men. They found themselves face to face with an entirely less accommodating generation. This new labor movement was talking no longer of shorter hours and higher pay, but of the social revolution. It did not demand better treatment from the capitalist. It called him a profiteer and asked him to vanish from the body politic. It organized strikes now, not to alter the details of its working conditions as its predecessor had done, but in order to end the system by making it impossible. In Great Britain, as on the continent, the younger generation of labor was no longer asking to have the harness that bound it to the old order made easier and lighter. It was asking for a new world. The new movement seemed, to men of Oswald's generation, to come as thunderstorms will sometimes come, as the militant suffragette had seemed to come, suddenly out of a clear sky. But it was far more ominous than the suffragette movement, for while that made one simple explicit demand, this demanded nothing short of a new economic order. It asked for everything, and would be content with nothing. It was demanding from an old habitual system the supreme feat of reconstruction. Short of that vague general reconstruction, it promised no peace. Higher wages would not pacify it. Shorter hours would not pacify it. It threatened sabotage of every sort, and a steady, incessant broadening antagonism of master and man. Peter, half sympathetic and half critical, talked about it to Oswald one day. "They all say, 'I'm a rebel,'" said Peter. "Rebel is their cant word." "Yes, but rebel against what?" "Oh, the whole system." "They have votes." "They get humbugged, they say." "They do, you know. The party system is a swindle, and everybody understands that. Why don't we clean it up? PR is the only honest method. They don't understand how it is rigged, but they know it is rigged. When you talk about Parliament, they laugh." "But they have their unions." "They don't trust their leaders. They say they are got at. They say they are old-fashioned and bluffed by the politicians." "They are." "Then what do they want?" "Just to be out of all this. They are bored to tears by their work, by the world they have to live in, by the pinched, mean lives they have to lead, in the midst of plenty and luxury, bored by the everlasting dullness and humbug of it all. But how are they going to alter it? That's all vague, altogether vague. Cole and Mellor and those Cambridge chaps preach guild socialism to them, but I don't know how far they take it in, except that they agree that profit is unnecessary. But the fundamental fact is just blind boredom and the desire to smash up things, just on the off chance of their coming better. The employer has been free to make the world for them, and this is the world he's made. Damn him, that's how they look at it. They are bored by his face, bored by his automobile, bored by his knighthood, bored by his country house and his snob of a wife. But what can they do? Make things impossible. They can't run things themselves. They aren't convinced of that. Anyhow, if they smash things, the employer goes first, and he's the chap they seem to be principally after. Peter reflected. Then he gave a modern young Englishman's view of the labor conflict. The employers have been pretty tidy asses not to see that their workpeople get a better, more amusing life than they do. It was their business and their interest to do so. It could have been managed easily, but they're so beastly disloyal and so mean. They not only sweat labor themselves, but they won't stir a finger to save it from jerry-built housing, bad provisioning, tallymen, general ugliness, bad investments, rotten insurance companies, every kind of rotten old thing. Anyone may help kill their sheep. They've got no gratitude to their workers. They won't even amuse them. Why couldn't they set up decent theaters for them and things like that? It's so stupid of them. These employers are the most dangerous class in the community. There's enough for everyone nowadays and over. It's the first business of employers to see workpeople get their whack. What good are they if they don't do that? But they never have. Labor is convinced now that they never will. They run about pretending to be landed gentry. They've got their people angry and bitter now. They've destroyed public confidence in their ways. And it serves them jolly well right if the workmen make things impossible for them. I think they will. I hope they will. But this means breaking up the national industries, said Oswald. Where is this sort of thing going to end? Oh, things want shaking up, said Peter. Perhaps, he added, one must break up old things before one can hope for new. I suppose the masters won't let go while they think there's a chance of holding on. He had not a trace left of the Victorian delusion that this might after all be the best of all possible worlds. He thought that our politicians and our captains of industry were very poor muddlers indeed. They drifted. Each one sat in his own works, he said, and ran them for profit without caring a rap whither the whole system was going. Compared with labor, even their poverty of general ideas was amazing. Peter, warming with his subject, walked to and fro across the Pelham Ford lawn beside Oswald, proposing to rearrange industrialism as one might propose to reshuffle a pack of cards. But suppose things smash up, said Oswald. Smash up did not seem to alarm Peter. Nowadays, said Peter, so many people read and write, so much has been thought out, there is so big a literature of ideas in existence, that I think we could recover from a very considerable amount of smashing. I'm pro-smash. We have to smash. What holds us back are fixed ideas. Take profit. We're used to profit. Most business is done for profit still, but why should the world tolerate profit at all? It doesn't stimulate enterprise, it only stimulates knavery. And capital, financial capital, is just blackmail by gold rent. We think the state itself even can't start a business going or employ people without first borrowing money. Why should it borrow money? Why not, for state purposes, create it? Yes, no money would be any good if it hadn't the state guarantee, gold standard, fixed money fund, legitimate profits, and so on. That's the sort of fixed idea that gets in the way nowadays. It won't get out of the way just for reason's sake. The employers keep on with these old fixed ideas naturally because so it is they have been made, but the work people believe in them less and less. There must be a smash of some sort, just to shake ideas loose. Oswald surveyed his ward. So this was the young man's theory. Not a bad theory. Fixed ideas. There's something to be said for this notion of fixed ideas, he said. Yes, but isn't this I'm a rebel business, isn't that itself a fixed idea? Oh, certainly, said Peter cheerfully. We poor human beings are always letting our ideas coagulate. That's where the whole business seems to me so hopeless. End of section 26. Read by Eli Bishop, San Francisco, July 18th, 2021. Section 27 of Joan and Peter. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Joan and Peter by H.G. Wells. Chapter the 12th, The World on the Eve of War, Part 5. 8. In the 80s and 90s, every question had been positive and objective. People, you said, think so-and-so, is it right? That seemed to cover the grounds for discussion in those days. One believed in a superior universal reason to which all decisions must ultimately bow. The new generation was beginning where its predecessors left off, with what had been open questions decided and carried beyond discussion. It was at home now on what had once been battlefields of opinion. The new generation was reading William James and Bergson and Freud, and becoming more and more psychological. People, it said, think so-and-so. Why do they do so? So when at last Oswald carried off Peter to Dublin, which he did not do at Easter as he had planned, but at Whitsuntide for a mere long weekend, to see at close hand this perplexing Irish question that seemed drifting steadily and uncontrollably towards bloodshed, he found that while he was asking, who is in the right and who is in the wrong here, who is most to blame and who should have the upper hand, Peter was asking, with a terrible impartiality, why are all these people talking nonsense? And why have they got their minds and affairs into this dangerous mess? Sir Horace Plunkett Peter had a certain toleration for, but it was evident he suspected A.E. Peter did not talk very much, but he listened with a bright skepticism to brilliant displays of good talk. He had never heard such good anecdotal talk before, and betrayed rather than expressed his conviction that nationalism, Larkinism, Sinn Féinism, Ulsterism, and Unionism were all insults to the human intelligence, material for the alienist rather than serious propositions. It wasn't that he felt himself to be in possession of any conclusive solution, or that he obtruded his disbelief with any sense of superiority. In spite of his extreme youth, he did not for a moment assume the attitude of a superior person. Life was evidently troubling him profoundly, and he was realizing that there was no apparent answer to many of his perplexities. But he was at least trying hard to get an answer. What shocked him in the world of Dublin was its manifest disinclination to get any answer to anything. They jeered at people who sought solutions. They liked the fun of disorder. It gave more scope for their irrepressible passion for character study. He began to recognize one particular phrase as the keynote of Dublin's animation. Have ye heard the latest? On the Sunday afternoon of their stay in Dublin, Powys motored them through the city by way of Donnybrook and so on round the bay to Howth to see the view from Howth Head. Powys drove with a stray guest beside him. Behind, Peter imparted impressions to Oswald. I don't like these high walls, he said. I've never seen such a lot of high walls. It's just as if they all shut themselves in from one another. Fixed ideas, Peter. They are rather like fixed ideas. I suppose high walls are fun to climb over and throw things over, but it's uncivilized. Everybody, grumbled Peter, is given to fixed ideas, but the Irish have 'em for choice. All this rot about island and nation, and about the harp, which isn't properly their symbol, and the dear old green flag, which isn't properly their color. They can't believe in that stuff nowadays, but can they? In our big world. And about being a black Protestant, and pretending Catholics are poison, or the other way round. What are Protestants and Catholics now? Old dead squabbles, dead as druids. Keeping up all that bickering stuff, when a child of 8 ought to know nowadays that the Christian God started out to be a universal charitable God. If Christ came to Dublin, the Catholics and Protestants would have a free fight to settle which was to crucify him. It's the way with them, said Oswald. We've got to respect Irish opinion. It doesn't respect itself. Everywhere else in the world, wherever we have been, there's been at least something like the germ of an idea of a new life. But here, when you get over here, you realize for the first time that England is, after all, a living country trying to get on to something. Compared with this merry-go-round, it's exactly like a merry-go-round churning away. It's the atmosphere of a country fair. An Irishman hasn't any idea of a future at all, so far as I can see, except that perhaps his grandchildren will tell stories of what a fine fellow he was. The automobile halted for a moment at Crossroads, and the finger-post was in Ursa characters. Look at that, said Peter, with genuine exasperation. And hardly a Dubliner knows 50 words of the language. It's foolery. If we were Irish, I suppose we should smother London with black letter. We should go on pretending that we too were still Catholics and Protestants. The pseudo-Protestants would hang Smithfield with black on account of the martyrs, and the pseudo-Catholics would come and throw the meat about on Fridays. Chesterton and Belloc would love it anyhow. Oswald was not sure of the extent of Peter's audience. The susceptibilities of a proud people, Peter, he whispered, with his eye on the back of their host. Bother their susceptibilities. Much they care for our susceptibilities. The worst insult you can offer a grown-up man is to humor him, said Peter. What's the good of pretending to be sympathetic with all this wearing of the green? It's like our White Rose League. Let 'em do it by all means if they want to, but don't let's pretend we think it romantic and beautiful and all the rest of it. It's just posing and dressing up, and it's a nuisance, Nobby. All Dublin is posing and dressing up and playing at rebellion, and so is all Ulster, the volunteers of the 18th century all over again. It's like historical charades, and they've pointed loaded guns at each other. Only idiots point loaded guns. Why can't we English get out of it all and leave them to pose and dress up and then tell anecdotes and anecdotes and anecdotes about it until they are sick of it? If ever they are sick of it. Let them have their civil war if they want it. Let them keep on with civil wars forever. What has it got to do with us? You're a home ruler, then, said Oswald. I don't see that we English do any good here at all. What are we here for anyhow? The castle's just another fixed idea, something we haven't the mental vigor to clear away. Nobody does any good here. We're not giving them new ideas. We're not unifying them. We're not letting Ireland out into the world, which is what she wants. We're not doing anything but just holding on. What's that? Said Boas suddenly over his shoulder. Peter's declaring for home rule, said Oswald. After his glimpse of the slums of Dublin. It's out of malice. He wants to leave Irishman to Irishman. Ulster says no, said Powys. Tell him to talk to Ulster, and resumed a conversation he had interrupted with the man beside him. At the corner where Nassau Street runs into Grafton Street, they were held up for some lengthy minutes by a long procession that was trailing past Trinity College and down Grafton Street. It had several bands, and in the forefront of it went National Volunteers in green uniforms, obviously for the most part old soldiers. They were followed by men with green badges, and then a straggle of Larkinites and various friendly societies with their bands and banners, and then by a long dribble of children, and then some work girls, and then a miscellany of people who had apparently fallen in as the procession passed because they had nothing else to do. As a procession, it was tedious rather than impressive. The warm afternoon, it was the last day in May, had taken the good feeling out of the walkers. Few talked, still fewer smiled. The common expression was a long-visaged discontent, a gloomy hostile stare at the cars and police cordon, an aimless disagreeableness. They were all being very stern and resolute about they did not quite know what. They meant to show that Dublin could be as stern and resolute as Belfast. Between the parts of the procession were lengthy gaps. It was a sunshiny, dusty afternoon, and the legs of the processionists were dusty to the knees, their brows moist and their lips dry. There was an unhurried air about them, of going nowhere in particular. It was evident that many of their banners were heavy. "What's it all about?" asked Oswald. "Lord knows," said Powys impatiently. "It's just a demonstration." "Is that all? Why don't we cut across now and get on?" "There's more coming. Don't you hear another band?" "But the police could hold it up for a minute and let all these tramcars and automobiles across." "There'd be a fight," said Powys. "They daren't." "And I suppose this sort of thing is going on in the north, too?" asked Oswald after a pause. "Oh, everywhere," said Powys. "Orange or green, but they've got more guns up north." "These people don't really want Ireland a nation and all the rest of it," said Peter. "Oh?" said Powys, staring at him. "Well, look at them," said Peter. "You can see by their faces. They're just bored to death. I suppose most people are bored to death in Ireland. There's nothing doing. England just holds them up, I suppose. And it's an island, rather off the main line. There's nothing to get people's minds off these endless, dreary old quarrels. It's all they have. But they're bored by it." "And that's why we talk nothing but anecdotes, Peter, eh?" Powys grinned. "Well, you do talk a lot of anecdote," said Peter, who hadn't realized the sharpness of his host's hearing. "Oh, we do. I don't complain of your seeing it. It isn't your discovery. Have you read or heard the truest words that were ever said of Ireland by that man Shaw, in John Bull's Other Island? That laughing scene about the pig. Nowhere else could such a scene cause a burst of happiness among the people. That's the very guts of things here, eh?" "It's his best play," said Oswald, avoiding too complete an assent. "It gets there," Powys admitted, "anyhow. The way all them fools come into the shanty and snigger." The last dregs of the procession passed reluctantly out of the way. It faded down Grafton Street into a dust cloud and a confusion of band noises. The policeman prepared to release the congested traffic. Peter leaned out to count the number of trams and automobiles that had been held up. He was still counting when the automobile turned the corner. They shook Dublin off and spun cheerfully through the sunshine across the coast road to Howth. It was a sparkling bright afternoon, and the road was cheerful with the prim happiness of many couples of Irish lovers. But that afternoon peace was the mask worn by one particular day. If the near future could have cast a phantom, they would have seen along this road, a few weeks ahead of them, the gun-runners of Howth marching to the first foolish bloodshed in Dublin streets. They saw Howth Castle, made up now by Lutyens to look as it ought to have looked and never had looked in the past. The friend Powys had brought wanted to talk to some of the castle people, and while these two stayed behind, Oswald and Peter went on, between high hedges of clipped beech, and up a steep winding path amidst great bushes of rhododendron in full flower, to the grey rock and heather of the crest. They stood in the midst of one of the most beautiful views in the world. Northward they looked over Ireland's Eye, at Lambay and the blue Mourne Mountains far away. Eastward was the lush green of Meath. Southward was the long beach of the bay, sweeping round by Dublin to Dalkey, backed by more blue mountains that ran out eastward to the Sugar Loaf. Below their feet the pale castle clustered amidst its rich greenery, and to the east the level blue sea sustained one single sunlit sail. It was rare that the sense of beauty flooded Peter, as so often it flooded Joan, but this time he was transported. "But this is altogether beautiful," he said, like one who is taken by surprise. And then, as if to himself, "How beautiful life might be! How splendid life might be!" Oswald was standing on a ledge below Peter, and with his back to him. He waited through a little interval to see if Peter would say any more. Then he pricked him with, "Only it isn't." "No," said Peter, with the sunlight gone out of his voice. "It isn't." He went on talking after a moment's reflection. "It's as if we were hypnotized and couldn't get away from mean things, beastly suspicions, and stale quarrels. I suppose we are still half apes. I suppose our brains set too easily and rapidly. I suppose it's easy to quarrel yet, and still hard to understand. We take to jealousy and bitterness as ducklings take to water. Think of that stale, dusty procession away there." Oswald's old dream vision of the dark forest came back to his mind. "Is there no way out, Peter?" he said. "If some great idea would take hold of the world," said Peter. "There have been some great ideas," said Oswald. "If it would take hold of one's life," Peter finished his thought. "There has been Christianity," said Oswald. "Christianity!" Peter pointed at the distant mist that was Dublin. "Sour Protestants," he said, "and dirty priests setting simple people by the ears." "But that isn't true Christianity." "There isn't true Christianity," said Peter compactly. "Well, there's love of country, then," said Oswald. "That Dublin Corporation is the most patriotic and nationalist in the world, fierce about it, and it's got complete control here. It's green in grain, no English need apply. From the point of view of administration, that town is a muck heap. For patriotic crowings, look at their dirty, ill-paved streets, look at their filthy slums, see how they let their blessed nation's children fester and die. There are bigger ideas than patriotism. There are ideas of empire, the Pax Britannica. Carson smuggling guns? Well, is there nothing? Do you know of nothing?" Oswald turned on his ward for the reply. "There's a sort of idea, I suppose." "But what idea?" "There's an idea in our minds." "But what is it, Peter?" "Call it civilization," Peter tried. "I believe," he went on, weighing his words carefully, "as you believe, really, in the Republic of Mankind, in universal work for a common end, for freedom, welfare, and beauty. Haven't you taught me that?" "Have I taught you that?" "It seems to me to be the common-sense aim for all humanity. You're awake to it, you've awakened me to it, and I believe in it. But most of this world is still deep in its old fixed ideas, walking in its sleep, and it won't wake up. It won't wake up. What can we do? We've got to a sort of idea, it's true. But here are these Irish, for example, naturally wittier and quicker than you or I, hypnotized by orange and green, by Protestant and Catholic, by all these stale things, drifting towards murder. It's murder's coming here. You can smell the bloodshed coming on the air, and we can't do a thing to prevent it. Not a thing. The silliest bloodshed it will be. The silliest bloodshed the world has ever seen. We can't do a thing to wake them up. We're in it," said Peter in conclusion. "We can't even save ourselves." "I've been wanting to get at your political ideas for a long time," said Oswald. "You really think, Peter, there might be a big world civilization, a world republic, did you call it? Without a single slum hidden in it anywhere, with the whole of mankind busy and happy, the races living in peace, each according to its aptitudes, a world going on steady and swift to still better things." "How can one believe anything else, don't you?" "But how do we get there, Peter?" "Oh, how do we get there?" echoed Peter. "How do we get there?" He danced a couple of steps with vexation. "I don't know, Nobby," he cried. "I don't know. I can't find the way. I'm making a mess of my life. I'm not getting on with my work. You know I'm not. Either we're mad or this world is. Here's all these people in Ireland letting a solemn humbug of a second-rate lawyer with a heavy chin and a lumpish mind muddle them into a civil war. And that's reality. That's life. The solemn league and covenant, copied out of old history books, that's being serious. And over there in England across the sea, muddle and muck and nonsense indescribable. Oh, and we're in it. But aren't there big movements afoot, Peter? Social reform, the labor movement, the emancipation of women, big changes like that. Only big discontents. But doesn't discontent make the change? It's just boredom that's got them. It isn't any disposition to make. Labor is bored, women are bored, all Ireland is bored, I suppose Russia is bored, and Germany is getting bored. She is boring all the world with her soldiering. How bored they must be in India, too, by us. The day bores its way around the earth now, like a mole, out of sight of the stars. But boring people doesn't mean making a new world, it just means boring on to decay. It just means one sort of foolish old fixed idea rubbing and sawing against another until something breaks down. Oh, I want to get out of all this. I don't like this world of ours. I want to get into a world awake. I'm young and I'm greedy. I've only got one life to live, Nobby. I want to spend it where something is being made. Made for good and all. Where clever men can do something more than sit overlong at meals and tell spiteful, funny stories. Where there's something better to do than play about with one's brain and viscera. End of section 27. Read by Eli Bishop, San Francisco, July 18, 2021. Section 28 of Joan and Peter. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Joan and Peter by H.G. Wells. Chapter the 12th, The World on the Eve of War, Part 6. 9. In the days when Peter was born, the Anglican system held the empire with apparently invincible feelings of security and self-approval. It possessed the land, the church, the army, the foreign office, the court. Such people as Arthur and Dolly were of no more account than a stray foreign gypsy by the wayside. When Peter came of age, the Anglican system still held on to army, foreign office, court, land, and church, but now it was haunted by a sense of an impalpable yet gigantic antagonism that might at any time materialize against it. It had an instinctive perception of the near possibility of a new world in which its base prides could have no adequate satisfaction, in which its authority would be flouted, its poor learning despised, and its precedents disregarded. The curious student of the history of England in the decade before the Great War will find the clue to what must otherwise seem a hopeless tangle in the steady, disingenuous, mischievous antagonism of the old Anglican system to every kind of change that might bring nearer the dreaded processes of modernization. Education, and particularly university, reform was blocked. The most necessary social legislation fought against with incoherent passion. The lightest, most reasonable taxation of land or inheritance resisted. Wherever the old system could find allies, it snatched at them and sought to incorporate them with itself. It had long since taken over the new imperialism, with its tariff schemes and its spirit of financial adventure. It had sneered aloof when the new democracy of the elementary schools sought to read and think. It had let any casual adventurer to supply that reading, but now the creator of answers and comic cuts ruled the times and sat in the House of Lords. It was a little doubtful still whether he was of the new order or the old, whether he was not himself an installment of revolution, whether the Tories had bought him or whether he had bought them. But at any rate, he did for a time seem to be serving the ends of reaction. To two sources of strength the Anglicans clung with desperate resolution, India and Ulster. From India, the mass of English people were shut and barred off as completely as any foreigners could have been. India was the preserve of the ruling class. To India, the good Anglican, smitten by doubts, chilled by some disrespectful comment, or distressed by some item of progress achieved, could turn, leaving all thoughts of new and unpleasant things behind him. There, in what he loved to believe was the unchanging East, he could recover that sense of walking freely and authoritatively upon an abundance of inferior people, which was so necessary to his nature, and which was being so seriously impaired at home. The institution of caste realized his secret ideals. From India he and his womankind could return refreshed to the struggle with liberalism and all the powers of democratic irreverence in England. And Ulster was a still more precious stronghold for this narrow culture. From the fastness of Ulster, they could provoke the restless temperament of the Irish to 1,000 petty exasperations of the English, and for Ulster, loyal Ulster, they could appeal to the generous partisanship of the English against their native liberalism. More and more did it become evident that Ulster was the keystone of the whole Anglican ascendancy. To that they owed their grip upon British politics, upon army, navy, and education. They traded, nay, they existed, upon the open Irish sore. With Ireland healed and contented, England would be lost to them. England would democratize, would Americanize. The Anglicans would vanish out of British life as completely as the kindred Tories vanished out of America at the close of the 18th century. And when at last, after years of confused bickering, a Home Rule Bill became law, and peace between the two nations in Ireland seemed possible, the Anglicans stepped at once from legal obstruction to open treason and revolt. The arming of Ulster to resist the decision of Parliament was incited from Great Britain. It was supported enthusiastically by the whole of the Unionist party in Great Britain. Its headquarters were in the West End of London, and the refusal of General Gough to carry out the precautionary occupation of Ulster was hailed with wild joy in every Tory home. It was not a genuine popular movement. It was an artificial movement for which the land-owning church people of Ireland and England were chiefly responsible. It was assisted by tremendous exertions on the part of the London Yellow Press. When Sir Edward Carson went about Ulster in that warm June of 1914, reviewing armed men, promising more Mausers, and pouring out inflammatory speeches, he was manifestly preparing bloodshed. The old Tory system had reached a point where it had to kill men or go. And it did not mean to go, it meant to kill. It meant to murder men. If youth and the new ideas were to go on with the world, the price was blood. Ulster was a little country. Altogether the dispute did not affect many thousands of men, but except for the difference in scale, there was indeed hardly any difference at all between this scramble towards civil conflict in Ireland and the rush, swift and noiseless, that was now carrying Central Europe towards immeasurable bloodshed. To kill and mutilate and waste 5 human beings in a petty riot is in its essence no less vile a crime than to kill and mutilate and waste 20 millions. While the British Tories counted their thousands, the Kaiser and his general staff reckoned in millions. While the British Loyalists were smuggling a few disused machine guns from Germany, Krupp's factories were turning out great guns by the 100. But the evil thing was the same evil thing, a system narrow and outworn, full of a vague fear of human reason and the common sense of mankind, full of pride and greed and the insolent desire to trample upon men. A great system of false assumptions and fixed ideas, oppressed by a thirsty necessity for reassurance, was seeking the refreshment of loud self-assertion and preparing to drink blood. The militarist system that centered upon Potsdam had clambered to a point where it had to kill men or go. The Balkans were the Ulster of Europe. If once this Balkan trouble settled down, an age of peace might dawn for Europe, and how would Junkerdom fare then, and where would Frau Bertha sell her goods? How would the warlord justify his glories to the Social Democrat? But Oswald, like most Englishmen, was not attending very closely to affairs upon the continent. He was preoccupied with the unreason of Ulster. Recently, he had had a curious interview with Lady Charlotte Sydenham, and her white, excited face and blazing blue eyes insisted now upon playing the part of mask to the Ulster spirit in his thoughts. She had had to call him in because she had run short of ready money through oversubscription to various schemes for arming the Northern patriots. She had sat at her writing desk, with her cap a little over one eye, as though it was a military cap, and the tuft of reddish hair upon her cheek more like bristles than ever, and he had walked about the room, contriving disagreeable things to say to her after his wont. He was disinclined to let her have more money, he confessed. She ought to have had more sense, he said, than to write off big checks beyond her means, in support of this seditious mischief. If she asked these people who had taken her money, probably they would let her have some back to go on with. This enraged her nicely, as he had meant it to do. She scolded at him. A nice Sydenham he was, to see his king insulted and his country torn apart, he who had once worn the Queen's uniform. Thank God, she herself was a Parmenter, and belonged to a sounder strain. "It's you who are insulting the king," Oswald interpolated, trying to defy his acts in Parliament. "Oh," cried Lady Charlotte, banging the desk with her freckled fist. "Oh, Parliament! I'd shoot 'em down. First that vile budget, then the attack on the Lords." "They passed the Parliament Act," said Oswald, "to save themselves from being swamped in a horde of working men peers, sitting there in their caps with their dirty boots on the cushions. Lord Keir Hardie, you'll want Lord Chimney Sweep and Viscount Cat's Meatman next. Then came that abominable Insurance Act, one thing worse than another, setting class against class and giving them ideas. Then we gave up South Africa to the Boers again. What did we fight for? Didn't we buy the country with our blood? Why, my poor cousin, Rupert Parmenter, was a prisoner in Pretoria for a whole year, 13 weary months, for nothing, and now Ireland is to be handed over to priests and rebels, to Irishmen. And I am not to lift a finger, not a finger, to save my king and my country and my God when they are all going straight to the devil." Said Oswald, rustling the counterfoils in his hand. "But you have been lifting your finger, you know. If I could give more, you have given more. I'd give it. Won't Grimes make a friendly advance? But I suppose you're up to the neck with Grimes. I wonder what interest that little swindler charges you." The old lady could not meet the mild scrutiny of his eye. "You come here and grin and mock while your country is being handed over to a gang of God knows whos," she said, staring at her inkpot. "To whom probably it belongs as much as it does to me," said Oswald. "Thank God the army is sound," said Aunt Charlotte. "Thank God this doesn't end with your parliaments. Mark my words, Oswald, on the day they raise their Home Rule flag in Ireland, there will be men shot down. Men shot down. A grim lesson." "Some, perhaps, killed by your own particular checks," said Oswald. "Who knows?" "I hope so," said Lady Charlotte, with a quiver of deep passion in her voice. "I hope so sincerely. If I could think I had caused the death of one of those traitors, if it could be Lloyd George." But that was too much apparently even for Lady Charlotte to hope for. Oswald, when he had come to her, had fully intended to let her have money to go on with, but now he was changing his mind. He had thought of her hitherto just as a grotesque figure in his life, part of the joke of existence. But now, with this worry of the Irish business in his mind, he found himself regarding her as something more than an individual. She seemed now to be the accentuated voice of a whole class, the embodiment of a class tradition. He strolled back from the window and stood with his hands deep in his trouser pockets, which always annoyed her, and his head on one side, focusing the lady. "My dear aunt," he said, "what right have you to any voice in politics at all? You know, you're pretty ungracious. The world lets you have this money, and you spend it in organizing murder." "The world lets me have this money?" cried Lady Charlotte, amazed and indignant. "Why," she roared, "it's my money!" In that instant, the tenets of socialism, after a siege lasting 1/4 of a century, took complete possession of Oswald's mind. In that same instant, she perceived it. "Anyone can see you're a liberal and a socialist yourself," she cried. "You'd shake hands with Lloyd George tomorrow. Yes, you would. Why, poor foolish Vincent made you trustee. He might have known. You, a sailor, a fatty invalid, mad on blacks. I suppose you'd give your precious Baganda Home Rule next, and him always so sound on the treatment of the natives. Why, he kicked a real judge, a native judge, Inner Temple and all the rest of it, out of his railway compartment, kicked him, bustled him out neck and crop, awayed with him. Oh, if he could see you now, insulting me, standing up for all these people, blacks, Irishmen, strikers, anything, sneering at the dear old Union Jack they want to tear to pieces." "Well," said Oswald, as she paused to take breath, "you've got yourself into this mess, and you must get along now till next quarter day as well as you can. I can't help you, and you don't deserve to be helped." "You'll not let me spend my own money." "You've fired off all the money you're entitled to. You'll probably kill a constable or some decent little soldier boy from Devon or Kent. Good God, have you no imagination?" It was the most rankling encounter he had ever had with her. Either he was losing tolerance for her, or she was indeed becoming more noisy and ferocious. She haunted his thoughts for a long time, and his thoughts of her, so intricate is our human composition, were all mixed up with sympathy and remorse for the petty cash troubles in which he had left her. But what a pampered, evil soul she had always been, Never in all her life had she made or grown or got one single good thing for mankind. She had lived in great expensive houses, used up the labor of innumerable people, bullied servants, insulted poor people, made mischief. She was like some gross pet idol that mankind, out of whim, kept for the sake of its sheer useless ugliness. He found himself estimating the weight of food and the tanks of drink she must have consumed, the carcasses of oxen and sheep, the cartloads of potatoes, the pyramids of wine bottles and stout bottles she had emptied, and she had no inkling of gratitude to the careless, acquiescent fellow creatures who had suffered her so long and so abundantly. At the merest breath upon her clumsy, intolerable dignity, she clamored for violence and cruelty and killing, and would not be appeased. An old idol. And she was only one of a whole class of truculent, illiterate harridans who were stirring up bad blood in half the great houses of London, and hurrying Britain on to an Irish civil war. No, she wasn't as funny as she seemed. Not nearly so funny. She was too like too many people for that. Too like most people? Did that go too far? After all, there was a will for good in men. Even this weary Irish business had not been merely a conflict of fixed ideas. There had been, too, real efforts on the part of countless people to get the tangle straightened out. There were creative forces at work in men, even in Ireland. And also, there was youth. His thoughts came back to the figure of Peter, standing on the head of Howth and calling for a new world. "I'll pit my Peter," he said, "against all the Aunt Charlottes in creation. In the long run, that is." He was blind, was not all Europe blind, to the vast disaster that hung over him and his and the whole world, to the accumulated instability of the outworn social and political facade that now tottered to a crash. Massacre, famine, social confusion, worldwide destruction, long years of death and torment were close at hand. The thinnest curtain of time, a mere month of blue days now, hung between him and the thunderous overture of the world disaster. "I pit my Peter," he repeated, "against all the Aunt Charlottes in creation." End of section 28. Read by Eli Bishop, San Francisco, July 22, 2021. Section 29 of Joan and Peter. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Joan and Peter by H.G. Wells. Chapter the 12th, The World on the Eve of War, Part 7. 10. All novels that run through the years of the Great War must needs be political novels and fragments of history. In August 1914, that detachment of human lives from history, that pretty picaresque disorder of experiences, that existence like a fair with 10,000 different booths, which had gone on for thousands of years, came to an end. We were all brought into a common drama. Something had happened so loud and insistent that all lives were focused upon it. It became a leading factor in every life, the plot of every story, the form of all our thoughts. It so thrust itself upon mankind that the very children in the schools about the world asked, "Why has this thing happened?" and could not live on without some answer. The Great War summoned all human beings to become political animals. Time would brook no further evasion. August 1914 was the end of adventure and mental fragmentation for the species. It was the polarization of mankind. Other books have told, innumerable books that have yet to come will tell, of the rushing together of events that culminated in the breach of the Belgian frontier by the German hosts. Our story has to tell only of how that crisis took to itself and finished and crowned the education of these three people with whom we are concerned. Of the three, Oswald and Joan spent nearly the whole of July at Pelham Ford. Peter came down from Cambridge for a day or so, and then, after 2 or 3 days in London, for which he did not clearly account, he went off to the Bernese Oberland to climb with a party of 3 other Trinity men. There was a vague but attractive project at the back of his mind, which he did not confide to Oswald or Joan, of going on afterwards into North Italy to a little party of 4 or 5 choice spirits which Hetty was to organize. They could meet on the other side of the Simplon. Perhaps they would push on into Venezia. They would go for long tramps amidst sweet chestnut trees and ripening grapes. They would stay in the vast, roomy, forgotten inns of sleepy towns whose very stables are triumphs of architecture. They would bathe amidst the sunlit rocks of quiet lakes. Wherever they went in that land, the snow and blue of the distant Alps would sustain the sweet landscape as music sustains a song. Hetty had made it all fantastically desirable. She had invented it and woven details about it one afternoon in her studio. She knew North Italy very well. It was not the first amusing journey in that soft, delicious land that she had contrived. Peter was tremendously excited to think of the bright possibilities of such an adventure, and yet, withal, there was a queer, countervailing feeling gnawing amidst his lusty anticipations. Great fun it would be, tremendous fun, with a little spice of sin in it, and why not? Only, somehow, he had a queer, unreasonable feeling that Joan ought to share his holidays. Old Joan, who looked at him with eyes that held a shadow of sorrow, who made him feel that she knew more than she could possibly know. He wished Joan, too, had some spree in contemplation, not, of course, quite the same sort of spree, a decent girl's sort of spree, just the tramp part. He wished he could tell Joan of what was in hand, that there wasn't this queer embarrassment between them. Joan had her car, of course. Oswald had recently bought Joan a pretty little 10-horsepower Singer car, a 2-seater in which she was to run about the country at her own free will. It was one of several attempts he had recently made to brighten life for Joan. He was beginning to watch her very closely. He did not clearly understand the thoughts and imaginations that made her so grave and feverish at times, but he knew that she was troubled. The girl's family resemblance to his Dolly had caught his mind. He thought she was more like Dolly than she was, because her image constantly before him was steadily replacing Dolly's in his mind. And he liked very much to sit beside her and watch her drive. At 45 miles an hour, her serene profile was divine. She had a good mechanical intelligence, and her nerve was perfect. The little car lived in her hands, and had the precision of movement of an animal. They ran across country to Warwick and Stratford-on-Avon, and slept the night in Warwick. They went to Newmarket and round to Chelmsford and Dovercourt, which was also an overnight excursion. These were their longer expeditions. They made afternoon runs to St. Albans, Hitchin, Baldock, Bedford, Stevenage, and Royston. Almost every fine day they made some trip. While she drove, or while they walked about some unfamiliar town, the cloud seemed to lift from Joan's mind. She became as fresh and bright as a child, and she talked more and more freely to Oswald. She talked more abundantly than Peter, and much less about ideas. She talked rather of scenery and customs and atmospheres. She seemed to have a far more concrete imagination than Peter, to accept the thing that was with none of his reluctance. She would get books about Spain, about the South Sea Islands, about China, big books of travel and description from the London Library, and so assimilate them that she seemed to be living imaginatively for days together in these alien atmospheres. She wanted to know about Uganda. She was curious about the native king. There were times when Oswald was reminded of some hungry and impatient guest in a restaurant, reading over an overcrowded and perplexing menu. She did not read many plays or novels, nor any poetry. She mentioned casually one day to Oswald that such reading either bored her or disturbed her. She read a certain amount of philosophy, but manifestly now as a task, and she was incessantly restless. She had no mother nor sisters, no feminine social world about her. She suffered from a complete lack of all those distracting and pacifying routines, and all those restraints of habit and association that control the lives of more normally placed girls. Her thoughts, stimulated by her uncontrolled reading, ran wild. One morning she was up an hour before dawn, and let herself out of the house, and walked over the hills nearly to Newport before breakfast, coming back with skirts and shoes wet with dew and speckled with grass seeds and little burrs. She spent that afternoon asleep in the hammock. And she would play fitfully at the piano or the pianola after dinner, and then wander out, a restless white sprite, into the garden. One night, early in the month, she persuaded Oswald to go for a long moonlight walk with her along the road to Ware. There was a touch of dream quality in that walk for both of them. They had never been together in moonlight before. She ceased to be Joan, and became at once something very strange and wonderful and very intimate, a magic phantom of womanhood, a creature no longer of flesh and blood, but of pallor and shadow, whose hair was part of the universal dusk, and her eyes 2 stars. And he, too, walking along, and sometimes talking as if he talked to the lonely sky, and sometimes looking down out of the dimness closely at her. He had lost his age and his scars, and become the utmost dignity of a man. They walked sometimes on a road of misty brightness, and sometimes through deep pools of shadow, and sometimes amidst the black bars and lace cast by tree stems and tree branches, and she made him talk of the vast spaces of Africa, and the long trails through reed and forest, and of great animals standing still and invisible close at hand, hidden by the trickery of their colorings, and how he had gone all alone into the villages of savage people who had never before set eyes on a European. And she talked with a whisper and sigh in her voice of how she too would like to go into wild and remote lands, if I could go off with a man like you. And it seemed to him for a time that this sweet voice beside him was not truly Joan's, but another's, and that he walked once more with the dearest wish he had ever wished in his life. He talked to her of moonlight and starlight in the tropics, of a wonderful pale incandescence that shines out above the grave of the sunset when the day has gone, of fireflies and of phosphorescent seas, and of the distant sounds of drumming and chanting and the remote blaze of native bonfires seen through black tree stems in the night. He talked, too, of the howling of beasts at night and of the sudden roaring of lions, and at that she drew closer to him. When at last it was time for her to turn, she did not want to turn. I have been happy, she said. I have been happy. Let us go on. Why should we go back? As if she was not always happy. She pulled at his arm like a child. And as they came home, she came close to him, and for long spaces they said not a word to one another. But at the water splash in the village, she had a queer impulse. The water splash appeared ahead of them, an incessant tumult of silver in which there were set jewels of utter blackness and shining diamonds. She looked and tugged him by the arm. Let us walk through the water, dear Nobby, she said. I want to feel it about my feet. Do. It will hardly cover our shoes. A queer impulse that was of hers, but what was queerer, it found the completest response in him. All right, he said, as though this was the most commonplace suggestion possible, and very gravely, and as if it was some sort of rite, he let her lead him through the water. They were indeed both very grave. They walked up to the house in silence. Good night, Nobby dear, said Joan, leaning suddenly over by the newel of the stairs, and kissed him, as the moonlight kisses, a kiss as soft and cool as ever awakened Endymion. Life was at high tide in Joan that July, and everything in her was straining at its anchors. All her being was flooded with the emotional intimations that she was a woman, that she had to be beautiful and hasten to meet exquisite and profoundly significant experiences. None of her instincts told her that the affairs of the world drew to an issue that would maim and kill half the youths she knew, and torment and alter her own and every life about her. She was haunted and distressed day and night, for the trouble got into her dreams, by Peter's evident love-making with Hetty, and Huntley's watchful eyes, and she saw nothing of the red eyes of war and the bloodlust that craved for all her generation. Peter was making love to Hetty. Peter was making love to Hetty. And Joan was left at home in a fever of desertion. Her brotherhood with Peter, which had been perhaps the greatest fact of her girlhood, was breaking down under the exasperation of their separation and her jealousy, and Huntley was steadily and persistently invading her imagination. Women and men alike are love-hungry creatures, women even more so than men. It is not beauty, nor strength, nor goodness that hearts go to, so much as attention. To know that another human being thinks of us, esteems us above all our secret estimates, has a steadfast and consuming need of us, is the supreme reassurance of life. And when women's hearts are distressed by vague passions and a friendless insecurity, they will go out very readily even to a cripple who watches and waits. Huntley was one of those men for whom women are the sole interest in life. If he had been obliged to master a mathematical problem, he would have thought he struggled with a muse, and so achieved it. He watched them and waylaid them for small and great occasions. He understood completely these states of wild impatience that possess the feminine mind. He had no brotherliness nor fatherliness in his composition. His sole conception of this trouble of the unmated was of an opportunity for himself. A little patience, a little thought, and it was very delightful thought, a little pleasant skill, and all this vague urgency would become a gift for him. But never before had Huntley met anyone so fresh and youthfully beautiful as Joan. There were times when he could doubt whether he was the magnetizer or the magnetized. He had kissed her, but he was not sure that she had kissed him. Some day she should kiss him of her own free will. He thought now almost continuously of Joan. The only work he could get on with was a novel into which he put things he had imagined about Joan. He wrote her long letters and planned for days to get an hour's conversation with her, and he would go for long walks and spend all the time composing letters, or scheming dramatic conversations that never would happen in reality because Joan missed all her cues. It was rather by instinct than by any set scheme that he did his utmost to convert her vague unrest into a discontent with all her circumstances, to shape her thoughts to the idea that her present life was a prison house of which he held the key of escape. He suggested in a score of different ways to her mind that outside her present prison was a wonderland of beauty and excitement. He was clever enough to catch from her talk her love of the open, of fresh air and sunlight. He had more than a suspicion of Hetty Reinhardt's plans. He conveyed them by shadowy hints. Why should not Joan, too, defy convention? She could tell Oswald a story of a projected walk with some other girl at Cambridge and slip away to Huntley. They had always been the best of companions. Why shouldn't they take a holiday together? And why not? What was there to fear? Couldn't she trust Huntley? Couldn't she trust herself? To which something deep in Joan's composition replied that this was but playing with passion and romance, and she wanted passion and romance. She wanted a reality, unendurably, and it was clear as day to her that she did not want passion and romance with Huntley. He was a strange being to her, really, not differing as man does from woman, but as dog does from cat. Hidden deep down, perhaps, was some mysterious difference of race. He could amuse her and interest her because he was queer and unexpected, but he was not of her kind. Like to like was the way of the Sydenham blood. He offered and pointed to all that seemed to her necessary to make life right and end this aching suspense, except that he was a stranger. The long sunny days of June dragged by. Suppose after all she were to slip away to Huntley. It would be a spree, it would be an excitement. Did he matter so much after all? Peter sent a postcard and said he thought he would go on, quote, with some people into Italy, unquote. She had known all along that that was coming. She went out the night after that postcard came, into the garden, alone. It was a still and sultry evening, and she stifled even in the open air. She wanted to go up into the arbor and to sit there and think. She could not understand the quiver of anger that ran through her being, like the shiver of the current on the surface of a stream. All the trees and bushes about her were dark and shapeless lumps of blackness, and as she went up the path, she trod on 2 snails. "Damn them," she said at the second scrunch. "Phew, what a night, full of things that crawl about in the darkness, full of beastly things." A little owl mewed and mocked wickedly among the trees. There was no view out of the black arbor, only the sense of a darkened world. A thin, ineffectual moon crescent was sinking westward, and here and there were spiritless stars. A strange, huge shape of clouds, a hooded figure of the profoundest blue, brooded in a sky of luminous pale yellow over the land to the south and east, and along the under fringe of its skirts ever and again there ran a flicker of summer lightning. "And I am to live here. I am to live here while life runs by me," she said. She would go to Huntley. No brother and sister business, though. She would go to Huntley and end all this torment. But she couldn't. "Why have I no will?" she cried harshly. She did not love Huntley. That did not matter. She would make herself love Huntley. She went out upon the terrace and stood very still, looking down upon the house and thinking hard. Could she love no one? If so, then it might as well be Huntley she went to as anyone. All these boys, Troop, Winterbaum, Wilmington, they were nothing to her, but she wanted to live. Was it perhaps that she did love someone, who stood invisible and unregarded, possessing her heart? Her mind halted on that for a time, and then seemed to force itself along a certain line that lay before it. Did she love Oswald? She did. More than any of them, far more. The other night, most certainly, she had been in love with him. When he walked through the water with her, absurdly grave, she could have flung her arms about him then. She could have clung to him and kissed him. Of course, she must be in love with him. But he was not in love with her. And yet, that moonlight evening, it seemed... Suppose it were Oswald and not Huntley who beckoned. love for Huntley, love him where you would, though you loved him in the most beautiful scenery in the world, would still be something vulgar, still be this dirty love of the studios, still a trite disobedience, a stolen satisfaction after the fashion of the Reinhardt affair. But Oswald was a great man, a kind and noble giant, who told no lies, who played no tricks. If he were to love one... She stood upon the terrace looking down upon the lit house, trembling with this thought that she loved Oswald, and holding fast to it, for fear of another thought that she dared not think, that lay dark and waiting outside her consciousness, a poor exile thought, utterly forbidden. End of section 29. Read by Eli Bishop, San Francisco, July 25th, 2021. Section 30 of Joan and Peter. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Joan and Peter by H.G. Wells, Chapter the 12th, The World on the Eve of War, Part 8. 11. Joan stood in the darkness on the turf outside Oswald's open window and watched him. He was so deep in thought that he had not noted the soft sounds of her approach. The only light in the room was his study lamp, and his face was in shadow, while his hands rested on the open atlas in front of him and were brightly lit. They were rather sturdy white hands, with broad thumbs, exactly like Peter's. Presently he stirred and pulled the atlas towards him and turned the page over to another map. The fingers of his left hand drummed on the desk. He looked up abruptly, and she came to the window and leant forward into the room with her arms folded on the sill. "You are as still as the night, Joan," he said. "There's thunder brewing." "There's war brewing, Joan." "Why do you sit poring over that map?" "Because there are various people called Croats and Slovenes and Serbs, and they are beginning to think they are one people and ought to behave as one people. And some of them are independent, and some are under the Austrians, and some are under the Italians." "What has that got to do with us?" said Joan. She followed her question up with another. "Is it a fresh Balkan war?" "Something bigger than that," said Oswald. "Something very much bigger, unless we are careful." His tone was so grave that Joan caught something of his gravity. She stepped in through the window. "Where are all these people?" she said. She thought it was characteristic of him to trouble about these distant races and their entanglements, but she wished he could have a keener sense of the perplexities that came nearer him. She came and leant over him while he explained the political riddle of Austria and Eastern Europe to her. "We are too busy with the Irish trouble," he said. "I am afraid of Germany. If that fool Carson and these Pankhurst people had been paid to distract our minds from what is happening, they could not do the work better. Big things are happening. Oh, big things." She tried to feel their bigness, but to her all such political talk was still as unreal as things one reads about in histories, something to do with maps and dates, something you can get up and pass examinations in, but nothing that touches the warm realities of personal life and beauty. Yet it pleased her to think that this Oswald she loved could reach up to these things, so that he partook of the nature of the great beings who cared for them, like Gladstone or Lincoln, and was not simply a limited, real person like Troop or Wilmington or Peter. He was really like a great Peter, like what Peter ought to be. He seemed preoccupied, as if he did not feel how close she was about him, how close her beauty came to him. She sat now on the arm of his chair behind him, with her face over his shoulder. Her body touched his shoulders. By imperceptible degrees, she brought her cheek against his crisp hair, where it pressed no heavier than a shadow. She had no suspicion how vividly he was aware of her nearness. As he discoursed to her upon the text of the maps before them, a deep undercurrent of memories and feelings of quite a different quality ran contrariwise through his mind. "We are getting nearer than we have ever been to a big European war, a big break-up. People do not understand, do not begin to dream of the smash-up that would be. There is scarcely a country that may not be drawn in." So he spoke, and below that level of thought, he was irritated to feel that such thought could not wholly possess him. Far more real to him were the vague suggestions of love and the summer night and the dusky nearness of this Joan, this phantom of Dolly, for more and more were Joan and Dolly blending together in his emotional life, this dearness and sweetness that defied all reasoning and explanation. And cutting across both these streams of thought and feeling came a third stream of thought. Joan's intonations, in every word she spoke, betrayed her indifference to the great net of political forces in which the world struggled. She was no more deeply interested than if he had been discussing some problem at chess or some mathematical point. She was not deeply interested, and he was not completely interested. And yet this question that was slipping its hold on their attention might involve the lives and welfare of millions. He struggled with his conception of a world being hauled to its destruction in a net of vaguely apprehended ideas, of ordinary life being shattered not by the strength, but by the unattractive feebleness of its political imaginings. "People do not understand," he repeated, trying to make this thing real to himself. "All Europe is in danger." He turned upon her with a betrayal of irritation in his voice. "You think all this matters nothing to us," he said, "but it does. If Austria makes war in Serbia, Russia will come in. If Russia comes in, France comes in. That brings in Germany. We can't see France beaten again. We can't have that." But Joan had still the child's belief that somewhere, somehow, behind all the ostensible things of the world, wise adults in its interests have the affairs of mankind under control. "They won't let things go as far as that," she said. Oswald reflected upon that. How sure this creature was of her world. "Until death and judgment come, Joan," he said, "there is neither death nor judgment." That saying, and his manner of saying it, struck hard on her mind. Before she went to sleep that night, she found herself trying to imagine what war was really like. And next day she was thinking of war. Would Peter perhaps have to be a soldier if there was a real great war? Would all her young men go soldiering? Would Oswald go? And what was there for a girl to do in wartime? She hated the idea of nursing, but she supposed she would have to nurse. Far rather would she go under fire and rescue wounded men. Had modern war no use for a Joan of Arc? She sank to puerile visions of a girl in a sort of vivandière uniform, upholding a tattered flag under a heavy fire. It couldn't last very long. It would be exciting. But all this was nonsense. There would be no war. There would be a conference, or an arbitration, or something dull of that sort, and all this stir and unrest would subside and leave things again as they had been. Swiftly and steadfastly now the world was setting itself to tear up all the scenery of Joan's world and to smash and burn its every property. If it had not been for the suggestion of Oswald's deepening preoccupation, one may doubt whether Joan would have heeded the huge rush of events in Europe until the moment of the crash, but because of him she was drawn into the excitement. From the 25th of July, which was the day when the news of the Austrian ultimatum to Serbia appeared in the English newspapers, through the swift rush of events that followed, the failure of the Irish conference at Buckingham Palace to arrive at any settlement upon the Irish question, the attempts of Sir Edward Grey to arrest the march of events in Eastern Europe, the unchallenged march of 5,000 men with machine guns through Belfast, the shooting upon the crowd in Dublin after the Hoth gun-running, the consequent encouragement of Germany and Austria to persist in a stiff course with Russia because of the apparent inevitability of civil war in Ireland, right up to the march of the Germans into Luxembourg on the 1st of August, Joan followed with an interest that had presently swamped her egotistical eroticism altogether. The 2nd of August was a Sunday and brought no papers to Pelham Ford, but Joan motored to Bishop Stortford to get an observer. Monday was Bank Holiday. The belated morning paper brought the news of the massacre of Belgian peasants by the Germans at Visay. The Germans were pouring into Belgium, an incredible host of splendidly armed men. Tuesday was an immense suspense for Oswald and Joan. They were full of an uncontrollable indignation against Germany. They thought the assault on Belgium the most evil thing that had ever happened in history, but it seemed as though the government and the country hesitated. The Daily News came to hand with a whole-page advertisement in great letters exhorting England not to go to war for Belgium. "But this is shame," cried Oswald. "If once the Germans get Paris, it is shame and disaster." The postman was a reservist and had been called up. All over the country the posts were much disorganized. It was past 11 on the sunniest of Wednesdays when Joan, standing restless at the gates, called to Oswald, who was fretfully pacing the lawn, that the papers were coming. She ran down the road to intercept the postman, and came back with a handful of letters and parcels. Newspapers were far more important than any personal letters that morning. She gave Oswald the newspaper package to tear open, and snatched up the Daily News as it fell out of the enveloping Times. There was a crisp rustling of the two papers. Oswald's fear of his country's mental apathy, muddle-headedness, levity, and absolute incapacity to grasp any great situation at all had become monstrous under the stresses of these anxious days. Up to the end, he feared some politician's procrastination, some idiot dishonesty and betrayal, weak palterings, with a challenge as high as heaven, with dangers as plain as daylight. "Thank God," he cried. "It is war." End of section 30. Read by Eli Bishop, San Francisco, July 25th, 2021.
Section 31 of Joan and Peter. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Daniel Titus. Joan and Peter by H.G. Wells. Joan and Peter Graduate, Part 1. So it was, with a shock like the shock of an unsuspected big gun fired suddenly within 100 yards of her, that the education of Joan and her generation turned about and entered upon a new and tragic phase. Necessity had grown impatient with the inertia of universities and the evasion of politicians. Mankind must learn the duties of human brotherhood and respect for human adventure, or waste and perish. So our stern teacher has decreed. If in peacetime we cannot learn and choose between these alternatives, then through war we must. And if we will in no manner learn our lesson, then the rocks are rich with the traces of ineffective creatures that the great experimenter has tried and thrown aside. All these young people who had grown up without any clear aims or any definite sense of obligations found themselves confronted, without notice, without any preparation, by a world crisis that was also a crisis of life or death, of honor or dishonor for each one of them. They had most of them acquired the habit of regarding the teachers and statesmen and authorities set up over their lives as people rather on the dull side of things, as people addicted to muddling and disingenuousness in matters of detail, but they had never yet suspected the terrific insecurity of the whole system until this first thunderous crash of the downfall. Even then they did not fully realize themselves as a generation betrayed to violence and struggle and death. All human beings, all young things, are born with a conviction that all is right with the world. There is mother to go to, and father to go to, and behind them the law. For most of the generation that came before Joan and Peter, the delusion of a great safety lasted far into adult life. Only slowly, with maturity, came the knowledge of the flimsiness of all these protections and the essential dangerousness of the world. But for this particular generation, the disillusionment came like an unexpected blow in the face. They were preparing themselves in a leisurely and critical fashion for the large, loose prospect of unlimited life. And then abruptly the world dropped its mask. That pampered and undisciplined generation was abruptly challenged to be heroic beyond all the precedents of mankind. Their safety, their freedom ended. Their leisure ended. The first few days of August 1914 in Europe was a spectacle of old men planning and evading, lying and cheating, most of them so scared by what they were doing as completely to have lost their heads, and of youth and young men everywhere being swept from a million various employments, from a million divergent interests and purposes, which they had been led to suppose were the proper interests and purposes of life, toward the great military machines that were destined to convert, swiftly and ruthlessly, all their fresh young life into rags and blood and rotting flesh. But at first the young had no clear sense of the witless futility of the machine that was to crush their lives. They did not understand that there was as yet no conception of a world order anywhere in the world. They had taken it for granted that there was an informal, tacitly understood world order, at which these Germans, confound them, had suddenly struck. Peter and his friends were so accustomed to jeer at the dignitaries of the church and state and at kings and politicians that they could not realize that such dwarfish and comic characters could launch disaster upon a whole world. They sat about a little table in a twilit arbor on the way down from Belle Alpe. Peter was to leave the climbers and join the Italian party at Brieg, and devoured omelette and veal and drank Yvorne and mocked over the Swiss newspapers. "Another ultimatum," said one cheerful youth. "Holland will get it next. He's squirting ultimatums, like a hedgehog throwing quills." "I saw him in Berlin," said Peter. "He rushed by in an automobile. He isn't a human being. He's more like Mr. Toad in The Wind in the Willows. All the French have gone home. All the Germans," said Troop. "I suppose we ought to go." "I've promised to go to Italy," said Peter. "War is war," said Troop, and stiffened Peter's resolution. "I'm not going to have my holidays upset by a theatrical ass in a gilt helmet," said Peter. He got down to Brieg next day, and the little town was bright with uniforms, for the Swiss were mobilizing. He saw off his mountaineering friends in the evening train for Paris. "You'd better come," said Troop gravely, hanging out of the train. Peter shook his head. He was none of your conscript nations. No. He dined alone. Hetty and her two friends were coming up from Lausanne next day. In the reading room he found the Times with the first news of the invasion of Belgium. Several of the villagers of Vise had turned out with shotguns, and the Germans had performed an exemplary massacre for the discouragement of francs-tireurs. Indignation had been gathering in Peter during the day. He swore aloud and flung down the paper. "Is there no one sane enough to assassinate a scoundrel who sets things loose like this?" he said. He prowled about the little old town in the moonlight, full of black rage against the Kaiser. He felt he must go back, but it seemed to him a terrible indignity that he should have to interrupt his holiday because of the ambitions of a monarch. "Why the devil can't the Germans keep him on his chain?" he said, and then shooting the poor devils, like rabbits. Hetty and her friends arrived in the early train the next morning, all agog about the war. They thought it a tremendous lark. They were not to get out at Brieg, it was arranged. Peter was to be on the platform with his rucksack and join them. He kept the appointment, but he was a very scowling Peter, in spite of the fact that Hetty was gentle and tumultuous at the sight of him in her best style. "This train is an hour late," said Peter, sitting down beside her. "That accursed fool at Potsdam is putting all our Europe out of gear." For 3 days he was dark, preoccupied company. "Somebody ought to assassinate him," he said, harping on that idea. "Have men no self-respect at all?" He felt he ought to go back to England, and the feeling produced a bleak clearness in his mind. It was soft sunshine on the lake of Orta, but east wind in Peter's soul. He disliked Hetty's friends extremely. He had never met them before. They were a vulgar brace of sinners, he thought, and they reflected their quality upon her. The war, they considered, was no concern of theirs. They had studio minds. The man was some sort of painter, middle-aged, contemptuous, and with far too much hair. He ought to have been past this sort of spree. The girl was a model and had never been in Italy before. She kept saying, "Oh, the sky," until it jarred intolerably. The days are notoriously longer on the lake of Orta than anywhere else in the world. From 10 o'clock in the morning to lunchtime is about as long as a week's imprisonment. From 2 to 5 is twice that length. From 5 onward, the course of time at Orta is more normal. Hetty was Hetty, in the tradition of Cleopatra. But could Cleopatra hold a young man whose mind was possessed by one unquenchable thought that he had been grossly insulted and deranged by an exasperating potentate at Potsdam who was making hay of his entire world, and that he had to go at once and set things right, and that it was disgraceful not to go. He broached these ideas to Hetty about 11 o'clock on their first morning upon the lake. They were adrift in a big tilted boat in the midst of a still, glassy symmetry of mountain-backed scenery and mountain-backed reflections, and the other couple was far away, a little white dot at the head of a V of wake, rowing ambitiously to the end of the lake. "You can't go," said Hetty promptly. "But I have come all the way to Italy for you," cried Hetty. This was a perplexing problem for the honor of a young man of 21. He argued the case weakly. He had an audience of one, a very compelling one. He decided to remain. In the night he woke up and thought of Troop. Old Troop must be in England by now. Perhaps he had already enlisted. Ever since their school days he and Troop had a standing dispute upon questions of morals and duty. There was something dull and stiff about old Troop that drove a bright antagonist to laxity. But, after all, Troop had cut off clean and straight to his duty, because Troop wasn't entangled. He had kept clear of all this love-making business. There was something to be said for Troop's point of view after all. The second day Peter reopened the question of going as they sat on a stone seat under the big dark trees on the Sacromonte, and looked out under the drooping boughs upon the lake, and Hetty had far more trouble with him. He decided he could not leave her, but he spent the hours between tea and dinner in reading all the war news he could find, translating the Italian with the aid of a small conversation dictionary. Something had happened in the North Sea. He could not make out exactly what it was, but the Germans had lost a ship called the Königin Luisa, and the British a battleship. Was it a battleship? The Amphion. Beastly serious, that. A battleship. There was something vague, too, about a fleet encounter, but no particulars. It was a bore getting no particulars. Here close at hand in the Mediterranean there had been, it was said, a naval battle in the Straits of Messina also. The Panther was sunk, and the Germans had a great defeat at Liege. The British army was already landing in France. Upon his second decision to remain, Peter reflected profoundly that night. The standing dispute between him and Troop upon the lightness or seriousness of things sexual returned to his mind. Troop, Peter held, regarded all these things with a portentous solemnity, a monstrous sentimentality. Peter, Troop maintained, regarded them with a dangerous levity. Troop declared that love, true love, was, next to honor, the most tremendous thing in life. He was emphatic upon purity. Peter held that love was as light and pleasant and incidental a thing as sunshine. You said, "Here's a jolly person," just as you said, "Here's a pretty flower." There had been, he argued, a lot of barbaric taboos in these matters, but the new age was dropping all that. He called Troop's idea of purity ceremonial obsession. Both talked very freely of cleanliness and meant very different things. Troop, chiefly abstinence, and Peter, baths. Peter had the courage of his opinions, but once or twice he had doubted secretly whether, after all, there weren't defilements beyond the reach of mere physical cleansing. One dismissed that sort of thing as reaction. All these disputes were reviewed now in his memory in light of this one plain, disconcerting fact. Troop had gone straight home to enlist, and he himself was still in Italy. Weakening of moral fiber? Loss of moral fiber? The next day in the boat, Peter reopened the question of his departure. "You see, Hetty," he said, "if there was conscription in England, I shouldn't feel so bound to go. But then you would be bound to go. Well, then I could be a decent deserter for love's sake. But when your country leaves it to you to come back or not, as you think fit, then, you know, you're bound, in honor." Hetty dabbled her hand over the side of the boat. "Oh, go," she said. "Yes," said Peter over the oars as if ashamed. I must go. I must. There is a train this afternoon which catches the express at Domo da Sala. He rode for a while. Presently he stole a glance at Hetty. She was lying quite still on her cushion under the tilt, staring at the distant mountains, with tears running down her set face. They were real tears. 3 days, she said, choking, and at that rolled over to weep noisily upon her arms. Peter sat over his oars and stared helplessly at her emotion. A familiar couplet came into his head and remained unspoken because of its striking inappropriateness. I could not love thee, dear, so much, loved I not honour more. Presently Hetty lay still. Then she sat up and wiped at a tear-stained face. If you must go, said Hetty, you must go. But why didn't you go from Brig? That problem was to exercise Peter's mind considerably in the extensive reflections of the next few days and nights. And I have to stick in Italy with these 2 bores. But the easy flexibility of Hetty's temperament was a large part of her charm. I suppose you ought to go, Peter, she said. Really, I had no business to try to keep you, but I've had so little of you, and I love you. She melted. Peter melted in sympathy, but he was much relieved. She slipped into his bedroom to help him pack his rucksack, and she went with him to the station. I wish I was a man too, she said. Then I would come with you. But wars don't last forever, Peter. We'll come back here. She watched the train disappear along the curve above the station with something like a sense of desolation. Then, being really a very stout-hearted young woman, she turned about and went down to the telegraph office to see what could be done to salvage her rent and shattered holiday. And Peter, because of these things, and because of certain delays at Paris and Havre, for the train and channel services were getting badly disorganized, got to England 6 whole days later than troop. This passion of indignation against Germany, in which Peter enlisted, was the prevailing mood of England during the opening months of the war. The popular mind had seized upon the idea that Europe had been at peace, and might have remained at peace indefinitely if it had not been for the high-handed behavior first of Austria with Serbia, and then of Germany with Russia. The belief that on the whole Germany had prepared for and sought this war was no doubt correct, and the spirit of the whole nation rose high and fine to the challenge. But that did not so completely exhaust the moral factors in the case as most English people, including Peter, supposed at that time. Neither Peter nor Joan, although they were members of the best educated class in the community, and had been given the best education available for that class, had any but the vaguest knowledge of what was going on in the political world. They knew practically nothing of what a modern imperial system consisted, had but the vaguest ideas of the role of the Foreign Office, press, and Parliament in international affairs, were absolutely ignorant of the direction of the army and navy, knew nothing of the history of Germany or Russia during the previous half-century, or the United States since the Declaration of Independence, had no inklings of the elements of European ethnology, and had scarcely ever heard such words, for example, as Slovene or Slovak or Ukrainian. The items of foreign intelligence in the newspapers joined on to no living historical conceptions in their minds. Between the latest history they had read and the things that happened about them and in which they were now helplessly involved was a gap of 100 years or more. The profound changes in human life and political conditions brought about during that 100 years by railways, telegraphs, steam shipping, steel castings, and the like, were all beyond the scope of their ideas. For Joan, history meant stories about Joan of Arc, Jane Shore, the wives of Henry VIII, James I and his Steenie, Charles II and such like people, winding up with the memoirs of Madame d'Arblay. Peter had ended his historical studies when he went on to the modern side at Caxton. It would have made little difference, so far as modern affairs were concerned, if he had taken a degree in history, and was chiefly conversant with such things as the pedigree of the Electress Sophia of Hanover, the constitutions of Clarendon, the statute of Mortemain, and the claims of Edward III and Henry V to the crown of France. Neither of them knew anything at all of India except by way of Kipling's stories and the Coronation Durbar pictures. If the two of them had rather clearer ideas than most of their associates about the recent opening up and partition of Africa, it was because Oswald had talked about those things. But the jostling for empire that had been going on for the past 50 years all over the world, and the succession of imperialist theories from Disraeli to Joseph Chamberlain and from Bismarck to Treitschke, had no place in their thoughts. The entente cordiale was a phrase of no particular significance to them. The state in which they lived had never explained to them in any way its relations to them nor its fears and aims in regard to the world about it. It is doubtful indeed if the state in which they lived possessed the mentality to explain as much, even to itself. How far the best education in America or Germany or any other country was better, it is not for us to discuss here, nor how much better education might be. This is the story of the minds of Joan and Peter, and of how that vast system of things hidden, things unanalyzed, and things misrepresented and obscured, the political system of the European empires, burst out into war about them. The sprawling, clumsy, heedless British state, which had troubled so little about taking Peter into its confidence, displayed now no hesitation whatever in beckoning him to come home and learn as speedily as possible how to die for it. The tragedy of youth in the Great War was a universal tragedy, and if the German youths, who were now less freely and more systematically beating Peter by weeks and months in a universal race into uniform, were more instructed than he, then they were also far more thoroughly misinformed. If Peter took hold of the war by the one elemental fact that Belgium had been invaded most abominably and peaceful villagers murdered in their own fields, the young Germans, on the other hand, had been trained to a whole system of false interpretations. They were assured that they fought to break up a ring of threatening armies, and that the whole thing was going to be the most magnificent adventure in history. Their minds had been prepared elaborately and persistently for this heroic struggle, in which they were to win easily. They had been made to believe themselves a race of blonde aristocrats above all the rest of mankind, entitled by their moral and mental worth to world domination. They believed that now they did but come into their own. They had been taught all these things from childhood. How could they help but believe them? Peter arrived, tired and dirty, at Pelham Ford in the early afternoon. Oswald and Joan were out, but he bathed and changed while Miss Moxton got him a belated lunch. As he finished this, Joan came into the dining room from a walk. "Hello, Peter," she said with no display of affection. "Hello, Joan." "We thought you were never coming." "I was in Italy," said Peter. Said Joan, and seemed to reckon in her mind. "Nobby is in London," she said. "He thinks he might help out about East Africa. It's his country, practically. Are you going to enlist?" "What else?" said Peter, tapping a cigarette on the table. "It's a beastly bore." "Bunny's gone," said Joan. "And Wilmington." "They've written?" "Willie came to see me." "Heard from any of the others?" "Oh, troop." "Enlisted?" "Cadet." "Anyone else?" "No," said Joan, and hovered, whistling faintly for a moment, and then walked out of the room. She had been counting the hours for 4 days, perplexed by his delay. His coming had seemed the greatest event in the world, for she had never doubted he would come back to serve. And now that he had come, she met him like this. They dressed for dinner that night because Oswald came back tired and vexed from London and wanted a bath before dining. They seemed to be sending everybody to East Africa on the principle that anyone who's been there before ought not to go again, he grumbled. "I can't see any other principle in it." He talked at first of the coming East African campaign because he hesitated to ask Peter what he intended to do. Then he went on to the war news. The Germans had got Liege. That was certain now. They had smashed the forts to pieces with enormous cannon. There had been a massacre of civilians at Dinant. Joan did not talk very much, but sat and watched Peter closely with an air of complete indifference. There was a change in him, and she could not say exactly what this change was. The sunshine and snow glare and wind of the high mountains had tanned his face to a hard bronze, and he was perceptibly leaner. That made him look older, perhaps, but the difference was more than that. She knew her Peter so well she could divine a new thought in him. "And what are you going to do, Peter?" said Oswald, coming to it abruptly. "I'm going to enlist." "In the ranks, you mean?" Oswald had expected that. "Yes." "You ought not to do that." "Why not?" "You have your cadet corps work behind you. You ought to take a commission. We shan't have too many officers." Peter considered that. "I want to begin in the ranks. I want discipline." Had some moral miracle happened to Peter? This was quite a new note from our supercilious foster brother. "You'll get discipline enough in the cadet corps." "I want to begin right down at the bottom of the ladder." "Well, if you get a rotten drill sergeant, I'm told it's disagreeable." "All the better." "They'll find you out and push you into a commission," Oswald said. "If not, it's a sheer waste." "Well, I want to feel what discipline is like before I give orders," said Peter. "I want to be told to do things and asked why the devil I haven't done 'em smartly. I've been going too easy. The ranks will brace me up." Yes, this was a new note. Had that delay of 4 or 5 days anything to do with this? Joan, with a start, discovered that she was holding up dinner, and touched the electric bell at her side for the course to be changed. "I suppose we shall all have to brace up," said Oswald. "It still seems a little unreal. The French have lost Mulhausen again, they say, but they are going strong for Metz. There's not a word about our army. It's just crossed over and vanished." Queer to sit there dining in the soft candlelight, and to think of the crowded roads and deploying troops, the thudding guns and bursting shells, away there behind that veil of secrecy, millions of men in France and Belgium fighting for the world, and Peter would go off tomorrow. Presently he would be in uniform. Presently he would be part of a marching column. He would go over into the turmoil. Beyond that her imagination would not pass. "I wish I could enlist," said Joan. "They're getting thousands of men more than they can handle as it is," said Oswald. "They don't want you." "You'd have thought they'd have had things planned and ready for this," said Peter. "Nothing is ready," said Oswald. "Nothing is planned. This war has caught our War Office fast asleep. It isn't half awake even now." "There ought to be something for women to do," said Joan. "There ought to be something for everyone to do," said Oswald bitterly. "But there isn't. This country isn't a state. It's a crowded drift. Did you notice, Peter, as you came through London, the endless multitudes of people just standing about? I've never seen London like that before. People not walking about their business, but just standing." Peter told of things he had seen on his way home. "The French are in a scowling state. All France scowls at you. And Havre is packed with bargains and touring cars, just left about by rich people coming home." So the talk drifted, and all the time Joan watched Peter as acutely and as unsuspectingly as a mother might watch a grown-up son. Tomorrow morning he would go off and join up. But it wasn't that which made him grave. New experiences always elated Peter, and he wouldn't be afraid. Not he. She had been let into the views of 3 other young men who had gone to war already. Troop had written, correctly and consciously heroic. "Some of the chaps seem to be getting a lot of emotion into it," said Troop. "It's nothing out of the way that I can see. One just falls into the line of one's uncles and cousins." Wilmington had said, "I just wanted to see you, Joan. I'm told I'll be the most useful as a gunner because of my mathematics. When it comes to going over, you won't forget to think of me, Joan?" Joan answered truthfully, "I'll think of you a lot, Billy." "There's nothing in life like you, Joan," said Wilmington, in his white, expressionless way. "Well, I suppose I'd better be going." But Bunny had discoursed upon fear. "I've enlisted," he wrote, "chiefly because I'm afraid of going pacifist right out of funk. But it's hell, Joan. I'm afraid in my bones. I hate bangs, and they say the row of modern artillery is terrific. I've never seen a dead body, a human dead body, I mean, ever. Have you? I would go around quarter-mile out of my way any time to dodge a butcher shop. I was sick when I found Peter dissecting a rabbit. You know, sick, à la manche. No metaphors. I shall run away. I know I shall run away. But we've got to stop these beastly Germans anyhow. It isn't killing the Germans I shall mind. I'm fierce on Germans, Joan, but seeing the chaps on stretchers or lying about with all sorts of horrible injuries." Sheets of that sort of thing, written in an unusually bad handwriting, apparently rather to comfort himself than to sustain Joan. Well, it wasn't Peter's way to think beforehand of being on stretchers or lying about, but Bunny's scribblings had got the stretchers into Joan's thoughts, and it made her wish somehow that Peter, instead of being unusually grave and choosing to be a ranker, was taking this job with his usual easy confidence and going straight and gaily for a commission. After dinner they all sat out in garden chairs outside the library window and had their coffee and smoked. Joan got her chair and drew it close to Peter's. 200 miles away and less was battle and slaughter, perhaps creeping nearer to them. The roaring of great guns, the rattle of rifle fire, the hoarse shouts of men attacking, and a gathering harvest of limp figures on stretchers and lying about. But that evening at Pelham Ford was a globe of golden serenity. Not a leaf stirred, and only the little squeaks and rustlings of small creatures that ran and flitted in the dusk ruffled the quiet air. Oswald made Peter talk of his climbing. "My only mountain is Kilimanjaro," he said. "No great thing so far as actual climbing goes." Peter had begun with the Dolomites, had gone over to Adelboden, and then worked round by the Concordia hut to Belle Alpe. "Was it very beautiful?" asked Joan softly under his elbow. "You could have done it all. I wish you had come," said Peter. There was a pause. "And Italy?" said Joan, still more softly. "Where did you go in Italy, Peter?" said Oswald, picking up her question. Peter gave a travel book description of Orta and the Isle of San Giglio. Joan sat as still and watchful as a little cat watching for a mouse. Something had put Peter out in Italy. "It's off the main line," said Peter. "The London and Paris papers don't arrive, and one has to fall back on the Corriere della Sera." "Very good paper, too," said Oswald. "News doesn't seem so real in a language you don't understand." He was excusing himself, so he was ashamed to that extent. That was what was bothering him. One might have known he wouldn't care for those other things. Late that night Joan sat in her room thinking. Presently she unlocked her writing desk and took out and reread a letter. It was from Huntly, in Cornwall, and it was very tender and passionate. "The world has gone mad, dearest," it ran, "but we need not go mad. The full moon is slipping by. I lay out on the sands last night praying for you to come, trying to will you to come. Oh, when are you coming?" And much more to the same effect. Joan's face hardened. "Poetry," she said. She took a sharpened pencil from the glass tray upon her writing table and regarded it. The pencil was finely pointed, too finely pointed. She broke off the top with the utmost care and tested the blunt point on her blotting paper to see if it was broad enough for her purpose. Then she scrawled her reply across his letters in 5 words. "You ought to enlist, Joan," and addressed an envelope obliquely in the same uncivil script. After which she selected sundry other letters and a snapshot, giving a not unfavorable view of Huntly from her desk, and having scrutinized the latter for an interval, tore them all carefully into little bits and dropped them into her wastepaper basket. She stood regarding these fragments for some time. "I might have gone to him," she whispered at last, and turned away. She blew out her candle, hesitated by her bedside, and walked to the open window to watch the moon rise. She sat upon her window-sill like a Joan of marble for a long time. Then she produced one of those dark sayings with which she was wont to rap rather than express her profounder thoughts. Queer how suddenly one discovers at last what one has known all along. Queer. Well, I know anyhow. She stood up at last and yawned. But I don't like war, said Joan. Stretchers, or lying about, groaning, in the darkness, boys one has danced with. Oh, beastly, beastly. She forgot her intention of undressing, put her foot on the sill, and rested chin on fist and elbow on knee, scowling out at the garden as though she saw things that she did not like there. So it was that Joan saw the beginning of the great winnowing of mankind, and Peter came home in search of his duty. Within the first month of the war, nearly every one of the men in Joan's world had been spun into the vortex. Hers was so largely a world of young or unattached people, with no deep roots in business or employment to hold them back. Even Oswald at last, in spite of many rebuffs, found a use for himself in connection with a corps of African laborers behind the front, and contrived after a steady pressure of many months towards the danger zone to get himself wounded while he was talking to some of his dear Maasai at an ammunition dump. A Hun raider dropped a bomb, and some flying splinters of wood cut him deeply and extensively. The splinters were vicious splinters. There were complications, and he found himself back at Pelham Ford before the end of 1916, aged by 10 years. The Woman's Legion captured Joan from the date of its formation, and presently had her driving a car for the new Ministry of Munitions, which had come into existence in the middle of 1915. Her career as a chauffeuse was a brilliant one. She lived, after the free manner of the Legion, with Miss Jepson at Hampstead. She went down every morning to her work. She drove her best, and her best continually improved, so that she became distinguished among her fellows. The ministry grew aware of her and proud of her. A time arrived when important officials quarreled to secure her for their journeys. Eminent foreign visitors invariably found themselves behind her. "But she drives like a man," they would say, a little breathlessly, after some marvelously skidded corner. "All our girls drive like this," the Ministry of Munitions would remark, carelessly, loyally, but untruthfully. Joan's habitual wear became khaki. She had puttees and stout boots and little brass letterings upon her shoulders and sleeves, and the only distinctive touches she permitted herself were the fur of her overcoat collar and a certain foppery about her gauntlets. Extraordinary and profound changes of mood and relationship occurred in the British mind during those first 2 years of the war, and reflected themselves upon the minds of Joan and Peter. To begin with, and for nearly a year, there was a quality of spectacularity about the war for the British. They felt it to be an immense process and a vitally significant process. They read, they talked, they thought little of else, but it was not yet felt to be an intimate process. The habit of detachment was too deeply ingrained. Great Britain was an island of onlookers. To begin with, the war seemed like something tremendous and arresting going on in an arena. "Business as usual," said the businessman, putting up the price of anything the country seemed to need. There was a profound conviction that British life and the British community were external things. They might play a part, a considerable part, in these foreign affairs. They might even have to struggle, but it was inconceivable that they should change or end. September and October in 1914 saw an immense wave of volunteer enthusiasm. Enthusiasm for the most part thwarted and wasted by the unpreparedness of authorities for anything of the sort. But it was the enthusiasm of an audience eager to go on the stage. It was not the enthusiasm of performers in the arena and unable to quit the arena, fighting for life or death. To secure any sort of official work was to step out of the undistinguished throng. In uniform, one felt dressed up and part of the pageant. Young soldiers were self-conscious in those early days and inclined to pose at the ordinary citizen. The ordinary citizen wanted to pat young soldiers on the back and stand them drinks out of his free largesse. They were in it, he felt, and he was at most a patron of the affair. That specularity gave way to a sense of necessary participation only very slowly indeed. The change began as the fresh, bright confidence that the Battle of the Marne had begotten gave place to a deepening realization of the difficulties on the road to any effective victory. The persuasion spread from mind to mind that if Great Britain was to fight this war as she had lived through 60 years of peace, the gentleman amateur among the nations, she would lose this war. The change of spirit that produced its first marked result in the creation of the Ministry of Munitions with a new note of quite unofficial hustle, and led on through a series of inevitable steps to the adoption of conscription, marks a real turning about of the British mind, the close of a period of chaotic freedom, almost unprecedented in the history of communities. It was the rediscovery of the state as the necessary form into which the individual life must fit. To the philosophical historian of the future, the efforts of governing and leading people in Great Britain to get wills together, to explain necessities, to supplement the frightful gaps in the education of every class by hastily improved organizations, by speeches, press campaigns, posters, circulars, cinema shows, parades, and proclamations, hasty, fitful, ill-conducted, and sometimes dishonestly conducted appeals though they were, will be far more interesting than any story of battles and campaigns. They remind one of a hand scrambling in the dark for something long neglected and now found to be vitally important. They are like voices calling in a dark confusion. They were England seeking to comprehend herself and her situation after the slumber of 2 centuries. But to people like Joan and Peter, who were not philosophical historians, the process went on, not as a process, but as an apparently quite disconnected succession of events. Imperceptibly, their thoughts changed and were socialized. Joan herself had no suspicion of the difference in orientation between the Joan who stood at her bedroom window in August 1914, the most perfect spectator of life, staring out at the darkness of the garden, dumbly resenting the call that England was making upon the free lives of all her friends, and the Joan of 1917, in khaki and a fur-colored coat, who slung a great car with a swift, unerring confidence through the London traffic and out to Woolwich or Hendon or Waltham or Aldershot or Chelmsford or what not, keen and observant of the work her passengers discussed, a conscious part now of a great and growing understanding and criticism and will of a rediscovered unity, which was England awakening. Youth grew wise very fast in those tremendous years. From the simple and spectacular acceptance of every obvious appearance, the younger minds passed very rapidly to a critical and intricate examination. In the first blaze of indignation against Germany, in the first enthusiasm, there was a disposition to trust and confide in everyone in position of authority and responsibility. The War Office was supposed, against every possibility, to be planning wisely and acting rapidly. The wisdom of the Admiralty was taken for granted. The politicians now could have no end in view but victory. It was assumed that Sir Edward Carson would become patriotic, Lord Curzon self-forgetful, Mr. Asquith energetic, and Mr. Lloyd George straightforward. It was indeed a phase of extravagant idealism. Throughout the opening weeks of the war there was an appearance, there was more than an appearance, of a common purpose and a mutual confidence. The swift response of the Irish to the call of the time, the generous loyalty of India, were like imitations of a new age. The whole empire was uplifted. A flush of unwonted splendor suffused British affairs. Then the light faded again. There was no depth of understanding to sustain it. Habit is, in the long run, a more powerful thing than even the supremest need. In a little time all the inglorious characteristics of Britain at peace, the double-mindedness, the slackness, were reappearing through the glow of warlike emotion. 50 years of under-education are not to be atoned for in a week of crisis. The men in power were just the same men. The inefficient were still inefficient. The individualists still self-seeking. The party politicians forgot their good resolutions and reverted to their familiar intrigues and maneuvers. Redmond and Ireland learnt a bitter lesson of the value of generosity in the face of such ignorant and implacable antagonists as the Carsonites. Britain, it became manifest, had neither the greatness of education nor yet the simplicity of will to make war brilliantly or to sustain herself splendidly. At every point, devoted and able people found themselves baffled by the dull inertias of the old system, and the clear flame of enthusiasm that blazed out from the youth of the country at the first call of the war was colored more and more by disillusionment as the general bickering which was British public life revived again, and a gathering tale of waste, failure, and needless suffering mocked the reasonable expectation of a swift and glorious victory. The change in the thought and attitude of the youth of Britain is to be found expressed very vividly in the war poetry of the successive years. Such glowing young heroes as Julian Grenfell and Rupert Brooke shine with a faith undimmed. They fight consciously, confident of the nearness of victory. They sing and die in what they believe to be a splendid cause for a splendid end. An early death in the Great War was not an unmitigated misfortune. 3 years later, the young soldier's mind found a voice in such poetry as that of young Siegfried Sassoon, who came home from the war with medals and honors, only to denounce the war in verse of the extremest bitterness. His song is no longer of picturesque nobilities and death in a glorious cause. It is a cry of anger at the old men who have led the world to destruction, of anger against the dull, ignorant men who can neither make war nor end war, the men who have lost the freshness and simplicity, but none of the greed and egotism of youth. Germany is no longer the villain of the piece. Youth turns upon age, upon laws and institution, upon the whole elaborate rottenness of the European system, saying, "What is this to which you have brought us? What have you done with our lives?" No story of these years can ever be true that does not pass under a shadow. Of the little group of youths and men who have figured in this story thus far, there was scarcely one who was not either killed outright or crippled in some way injured in the Great War, excepting only Huntley. Huntley developed a deepening conscience against the warfare as the war went on, and suffered nothing worse than some unpleasant half-hours with tribunals and the fatigues of agricultural labor. Death, which had first come to Joan as a tragic end to certain Quittes, was now the familiar associate of her every friend. Her confidence in the safety of the world, in the wisdom of human laws and institutions, in the worth and dignity of empires and monarchs, and the collective sanity of mankind, was withdrawn as a veil is withdrawn from the harsh realities of life. Wilmington, with his humorless intensity, was one of the first to bring home to her this disillusionment and tragedy of the youth of the world. He liked pure mathematics. It was a subject in which he felt comfortable. He had worked well in the first part of the mathematical tripos, and he was working hard in the second part when the war broke out. He fluctuated for some days between an utter repudiation of all war and an immediate enlistment, and it was probably the light and color of Joan in his mind that made Wilmington a warrior. War was a business of killing, he decided, and what he had to do was to apply himself and his mathematics to gunnery as efficiently as possible, learning as rapidly as might be all that was useful about shells, guns, and explosives, and so get to the killings of Germans thoroughly, expeditiously, and abundantly. He was a particularly joyless young officer, white-faced and intent, with an appearance of scorn that presently developed from appearance into reality for most of his young colleagues. He was working as hard and as well as he could, at first with incredulity, and then with disgust as he realized that the ordinary British officer was not doing so. They sang songs, they ragged, they left things to chance. They thought blunders funny. They condoned silliness and injustice in the powers above. He would not sing, nor rag, nor drink. He worked to the verge of exhaustion. But this exemplary conduct, oddly enough, did not make him unpopular, either with the junior officers or with his seniors. The former tolerated him and rather admired him. The latter put work upon him and sought to promote him. In quite a little while, as it seemed, for in those days, while each day seemed long and laborious and heavy, yet the weeks and months passed swiftly, he was captain in France, and before the end of 1915 he wrote to say that this major had left him practically in command of his battery for 3 weeks. He had been twice slightly wounded by that time, but he got little leisure because he was willing and indispensable. He wrote to Joan very regularly. He was a motherless youth, and Joan was not only his great passion, but his friend and confidant. His interest in his work overflowed into his letters. They were more and more about gunnery and the art of war, which became at last, it would seem, a serious rival to Joan in his affections. He described ill, but he would send her reasoned statements of unanswerable views. He could not understand why considerations that were so plain as to be almost obvious were being universally disregarded by the heads and the War Office. He appealed to Joan to read what he had to say, and tell him whether he or the world was mad. When he came back on leave in the spring of 1916, she was astonished to find that he was still visibly as deeply in love with her as ever. The fact of it was he had words for his gunnery and military science, but he had no words, and that was the essence of his misfortune, for his love for Joan. But the burthen of his story was bitter delusionment at the levity with which his country could carry on a war that must needs determine the whole future of mankind. He would write out propositions of this sort. It is manifest that success in warfare depends on certain primary factors, of which generalship is one. No country resolute to win a war will spare any effort to find the best men and make them its generals and leaders, irrespective of every other consideration. No honorable patriots will permit generals to be appointed by any means except the best selective methods, and no one who cares for his country will obstruct 1. The promotion, 2. Trying over, and 3. Prompt removal if they fail to satisfy the most exacting tests of all possible men. And next consider what sort of men will be the best commanders. They must be fresh-minded young men. All the great generals of the world, the supreme cases, the Alexanders, Napoleons, and so on, have shown their quality before 30, even in the days when strategy and tactics did not change very greatly from year to year. And now, when the material and expedients of war make warfare practically a new thing every few years, the need for fresh young commanders is far more urgent than ever it has been. But the British Army is at present commanded by oldish men, who are manifestly of not more than mediocre intelligence, and who have no knowledge of this sort of new war that has arisen. It is a war of guns and infantry, with aeroplanes coming in more and more, and most of the higher positions are held by cavalry officers. The artillery is invariably commanded by men unused to the handling of such heavy guns as we are using, who stick far behind our forward positions and decline any practical experience of our difficulties. They put us in the wrong positions. They move us about absurdly. Young officers have had to work out most of the problems of gun pits and so forth for themselves, against resistance and mere stupid interference from above. The heads have no idea of the kind of work we do, or the kind of work we could do. They are worse than amateurs. They are unteachable fossils. But why is this so? If the country is serious about war, why does it permit it? If the government is serious about the war, why does it permit it? If the War Office is serious about the war, why does it permit it? If GHQ is serious about the war, why does it permit it? What is wrong? There is a hitch here I don't understand. Am I over-serious? And is all this war really some sort of gross, grim joke, Joan? Do I take life too seriously? Joan, in this last push, this battery did its little job right. We cut all the wire opposite us and blew out every blessed stake. We made a nice tidy clean-up. It was quite easy to do, given hard work. If I hadn't done it, I ought either to have been shot for neglect or dismissed for incapacity. But on our left it wasn't done. Well, there were at least 100 poor devils of our entrymen on that wire, 100 mothers' sons, hanging like rags on it or crumpled up below, I saw them. It made me sick. And I saw the chap who was chiefly responsible for that, Major Clutterwell, a little bit screwed, being the life and soul of a little party in Haysbrook 3 days after. He ought to have been the life and soul of a Harry Carey party, but either he is too big a cad or too big a fool, or both. The way they shy away our entrymen over here is damnable. They are the finest men in the world. I'm convinced. They will go at anything, and the red tabs send them into impossible jobs, fail to back them up. Always they fail to back them up. They neglect them, Joan. They neglect them even when they are fighting and dying. There are men here, colonels, staff officers, I would like to beat about the head with an iron bar. This was an unusually eloquent passage. Frequently his letters were mainly diagram, to show, for example, how we crowded batteries to brass away at right angles to the trenches when we ought to enfilade them, or some such point. Sometimes he was trying to establish profound truths about the proper functions of field guns and howitzers. For a time he was gnawing a bitter grievance. I was told to shell a line I couldn't reach. The contours wouldn't allow it. You can do a lot with a shell, but you cannot make it hop slightly and go around a corner. There is a definite limit to the height to which a gun will lob a shell. I tried to explain these elementary limitations of gunfire through the telephone, and I was told I should be put under arrest if I did not obey orders. I wasn't up against a commander. I wasn't up against intelligence. I was up against a silly old man in a temper. So I put over a barrage about 50 yards beyond the path, the nearest possible. Everyone was perfectly satisfied, the Bach included. Thus it was the young officer is subdued to the medium he works in. At times Williamton would embark on a series of propositions to demonstrate with mathematical certitude that if the men and materials wasted at Loos had been used in the Dardanelles, the war could have been decided by the end of 1915. But the topic to which his mind recurred time after time was the topic of efficient leadership. Modern war demands continuity of idea, continuity of will, and continuous progressive adaptations of means and methods, he wrote in 2 separate letters. In the second of these he had got to a fresh notion. Education in England is a loafer education. It does not point to an end. It does not drive through. It does not produce minds that can hold out through a long effort. The young officers come out here with the best intentions in the world, but one's everyday life is shaped not by our intentions, but by our habits. Their habits of minds are loafing habits. They learnt to loaf at school. Caxton, I'm now convinced, is one of the best schools in England. But even at Caxton we did not fully acquire the habit of steadfast haste, which modern life demands. Everything that gets done out here is done by a spurt, with the idea behind it of presently doing nothing. The ordinary state of everybody above non-commissioned ranks is loafing. At the present moment my major is shooting pheasants. The batteries to the left of us are cursing because they have to shift. It holds up their scheme for a hunt, just as though artillery wasn't the most intense sport in the world, especially now that we are going to have to kite balloons and do really scientific observing. Even the conscientious men of the Kitchener Byng School don't really seem to me to get on. They work like Trojans at established and routine stuff, but they don't keep up inquiry. They are human, all too human. Man is a sedentary animal, and the schoolmaster exists to prevent his sitting down comfortably. This from Wilmington without suspicion of jesting. This human weakness for just living can only be corrected in schools. The more I scheme about increasing efficiency out here, the more I realize that it can't be done here, that one has to go right back to the schools and begin with a more continuous urge. When this war is over, I shall try to be a schoolmaster. I shall hate it most of the time, but then I hate most things. But Wilmington never became a schoolmaster. He got a battery of 6-inch guns just before the Somme push in 1916. And he went forward with them into positions he chose and built up very carefully, only to be shifted against his wishes almost at once to a new and he believed altogether inferior position. He was blown to nothingness by a German shell while he was constructing a gun pit. End of section 31.